Hello and welcome into the live stream for everybody tuning in on YouTube, and for those of you that have already joined and continue to join us on TikTok. I hope that your day so far has been phenomenal. We are live a little bit later today than we usually are. I've taken the liberty to take some time off to chill and do nothing, which has honestly been pretty nice, almost a little too nice. I was this close to not going live today at all, but here we are because we have some Trump supporters to debate. Now, if you are watching the VOD on YouTube after the live is over, which thousands of people do, let me know down below in that comment section. I think that's awesome that there's so many people that happen to watch after the live is over. Now, before we hop into the debates, let's go over the breaking news of the day. So first and foremost, Trump is back at it again. He has called yet another female reporter some derogatory asshole things. So last week it was piggy, and today it's ugly. So he's lashing out and he's taking it out on the women around him, which, by the way, is just so totally in character. Of course, the adjudicated rapist is going to call women ugly pigs, right? Now, the question on why did we make that man president is one that I will be asking to any Trump supporter that's willing to come up here to debate me. And I feel like they're going to have a hard time answering it. Another piece of breaking news here. One of Caroline Leavitt's family members was detained by ICE for being an undocumented immigrant and is on their way to being deported. Her her nephew's mom is now under ICE detention. She has been in this country for 27 years on an expired visa, making her an undocumented immigrant. Built a life here, had a child here, been here for 27 years. And the family of the press secretary. Now, of course, they're going to go through the removal. They're going to go through the deportation. She's not going to get special treatment. That would just be a political blunder by the Trump administration. And I think that we are going to hear a reporter ask Caroline Leavitt about this at the next press conference. And we're going to see if Caroline Leavitt has truly sold her soul. I mean, is it going to be possible for her to sell her soul and place the propaganda above her own family and sit there and say that this family member of hers was just another one of the criminals, right? Just another one of the violent criminals, as the Trump administration likes to label all undocumented immigrants. My money is on she will, okay? If there was like a betting pool being going on here, I might dump the life savings into it, honestly. Now, we are going to go ahead and hop into the debates right now. So if you're watching on TikTok, that's where we get the Trump supporters up into the live through. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Now, before we even started the stream today, I joined a Trump supporters live. They had like 100 viewers. And I was like, hey, guys, you know, there's like 4 Trump supporters on this panel. Do any of you want to be the first guest of the live stream? Come up here and have a conversation with me. And all 4 of them said, hell no. One lady said she has to like do her hair. I think that's what the host said. A guy said, just debate me here. I'm not going to debate you on your panel. And then another guy was like, well, I got to go hang out with my kids. All just very conveniently, all the Trump supporters on this other panel that I had joined just got very busy the moment I extended that hand to them to invite them up. So maybe the reason why it's just been so insanely difficult for us to get debates recently is because MAGA is just not having it. They're not here for debates anymore. They're a little bit too scared. Now, I'm going to go ahead and stop the yapping. If you happen to be one of the very first 4.6 thousand people tuning in on TikTok, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. If you're watching over on YouTube, drop a like and share it, and subscribe if you haven't already. But let's go ahead and hop into that very first debate of the day, folks. We are going to be banning every single person that joins this stream that breaks our rules. The rules are very simple, though. You just have to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. But if you're not an American, if you're not an adult, if you're not a Trump supporter, you are going to be banned very, very quickly. Let's go ahead and get that very first guest up, though, right now. Let's go ahead and start with David. We got David connecting to the stream. Hello, do you support Trump, David?
Yes, I'm 26.
Okay, all right. Oh, God, dude. You know what? Listen, how the hell do you still support this tyrannical, I almost wanted to say tyrannical, geez, this tyrannical predator's president?
Because I only care about military spending. As long as military spending goes up, I don't care. I support it.
Okay, so more military spending. Even though if we were to cut it in half, we would still be funding our military $100 billion
Yeah, I don't give a
more
shit
per
about
year than
that
the
as
next
long as it
country,
goes up.
as long as it goes up. Why? Why is
Let's
this?
go Raytheon. Let's go Lockheed.
Okay,
Let's
okay,
go
this is
Raytheon.
this is a troll. That's a troll. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. We got Caden loading up, and that last guest was banned. Okay, that last guest was banned. We're gonna get them up right now. What's up, Caden? Do you support Trump?
No.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Caden has been in the queue since the moment we started the live. Caden heard me repeat the rules like 3 times, and she just still decided to stay in the queue. Very interesting. I wonder why. I don't know why people do that. Okay, no clue. No clue. Hello, do you support Trump, Carson?
Yo, I do. Dean, do you stick your finger up your butt? Do you stick your finger up your butt?
All right, who's asking? Who are
This is
you,
Brett
Carson?
Peterson.
That's a really weird question to ask somebody. So in short, the answer is no. But like, what led you to ask such a question?
Can I hit your vape pen, please?
I don't know, man. I think you got some poopy fingers. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable with you, holding on to it for too long. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, MC Play?
Yeah, I support Trump because since he become la president, for me, I love the
I
way.
have a question. What time is it for you?
My time, you need to know about a time?
I do.
Yeah, my time is 2 p.m.
And goodbye. Once again, we'll go ahead and repeat the rules one last time here, guys. For whatever reason, people just don't want to follow them. They're so simple, though. You just have to be an American. You have to be an adult, and you got to support Trump as president. We're going to go to move on to the next guest rule. Right now, we have 6,000 people tuned into the TikTok stream. Assuming there's not a single Trump supporter out of the 6,000 people that are watching. It's crazy. So what that's telling me is that the Trump supporters are hiding. Okay, one moment, you guys. You just give me a moment here. Caden, you heard me go over the rules, right?
Yes.
Why are you still in the queue?
Because, Dean. Because.
Because why? Dude, get out of here. Okay, Caden, if you rejoin the queue, okay, you're going to turn into Anthony 2.0. I'm going to ban you, okay? Hello, do you support Trump? No, they're gone. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, guys, tonight's going to be fun. Tonight's going to be great, quite frankly. So fantastic. Hello, Poppy, do you support Trump?
No. Get me out of here.
That is a very small child. Wow. Okay, goodbye. Hello, Ricky, do you support Trump?
I did
You
like
don't?
5 days ago.
Do you now, though?
I mean, I've only said I like Trump for like my ex's father, you know.
What? Okay, so I not a Trump supporter band. Guys, I really don't want to go through this tonight. I really don't want to play this game. Okay, guys, I hate this game. This game's just not fun. Okay, it's my least favorite game ever, but I have to play it every single day because you guys force me to. Only hop in the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. It's so simple to follow the rules. Please, guys. Galala, I appreciate you for the level up sparks. What's going on, Student Fi? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, what's up, dude? I do support Trump.
And how old are you?
Like 27.
What the fuck is your account, dude?
I don't know, man. It's just like I don't know.
Yeah, it's a kid. His whole TikTok page is just like young kids, like 14-year-olds. I'm assuming that he's just probably one of the 14-year-olds. So we're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. We are still looking for that very first Trump supporter of the evening here to join up into the live stream and have a conversation with us. They're scared, okay, guys. I personally spoke with, like I said this earlier. Okay, Caden, you've rejoined the queue. I want everybody to watch me ban Caden. This is Caden, a liberal. She rejoined the queue after I explicitly told her not to, and now she cannot ever see the live stream ever again. So, moving on to the next guest, guys. We're going to start doing that to every single liberal that is in the queue. So, if you know the rules and you still join nonetheless, you're going to get banned, all right? What's going on?
It's an anxiety pen.
Like Amelia, banned. right? Like Amelia, also banned. Just like Aiden, Amelia is now also banned. Moving on to the next
yeah,
guest. Hello,
hello.
do you support Trump, Greg?
Oh, yes, I do.
That is a fake profile picture. I've only seen it about 5 times before. Banned. Moving on to Rigsby. Here we go, everybody. Still looking for that very first Trump supporter. And Billy. You know what, guys? Let me know in that comment section if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, so we could try to just skip this annoying cutscene of all the trolls. It's just unbelievable. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Billy?
Yeah, I support Trump.
And how old are you?
2023.
It doesn't really sound like you know your own age.
Can I tell you why?
And banned, right? And banned. And banned. Like I said, banned. Very simple. Rapunzel, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, love Dean and his cause so much that I'm watching the live and putting off watching the new season of Stranger Things. W. Dean. Yo, Rapunzel! I appreciate you so much for being here. I'm also going to start the new season as soon as the live's over. You're awesome, Rapunzel. What's going on, John Pork? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2006.
And what time is it?
What do you mean?
I mean what I said. What time is it for you right now?
It's 11.
Guys, Americans only, please. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. How long do we have to play these games? So far, we're at 13 minutes of playing these goddamn games. 13 minutes of playing these goddamn games. Let's stop playing them. Let's have some debates. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007. 11/07, 2007 is my birthday.
Did you say 2007?
Yeah, November 7th.
Okay. Well, I mean, I believe you, but just such a weird way to say that year. I also definitely, therefore, believe you're a Trump supporter. So why do you support this spineless tyrant?
I mean, he's a better version of Biden. He's not a good candidate, but he's a better version of Biden.
Well, okay. So first and foremost, Biden is not who ran in the last general election. It was Kamala Harris. And second of all, Biden mogged Trump in all conceivable ways.
I wouldn't say that. I think Biden was kind of like a baby almost. Like he kind of wasn't advanced as Trump and wasn't like a good leader.
Okay, so explain to me how Biden is worse than Trump, considering the fact that Biden did not try to coup our government and rig the outcome of a federal election, but Trump did. Biden was not adjudicated to have raped a woman, but Trump was. Biden, right, was not named as lying about the nature of his relationship with Epstein for the last 20 years, such as Trump was named for doing so. When we just got an email released from Congress where Epstein sent an email in 2011 to Ghislaine Maxwell saying that, of course, Trump knew what he was doing to the girls. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has been denying that for the last 20 years straight. Then, talking about policy, I mean, which one of the two presidents was the one that refused to abide by a court order to feed 42 million starving Americans? Trump. Which one of the two presidents was the one to pass economic reform that not only cost $4.5 trillion, but also took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans while causing the largest redistribution of wealth in the history of this country from the poor to the rich? Trump. How can you possibly sit here and say that somehow Trump is a better president than Biden?
I'll let you talk because I'm a good guy, you know. I'm gonna start off with the first thing you said, okay? You said that Trump rigged the election, right?
I said that he tried to in 2020, yes.
Tried to. Now, is that proven?
Yes.
By who?
Well, by Trump. He admitted to it.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah. So he tried to rig the outcome of 2020 by installing fake votes for himself in Congress with the use of fake slates of electorates that he sent to the 7 key swing states that Biden had won. And when he got caught for this, when he got taken to court for this, his legal defense was to admit that he did it, but to argue that it was actually legal to try to rig the election because there was precedent set forth that Ulysses S. Grant did this, and that even if it is illegal, right, he should face no criminal repercussions since he has presidential immunity. So,
But was
he
he
admitted
found
to it.
guilty? Well, was he found guilty though?
No,
That's my question.
so the court proceedings never finalized because once he won the presidency for the second time, he fired Jack Smith, who was leading the special counsel. But we don't even need a verdict of guilt since
And do
he
you know
admitted
Jack
to
Smith?
it.
Is Jack Smith a Republican or a Democrat?
Jack Smith is a Democrat, but the person that admitted to it was a Republican, Trump.
But Trump was never found guilty. Again.
It doesn't matter since he admitted to
No,
it.
it does matter because he admitted to it, but he was never found guilty. You see, our
Is this
our
guy trolling?
No,
So,
no,
so
no.
I mean, so the court wasn't. So listen. So the court proceedings on the subject matter of Trump's fake elector scheme of 2020 when he tried to steal it from Biden were not over if he did it or not, since he admitted to it, but rather over if he has criminal immunity since he was president when he did it.
But he was never found guilty. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Was he ever found guilty?
Okay, so what did I just say? Could you repeat back my last two
because
sentences?
I understand what you're saying, but he was never
Okay,
found
okay.
guilty.
So if you understand what I'm saying, then repeat back the last two sentences I said to you.
You said that he said that he you're saying that he admitted it from himself.
Oh,
Like,
no, those aren't the last two sentences that I said. I shall repeat them. The court proceedings surrounding his attempted coup of the 2020 election were not over if he did it or not. They were over if, because he was president, does he have criminal immunity or not?
but do you think that Biden had any criminal immunity? What about Biden's son?
I don't think this guy even knows what he's saying. Are you like incoherent? Have you just lost your mind?
No.
Dude, the butt Biden, like you, but when you just tried to pull the butt Biden, it didn't even make any sense. But did Biden have any criminal? Like, bro, dude, what are you saying? You like, what is this nonsense? How many drinks? Like, seriously, how many
Biden have
drinks?
something wrong with his son?
What's that?
Didn't Biden have something wrong with his son? Do you want to tell him what happened? Because you can.
You know what? How about this? I will happily have a long form discussion with you about Hunter Biden for whatever reason. As soon as we could finish the conversation about how Trump literally tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election, which is the largest attack, right, domestic attack on the American democracy since the Civil War.
But he was never found guilty again.
Oh my God. Okay, I want you to repeat after me, okay?
No. I want you to repeat after me. He was never found guilty.
I need you to listen and repeat after me.
No.
So
The
he was
problem
never.
is you
So
liberals slash Democrats, whatever you want to call yourselves.
so I've already told you this, but let's just do like a quick little quiz. An adjudication of guilt, right? What would that tell us?
It would tell us that he rigged the election, but he would have been found guilty by the court, right?
No, so it wouldn't tell us that he tried to rig the election, since we already knew that. It would tell us that it was illegal when he tried to rig the election, and that when he tried to rig the election, he didn't have presidential immunity that would make him immune to criminal repercussions. I'm going to repeat this for one last time. Listen to every syllable. No. Listen to every syllable of every word that's about to leave my mouth. And if you're confused by the time I'm done speaking, just ask for clarification, because it's very so obvious that you must be confused with something that I'm saying here, considering the fact that you continue to repeat this one redundant shit talking point. So the verdict of guilt does not matter, since the verdict of guilt was not determining if he tried to rig the election or not, as that is something that we already knew, as he admitted to it, and he did it in clear daylight. Okay, right? The verdict of guilt, right, is on a separate subject relevant to, well, did he have presidential immunity, and is he immune to facing the criminal repercussions from trying to rig the outcome of the election? So when you keep on repeating the same talking point, but was he found guilty, right? No, because he was able to fire the investigators when he re-won the presidency. But that's completely irrelevant to us knowing that he did this. And I just gave you the reasons why it's irrelevant. Like I said, if you're confused on the reasons that I gave you insofar as the demonstration that a lack of a verdict of guilt here in a criminal court is irrelevant to the fact that we know that he did this, ask for clarification. Don't just repeat yourself.
No, but if what all you're saying is true, then why would the United States let Trump run again?
I mean, maybe because of people like you. I mean, it seems like you're just in like bold-faced denial of the fact that he did it, even though I could like give you all the evidence. You know, like we could go through one moment. We could like go through, right, like the court documents presented to SCOTUS. I could literally like play you a clip of his personal lawyer, Will Scharf, right, like defending this like on live TV on Fox News. I could like show you, right, the fake votes that he sent to Congress. They were recorded in the National Archives, right, and you'd still deny it. And there's a lot of other people out there like you. So that's why he was able to win the office of the presidency after he did this.
But I'm pretty sure it takes majority of the country to win the election, right?
So is your counter argument to him admitting to trying to rig 2020 while he won the 2024 election, so therefore he didn't?
Well, yeah, that'd be the point because he.
Well, that doesn't really follow. So that's not an argument that follows. This would be like, imagine that I'm trying to give you like an argument that my shoes are blue. And imagine that argument was, my shoes are blue because Biden won the 2020 election. Okay, Biden winning the 2020 election gives you all the evidence you ever need to know to demonstrate and to prove that my shoes are blue, right? Like those two things just have nothing to do with one another, right? Just like Trump winning the election in 2024 has nothing to do with a refutation of the fact that Donald Trump tried to rig the outcome of 2020.
But you say he tried to rig the outcome of 2023.
So there wasn't even an election in 2023. You are so lost.
No, you just said that 5 minutes ago, if I go back, that it was in 2023. So you sound like the idiot now.
So you misheard me.
No. I think everyone on this line heard you say 2023 election.
Okay, so that's just not
Are you
true.
gonna poll for?
I've been talking about Trump's fake elector scheme that he launched after the 2020 election for a little bit over a year and a half now. Okay, I think I know my years. I think I know the fake elector scheme. You misheard me, and now your ego's just not allowing you to concede. So to hopefully further this debate, okay, check this out. If I misspoke, my apologies. Okay, I will save your precious little man ego because you're such a grown toddler, right? That's all that you care about in the world is this male ego where you're willing to disregard fact, disregard reason, and disregard logic, right? In the further pursuit of the justification of the false beliefs that you hold to be the case. I'll just tell you I'm sorry if I misspoke. Let's satisfy that little guy's ego down there so we could continue the debate. So now that we can continue to the debate, what is the counter argument against the notion that Donald Trump tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election?
I mean, if you were in Donald Trump's shoes, would you try to rig the election? I want to know what your personal thought is on it.
So if I lost the 2020 election, no, I would not try to rig it. That's dictatorial. I don't think I'm too dictatorial.
So you're telling me that you wouldn't rig the election if you lost in 2020?
Yeah, I'm telling you that I wouldn't launch the largest attack on the American democracy since the
but you
Civil
said
War.
the election was in 2023.
Okay, this guy has to be trolling at this point. Are you trolling?
No, I'm not trolling. I'm just trying to state what you said again. You said that the election was taking place in 2023. But again, there was no election in 2023.
Okay.
We never could.
Chat, should we just kick him?
No one in your chat's answered because they know how retarded you sound.
How many continents are there?
7.
Yeah, he had to have his 7-year-old brother give him the answer in order for him to know it. Really speaks highly about who he was, right? The guy that's coming up here screaming the R word, right? Had to have his 7-year-old brother tell him how many continents there were, right? And he literally can't track, right, a fucking sentence. Okay, listen, before we move on to the next guest, we need to get this one straight. We need to get this one straight. If you're a Trump supporter, I'm going to need you to be more intelligent than this cup of water, than the rocks outside my front door, okay? Than the asphalt on the road that connects to my driveway. Okay, we need to start enforcing some minimum intelligence threshold here. Because on a real note, that last guess, dumb as a rock. Comprehension ability, null. Right? Like, that was obvious. So, for the future, we're going to need you Trump supporters to just be a little bit more intelligent. Okay? Just intelligent enough to be able to track a somewhat coherent dialogue. Okay, guys? Okay? All right. And if you're already like 13 drinks in for the night, just stay away from the queue. I have a feeling like that last guy was a good 4 or 5. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I support President Trump. Yes, sir.
It's you again. Why do you try to come up here every day?
You're scared of me. You're scared of me, Dean. And I want to prove you wrong. You know the alligator. You know what's wrong? I don't want to expose you right now. Should I? You know what? I will expose you, but you're going to be scared. You're going to get scared if I expose you.
This guy's so fucking annoying.
You're gonna be scared if I expose you. You really wanna go there? In front of 10,000 people? I can expose you, dog.
How many do we have over on? So we have 2,500 people on YouTube too. Don't forget.
Okay, you want me to expose you right now? Because I could.
Yeah, expose me.
Okay, so Dean, let's talk about how you promote antichrist stuff on TikTok and how you're paid. Look, you only like Kamala because you're a grifter. You only like her because, look, you're making tons of money from Kamala. Dean, this is crazy. Why can't you come to Jesus, dude? I've seen many videos of you. You need to stop being a terrible person, Dean. You are terrible. You are like, you're crazy. You're a liberal. You and Santana's a DEI. Like, he's crazy. He wants men and women's sports. I've debated him multiple times, Dean, and I know those allegations that Dean Withers, I'll tell you those allegations. Want to talk about how you mocked a disabled person?
I never mocked a disabled person.
You mocked disabled conservatives, Dean.
No, I
yes, you did.
I literally had a conservative with a disability on my live yesterday, and I got on the ass of everybody in the chat who was mocking them.
Okay.
like if you've ever watched my stream when I have a disabled person on my panel, right? You know that is blatant misinformation. Every single time I have a disabled individual on my panel, okay, I do not mock their disability. I condemn those that do, and I treat them just like I would treat anybody else, okay? I attack the things that they can control, like their political beliefs, not the things that they can't control, like their disabilities. Now, we actually need to talk about an attack that was just launched on this live, coming from you. You said that Santana was a quote-unquote a DEI. So are you just using the phrase DEI there in exchange for the N-word?
No,
that's what it sounds like. Because that's what it sounds like. Because that's what a lot of conservatives do.
It's just sad,
right? It started with the N-word. Okay. Well, then society started to condemn calling black people the N-word. So then it went to colored. Then society started condemning calling black people colored. So then it went to an attack on the history, right, of racism in America, CRT, right? But then society started catching on that was bullshit. So then it went to BLM, fuck BLM. Okay, society started catching on, right? Like, you're not making any sense. Oh, so now it's going to DEI, right?
But why did you make
it's just an attempt, right, to find some societal permissible way, right, which I don't deem as permissible at all, to attack black people for being black people.
I never attacked any black person. It's
so,
just
so
that
why,
you make fun of
So why
Charlie.
did you say that Santana's quote-unquote a DEI?
I'm saying that because he voted for a DEI hire, Kamala. Kamala did nothing for this country.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
He did nothing.
So,
okay, tell me why.
Wait.
You always hate Trump for no reason.
I just want to clarify. So you think that if you voted for Kamala Harris in the last election, it makes you a quote-unquote DEI. So
yes, because
we'll talk about you just now doing the same exact thing that I just described, condemning a black person for being black by calling them DEI.
So why are you
because that's what
Trump?
you're doing to Kamala Harris.
But
But before, right, we even get on to that, how you're just using the phrase DEI as an alternative to the N-word to refer to Kamala Harris and Santana. Keep in mind they're both black people. Okay.
Why did you make
I first want you to tell us what you even mean by DEI. Like when you're saying that Santana is a quote-unquote DEI because he voted for Kamala Harris. What does the word DEI there even mean?
You're also a DEI. You also are a DEI.
What is this? What is this? What do you define DEI?
Because Kamala wanted free
No.
healthcare.
Define DEI.
Basically, you want to take a position like Kamala did because she was an African American Indian woman, and she code switched at her rallies though too.
So yeah. I mean, well, thank you so much for saying the quiet part out loud. I was like, you're using the phrase DEI interchangeable with an N-word, and then I asked you to define DEI, and then you're like, well, black person. But you also called me DEI. Am I black?
No, but you're a feminist.
Wait, okay. So people are DEI if they're black or a feminist.
And you know what's also rude is
So
you
I
made
so
fun
I
of-
just I just want to clarify.
fun of
I
Charlie
just want to
Kirk.
clarify in your position. People are DEI if they're black or a feminist.
And you made, but let's talk about how you made fun of Charlie Kirk.
We could
You
talk
don't wanna
about how
talk
you think I made fun of Charlie Kirk after you answer my question. Here.
No, because it's sad to see he was a Christian man.
So
right?
so you don't control the conversation, little bro. Let's clarify on what your definition of DEI is. You're defining DEI to be people that are black or people that are feminists.
I mean, a DEI is someone who cares about like trans men and trans women. Like, come on, that's DEI people right there.
Okay, so you're a DEI person if you care about trans individuals. So doesn't the Bible tell you to love thy neighbor? Well, trans individuals are your neighbors, so therefore you, according to the scripture, ought to care about trans individuals. So therefore, if you are fulfilling, the testimony and gospel of Jesus Christ, you're DEI.
God made women, a woman and a male, and you gotta look.
Once
you're
again,
basically-
another pivot. Does God tell you to love thy neighbor?
and he tells you not to make fun of dead people.
Answer my question.
He tells you not to make fun
Answer
of
my
dead
question.
people.
Does God tell you to love thy neighbor?
Only if they're not an antichrist like the trans community.
So where in the Bible does it say love your neighbor unless they're trans? What verse? Don't give me a pivot. Don't give me a deflection. Give me a verse.
Crawford is? You know who Bryson Crawford is?
That's the deflection. Give me the verse.
It's just common sense.
No,
it's on
so saying that
right
it's common sense is also a deflection. Give me the verse.
And guess what? Making fun of Charlie Kirk is not.
No, there's the pivot. Give me the verse. Give me the verse of the Bible that says love your neighbor unless they're trans.
The verse is common sense.
Oh, guess what? Common sense, quote unquote, is not a verse because a verse would include a book or chapter and a number.
Why do you take
and a verse
advantage?
number.
So why would you make fun
Crystal,
of?
thank you so much for the motorcycle. I really appreciate you so much.
Why
for the
did
love.
Why did you make fun of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so once again, another pivot. So I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to tell you this. I'm just gonna give you 5 more strikes. I feel like you're gonna burn through them very quickly. If you pivot or deflect 5 more times, you're gonna get kicked. You know what? Why don't I just kick you now? We're going to just go to move on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. Only join inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that is at least 18 years old that supports Trump as president. I've had a chill day. I've had a download day. I have had, a calm day. Okay, we're only 30 minutes into the stream, and this is already the shit that we're getting. By the way, that last guest restricted my live. So our live's not even... maybe that's what he's, intentionally doing. I think that guy comes up here to intentionally get the live stream restricted, right? Because he's done that a couple times now, and I just think that I've been too stupid to even realize. I've been too stupid to even realize that agitators on the right will come up here and say specific phrases, right? Knowing that I'll let them continue to stay on the live just so the live gets restricted. Duck, what's up? Do you support Trump? Only join the stream if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, everybody. We have a live restriction for the next 10 minutes, so it'll be up soon. It's not permanent. All right, moving back on to the next guest, guys. Please follow the rules. Please, 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 please. I really don't have to repeat myself many times on that, guys. It's already hard enough dealing with the Trump supporters. Still make me deal with the trolls, too. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
How old are you?
I'm 18.
I don't believe you. Moving on to the next guest. All right. Who will it be? This next guest is named, quote unquote, You Don't Know Me. Hey, over on YouTube, DeBoss, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. DeBoss, thank you so much for your kindness. DeBoss with the $20 says, I will say this again. If Dean is a grifter, what is Trump? Trump is infinitely more money grifted and is a master manipulator and made hundreds of more than Dean does in a year. Seriously, also, this person is crazy loss. Yeah, if I'm a grifter, then Donald Trump, right, is, I guess, to reference something maybe that last guy said, the literal antichrist. Okay, guys, he made $27 billion in 3 days off of a meme coin that was later rug pulled. Okay, come on, really? What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age?
19.
What year were you born in?
08. I mean 06.
Fetus deletus. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got... I don't know. Everybody in the queue looks like a troll. Matthew Coyotes. I guess maybe Matthew doesn't look like a troll. All right, while we're getting this next guest loaded up into the stream, folks, I want to go ahead and thank a couple people here. Kiefer, thank you so much for the $20 over at Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the kindness, Kiefer. That is Keifer. Thank you. Thank you so much for the kindness.
Hello?
What's going on, man? Just give me a second here, Matthew. I want y'all to show some love to Kiefer down below in that chat for the... What's that?
I didn't know if you could hear me or not.
Oh yeah, I can. Just give me one moment. I want y'all to show some love to Kiefer down below in that chat for the $20, who says, "I'm sick of people using their faith in politics when politics doesn't care about your feelings. Tell this man to grow up." Yeah, the last guy has a lot of growing up to do. Thank you so much for the $20, Kiefer. Matthew, how old are you?
20.
J-Buck, appreciate you for the Galaxy. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, let me thank a couple more people, then I'll pass you the mic so you can tell us why you support that tyrannical maniac. Another person I'd like to thank here is Andrew. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, "Wow, DEI is really the new N-word." Yeah, it's just another way to attack black people for being black. I appreciate you for the $10, Andrew. I don't know why this guy's laughing. And Bobby, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Holy crap, Bobby. That is Bobee. Bobby with the $50 says, "Hey Dean, ACLU.org has a holiday conversation guide. I thought your viewers may appreciate knowing about this resource. Oh, I bet if it's posted by the ACLU, it's great. I'm going to have to check that one out myself. Bobby, thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you for being here. And thank you for sharing that great resource with us all. I want to see 500 Bobby W's down below in that comment section. One more person to thank you over on Venmo, Callie. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. He says, "Hey, Dean, just watched the VOD from yesterday. That Steven guy was insane." Oh my God, yeah, Steven was fucking nuts. All right. Then one person I'd like to thank over on PayPal, Addie. Thank you so much for the $20. Addie, it's so good to see you again today. You've been hanging out with us like nearly every goddamn day. We love you. That is ADDY. While we're hopping into this debate with Matthew, show some love to Bobby, Addie, and all the other donors down below in that chat. Matthew, take it away. Why the hell do you support this maniac?
Okay. I was sitting here listening for like 10 minutes. And I want to know one thing, though, before we talk about that. Did you really make fun of Charlie Kirk getting shot? Like,
no.
Why'd he say that?
He said that trans people were the Antichrist. He said that DEI is defined as black
Wait,
people.
what do you mean he said that?
And he said that I'm a grifter. I don't think we should take that last guy too seriously. Right? Is that fair? Is that fair, Matthew? Let's not take what he said too seriously. Is that fair, Matthew?
No, I take what you say seriously. I'm not even caring about it. It's just the way you put things sometimes.
I'm saying that we shouldn't take that last guy too seriously. The guy that was defining DEI as black people and feminists.
The things that you say, I listen to what you. I'm trying to say what you said, not what you said.
So let's just focus on our conversation about why you still support Trump as president. Take it away. Why do you support this tyrannical maniac?
Wow. You know what you would say to me if it was reversed? You would say that was a pivot. And the whole chat would be spamming.
So the reason why it's not a pivot is because it's literally the topic of the live.
They glaze you for no reason at all.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I know how it works.
The infinite
you know
glaze. The infinite glaze.
I know how it go. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Okay.
W Glaze, can we get a W Glaze in that chat, please?
And all you're good at is when we talk about Trump, but when it comes to everything else, you're a piece of shit. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sorry to tell you that. You really are.
Very big, strong emotions, man.
Because look, you want me to tell you why? Look, listen.
Oh my God.
Because you said love your neighbor unless they're trans, but common sense tells you, oh, well, I'm a Christian. Let me not be evil and think, oh, they're transgender. Just don't worry about them. So you don't talk about stuff like that, dude. Secretly down.
That was the last guest's claim that also supported Trump. You're just calling the last Trump supporter that was on this live.
I'll guess. But what am I saying wrong though?
Matthew.
The truth is the truth.
Matthew,
truth is the truth at the end of the fucking day.
Matthew, can you focus on the words that are coming out of my mouth for a moment?
I understand you.
Okay.
And I already know what you want to tell me.
Just listen to what I'm about to say, Matthew. So you just said that I'm real dumb when we're not talking about Trump, and then you gave an example of me apparently saying that the Bible says to love thy neighbor unless they're trans. But just to clarify here, that's not something I said. That's something the last Trump supporter said.
Said what? Well, no, because you're the one who compared it that way. You did an analogy like you always do. Let me talk for 1 second, okay? This is what you did. You made an analogy. And you said, love your neighbor unless they're trans. That's what you said. You gave him an analogy, but that's not how it works. And he was trying to say that to you. He said common sense, you know?
Dude.
Obviously,
No.
you know, you need to have.
He
Man.
said that it was common sense.
But it's
that
always
the-
L
oh my
gas.
God.
It's always this and
Dude,
that.
dude,
But if you want to go
Matthew,
back and show what you said, then
Matthew.
you know, do what you want.
Matthew, the last
I'm
guest
just saying.
said that it was common sense, that the Bible says.
Why don't you go back and show it like how you do with Trump?
Oh
Why
my
don't you
God.
do that?
Because
like right now? It's like
because
30 seconds.
I'm not your fucking dog. I don't sit here to your beckon and call, okay? I don't sit here to just answer to whatever you want me to do, okay? We're here to debate, all right, about why you support Trump as president. I'm not going to sit here and rewind the live just to get one over on you in a conversation completely unrelated to why you support Trump as president. Why is everyone so insane tonight?
Just let me talk for 1 second, okay?
Why is everyone so insane? Why?
Bro, you're
oh my
always
God.
live 24/7
Okay.
for how
Okay,
many?
you know what, Matthew? Just because you are pissing me off, I will go ahead and play back the conversation with the last guest when he said that. Doesn't care about your feelings. Tell this man to grow up. That is at least 18 years old. Christ, your DEI.
God made women, a woman and a male, and you gotta look.
Once
you're
again,
basically-
another pivot. Does God tell you to love thy neighbor?
And he tells you not to make fun of dead people.
Answer my question.
He tells you not to make fun
Answer
of
my
dead
question. Does God tell you to love thy neighbor?
Okay.
Only if they're not an antichrist like the trans community.
So where in the Bible does it say love your neighbor? Yeah, Matthew.
Just
Sit
'cause he said that
down.
doesn't mean that.
Shut
No.
up. And tell us why you support Trump as president.
Bro. Just because he said that's not what you was saying. I'm saying what you was saying, not what he was saying. We already said that in the beginning.
This guy's like a total idiot. Okay, so I'm going to repeat the same thing that I said at the beginning of the live. Oh my God. You have to have the comprehension level of at least a third grader to be in this space. Oh my God. It's impossible. It is impossible with incompetent people. That incompetent man joined up and he was like, Dean, you were saying that the Bible says to not love trans people. And the dean was like, no. The last guest was trying to argue that the Bible says to not love trans people. And then I told the last guest that he was wrong. And then Matthew was like, play it back, Dean. And I was like, no, I really don't want to do that because it'd just be wasting time. But then I finally did, okay? And we listened to the last guy. Like, all together, we listened to the last guy go, the Bible says to love thy neighbor unless they're trans because they're the Antichrist. And then he's like, wait, but I'm still right, Dean. You're still the one that said the Bible says that. Even though I just listened to the last guest make that claim and you debate against them, you are still the one that made, dude, zero comprehension. None. Okay? If you have no comprehension, we can't even have a dialogue. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest together. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. I am going to lose it. I'm so close to legitimately losing it.
Hello?
But I shall maintain peace. I shall choose peace. Hello, Ashley. Do you support Trump as president?
I do support Trump.
And how old are you?
I'm 33. Sorry.
Big difference between 20 and 33. I believe you. Ashley, are you patient?
I am.
Okay. Can I ask you to hold on for a second while I thank a couple people?
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ashley. Yo, Melissa, thank you so much for the $20 over in YouTube Super Chat. Melissa with the $20 says, Dean, thanks. You're such an important part of our lives. Thank you for enduring such insane people daily. Melissa, I've seen you here before. You've shown some love before. Just know that I really appreciate you. Just know that I think you're awesome. Let's get 200 Melissa W's down below in that chat. Let's also get 200 DeBoss W's down below in that chat, who says, look, it makes sense, though, because Trump says that he, quote unquote, loves the uneducated. His base is the uneducated. And by the way, he's trying to build his base, and that's why he wants to dismantle the Federal Department of Education. Melissa and DeBoss, I really do appreciate both of you for the $20 over on Super Chat. And Brayden, thank you so much for the $40 on PayPal. Jesus Christ. Brayden, thank you, man. Brayden with the $40 on PayPal says, love you, bro. Wish I could watch the stream tonight, but it's Blackout Wednesday. Dean, you know what's up. Fry those Trump supporters. Brayden, I appreciate you so much for being here. Enjoy the rest of your night, brother, and thank you for the $40. All the love to you as well. Let's get 400 Brayden W's down below in that comment section. William and Brayden, I also appreciate both of you for the 5. David, thank you for the 2. Claire with the 5. Linux with the 5. And Michelle, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says, I'm a quiet follower, but wanted to say I thank you for helping me understand and learn about politics. Well, Michelle, I'm very thankful that you are here with us this evening. Happy early Thanksgiving, and thank you so much for the $25 donation. Show some love to Militia, Michelle, the boss, and Brayden down below in that comment section while we pass the mic off to Ashley to tell us why she's a Trump supporter. Take it away.
I'm a Trump supporter because I just don't think I just think we should get rid of people who are immigrated here and here illegally.
We should deport undocumented immigrants. Okay. All right. Check this out. Can you name one specific positive material outcome of mass deportation on America?
Sorry, repeat it.
Can you name one specific positive material outcome of mass deportation on America?
Sorry, repeat it one more time.
Okay. Let me know if you need me to define any of these words. Can you name one specific? Specific just means an example, like one example, right?
Mm-hmm.
One specific example, right, of a positive outcome, okay, of mass deportation on America. Is there any word in there that you need me to define? Okay. We're just going to go and kick them. Moving on to the next guest. We got Tristan loading up into the box. Oh my God. 50 minutes in the stream. Yet, honestly, I feel like we would have heard better arguments if I was broadcasting live from a third grade classroom. And the funny part is that wasn't even supposed to be funny. The funny part is that it's likely not a joke. The funny part is that it's probably true. Hello, Tristan. Do you support Trump as president?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay, Tristan. You know what? We need to start screening the intelligence level of our guests. How many continents are there?
7.
Okay, you answered that one pretty quickly. Good. And how many sides do triangles have?
Oh my gosh. All right, 3.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. Take it away. Tell us why you support this tyrannical, predator's president, Mr. Trump.
All right. Well, for one, I don't think he's a predator. And two, Dean, I've watched a lot of your content previously, and I've loved the debates between you and some other people in the past, especially with Charlie. I think you're fairly intelligent, and I think that you're right. There are a lot of Trump supporters that have a low intelligence, but for the majority of the country that have voted for him, listen, the American people have also spoken. So to debate that is kind of crazy, but I'll go ahead and give it a shot.
Okay, well, first and foremost, right, I think that it's insane for you to suggest that because Trump won the election, therefore he's a good president. Okay, right? Just because a bunch of people agree on something doesn't make it true. Right, a really good counterexample to this would be the likely fact that you don't think Biden was a good president, yet Biden got the most votes out of any presidential candidate ever, or the fact that for most of human history, 90% of people alive thought the Earth was flat.
Yeah, those are some good points. I personally didn't vote for Biden, and I didn't vote for Harris. I think that a lot of Trump's policies I agree with currently, and he also upholds a lot of the value systems that I agree with. I'm not left leaning even in the slightest. However, I was raised by a family of liberals. So I understand arguments for both sides, and sometimes I'm on the fence on certain subjects, including some of the policies that Trump supports. So
Yeah, so we
what do
could
you
go
want to
through
get
this.
into?
Well, I mean, the very first thing that you said when you came up here was, quote unquote, first of all, Trump's not a predator. He is. He is a predator. I mean, he's literally admitted to sexually exploiting women and girls.
To the degree of it being criminal?
Well, hopefully we could agree that all sexual exploitation would qualify somebody as a predator, right?
Sure, but I agree that almost every person on the
Now, we
planet would
should also agree that
probably
all
be
sexual
guilty.
exploitation should be criminal.
Absolutely.
Wait, what were you about to
don't
say? You
dis-
just said that every person on the planet would be would be guilty of sexual exploitation.
To some degree, a point in their life, I'm sure that someone has been either misconstrued, either in a certain setting or not, because people just it just happens all the time.
So just to be clear, what I'm accusing Trump of here is abusing his power dynamic as the owner of a beauty pageant to unconsensually barge into the dressing rooms of the naked women and naked girls that were contestants at the beauty pageant to look at them while they're naked in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct. I don't think everyone's ever done that. Are you saying that you've done something similar?
No, nothing to that. No.
Because maybe like the reason why you think everybody else has done it is because you have. But if you're telling us you haven't, I'll believe you. But like, hopefully,
Can't
like,
tell you how many beauty pageants I own, buddy. Let me tell you.
Hopefully, you're not like downplaying the wrongness of Donald Trump being a predator by the sexual exploitation of women and girls by abusing his power dynamic over their position of vulnerability in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct, right?
Absolutely not, but you could say the same thing could be guilty of pretty much half of the Senate. So,
okay. Well, if half of the Senate was guilty of this, they shouldn't have their seats renewed come midterms and they should be outed. Right?
correct. So why would that be any different from Biden and anyone else who's also been guilty of a similar incident?
Well, I don't think that Biden is. One person I certainly know
I
who
feel
isn't.
like I feel like you're falling on that one, Dean.
One moment. One person who I certainly know isn't would be Kamala Harris, who is the Democrat that ran against Trump in the last election.
Specifically against women, or in the fact that she's,
Not just specifically against women. Men can be sexually exploited too. She's just never sexually exploited anyone. The only predator in the last election was Trump. And by the way, I just want it to be known that now you were very, very quietly shifting the goalposts. Because your first claim was Trump is not a predator. I give you pretty damning argument that he is.
Well,
and
that was
now
your
you've
claim.
shifted the
Your claim was that he
goalpost
was
to
a
your
predator.
claim, right? To, well, maybe he is a predator, but so are a lot of other people.
I don't necessarily agree that Trump is a predator. No.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that sexually exploiting women and
I
girls
don't think that the
makes you a
burden of
predator.
proof is great enough for him to be considered a predator.
Okay, so let's just see if we could agree on this. If you sexually exploit naked women and naked little girls, are you a predator?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if I could prove to you that Donald Trump has sexually exploited women and or girls, in turn, you'd agree that he's a predator.
If you could prove it.
Yeah, if I could prove it. Would you stop supporting him if you thought he was a predator?
Yeah, I probably would stop supporting him if I thought he was a predator, seeing as how I just have a 3-month-old daughter. But
okay, well, maybe I'll actually be able to change your mind, man. So, okay, let's just recap. You said that if I could prove to you that he sexually exploited women and or girls, he would be a predator, and you'd stop supporting him if he was a predator. So let's see if we could agree on what a fair definition of sexual exploitation would be. Can we agree that sexual exploitation would include the abuse of one's position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else and the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct?
Correct.
Okay. Would a good example of this being true be maybe the owner of a beauty pageant abusing their position of power to walk backstage into a private women's only space where there's no men around to look at the naked bodies of women and or girls because they had no clothes on?
Sure.
Okay. So here's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to doing exactly that. And hopefully after I play you this clip that I'm looking up right now, you'll redact your support from Trump and you'll turn around and be a new man because you agreed that this would be sexual exploitation. You agreed that this would make him a predator. And you stated that if he was a predator, you'd stop supporting him as president. Let's go to listen to that clip now. This is Trump on Howard Stern's radio show in April of 2005.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So are you taking the red hat off? No longer a Trump
I don't-
supporter? I changed your mind?
I'm confused. Was there any testimony from said occasions that any women felt like they were being abused?
Oh, yeah, yes. So, yes, there was. Miss Arizona of 2001 spoke out and she said that, yeah, Trump would just like walk in on her while she was naked. Then we had 4 underage contestants from Miss Teen USA of 1997, including Mariah Bogado, who said we would just be naked and Trump would walk in on us and he'd say, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before. Right?
You're
So-
able to be underage to compete in those competitions?
Yeah, Miss Teen USA was for 15-year-olds.
Oh, Miss Teen USA
and
was he
19-year-olds.
walked in on Miss Teen USA.
Yeah, so he did this at Miss Teen USA. He did this at Miss USA. He probably did it at Miss Universe too.
I'll have to look into that for myself. I appreciate you letting me know about that, but I don't necessarily agree that he would go and check out teenagers
You just listened to him say that he'd do this.
at a teen pageant.
So in that clip, I don't think he specified the exact pageant. He was just saying that he does this overall, which would make sense considering the fact that we had the teens speak out and say that it happened to them. We had the women speak out and say that it happened to them. But I mean, if where your mind is at right now is that, well, maybe he didn't do it to the teens and only did it to the women, it's still sexual exploitation because it was still unconsensual, meaning that he's still a predator, meaning that you should still take that red hat off if you're a man of your word.
Like I said, I'll look into it.
What else?
But there's still a lot of.
What else is there more to know? I mean, we just heard him admit to it. Like realistically, what more could you need beyond?
Well,
his own
what
admission?
we just heard was him admitting to going backstage to the adult pageants that I am assuming he's speaking on with Howard Stern, because it'd be kind of stupid of him to admit to child predator behavior on a radio talk show.
So did you know that it's actually still sexual exploitation when it happens to adults?
Absolutely. But
right.
my point is
meaning that he'd
I'd
still be a predator if everything that you just said was true.
No, I know. You're absolutely right. Hypothetically, he could be right, but I need to know and research what you just backed up your claim with saying that women have come forward and said that they've done this and done that. I'd like to go read those for myself.
Okay, so I understand why you'd like to go read those for yourself. I get it. But why is Donald Trump's admission of guilt not enough?
Well, what was the admission of guilt to? That he's gone in backstage on pageants like any other owner of any kind of beauty pageant show has done? There's been women that have done it. There's been men that have done it.
I'll tell you what the admission was. So the admission was him abusing his power dynamic by allowing himself to go into this private women's only space, right? The admission was saying, quote unquote, well, I'm the owner of the pageant, so I could just allow myself in, do an inspection, ha ha ha. And then the second admission is once he abused that power dynamic and allowed himself into this private women's only space. Once again, we know it's a private women's only space since he said there's no men around. His second admission is that they had no clothes on and he'd look at them and they look great. Okay, so those two admissions that he'd abuse his power dynamic as the owner and infiltrate and exploit the women and girls in this space by looking at them naked, right? That's enough to classify sexual exploitation. That's enough to call him a predator. And because that's enough to call him a predator, and you said you'd stop supporting him if he was a predator, it's enough to change your mind if you're a man of your word and not a spineless hypocrite.
I'm not a spineless hypocrite, but I don't think that meets the burden of proof.
Why not?
I just don't agree with it.
Can you give an argument for why it doesn't meet a fair burden?
Sure. The rebuttal that was said was that you had backed it up with the claim that there were testimony of women that have openly stated that they felt that it was a breach of privacy and abuse, and I'd like to go and research that for myself.
Oh,
because
so
otherwise,
I agree.
Otherwise, as an owner of those shows, if it had been established previously that he had done it regularly, as he admits he says he's done, how often had complaints, or if any, had come to light. Whether or not something is considered abuse would be whether or not somebody is uncomfortable in that situation, which we've already agreed to, and that's the same statutory rape that they have to get into those types of burdens for proof when you go to court.
Okay.
Which is why he's never been found guilty of any of those kind of allegations.
So point number one, the corroborating evidence of the testimony of the victims at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, right, don't throw the collective evidence over that threshold of believable. They just simply serve as like a metaphorical cherry on top.
Why wouldn't they? There's plenty of there would be.
Well,
wait,
if you're
you
gonna
just
let
said
me, if
there
you're
would
gonna
be
let
a
me,
room.
if you're gonna let me finish, I'm gonna have to mute you because I want to be able to finish here. They don't throw the collective evidence over that threshold of being believable, but they rather just serve as the metaphorical cherry on top of the sundae, the very shitty sundae, the shit sundae, because all that we need to know to like believe that he did this to the women and girls is the fact that he admitted to it, right? Right? Like Donald Trump said he did this. Donald Trump said he sexually exploited them. We don't need anything more than that, full stop. Okay? Right? Like if one of my buddies went to a party and then came back to my house and then he was like, Dean, I raped a woman at this party. Okay, I wouldn't be like, maybe he raped somebody at that party. Maybe he didn't rape somebody at that party. I need to do more research. No, he just told me that he raped somebody at the party. Right? I'm not going to sit back and say, maybe I need to go survey the women that were at that party and maybe try to find the woman that he apparently raped and ask her about it. Does it get her? No, he told me, you know what I mean? Like, all that you need to know to understand that he did this was him telling you it. Go ahead.
Sorry, I guess it turned off my mic. Oh, you muted me. I got it. No, I agree with you in the sense of your hypothetical with your friend, yada yada and so, whatever you want to go with that route. But my point is that yes, he has said on the talk show that he has gone backstage to one of his shows and seen the women there. I wouldn't call that abuse.
Okay. So we've already gone over how what he admitted to was sexual exploitation. I'll go ahead and just like quickly repeat that argument so then you could be a little bit more clear on your rebuttal. So the reason why what he did to those women and girls was sexual exploitation is because the definition of sexual exploitation would involve the abuse of one's position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else in the furtherance of unconsensual conduct. He meets the first criteria of abusing his position of power because he abused the fact that he was the owner of the pageant to allow himself into this private women's only space. And then this scenario also meets, right, that second qualifier of using this position of power to abuse a position of vulnerability of one else because the women and the girls dressing in the dressing room were in a vulnerable position, vulnerable enough to take all of their clothes off, get naked and change since there's only other like contestants, other women around, no men. That's what a private women's only space is. And he did so in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct. And that unconsensual sexual conduct was him unconsensually looking at their naked bodies.
If this was unconsensual conduct, my question comes from that point is where I'm trying to say, if this was unconsensual conduct, where's the lawsuits?
Oh, okay.
We're talking about a room filled with contestants, as you would say, tons of witnesses, tons of viable witness accounts. Where's the lawsuits?
Okay.
Why would it be uncontested, unconsensual?
So point number one, the question insofar as why there was no litigation brought against him for doing so is separate and decoupled from the fact that we know that he did this because once again, he admitted to it. Now we could like speculate reasons why there's never litigation. One moment, don't, and there's another interruption. So now you're muted. So we could speculate reasons insofar as why there's never any lawsuits. First and foremost, 60% of women that are raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetimes. Okay. Second of all, only like 5% of men that do rape women ever see criminal accountability for it. Third of all, well, he held that position of power over them. He was signing their paychecks. He was furthering their career. So what would the personal repercussions be for them if they were to file a lawsuit against them? Their career would be destroyed. And then fourth of all, he is a rich and powerful white man. I mean, think about it. If this rich and powerful white man was willing to outcast the implicit social understanding of what it means for a space to be women only, okay? If he's willing to disregard the blaringly obvious and understood, vastly understood fact that that is a space only for women, and he was willing to encroach on that boundary and break it, what else would he be willing to do to those victims if they were to tell him no for a second time? What else would he be willing to do to those victims if they spoke out and filed a lawsuit? Okay? And these are the thoughts going through the minds of women that are in abusive relationships with husbands who beat them, but never divorce them and never file criminal charges. These are the thoughts going through the minds of women who are at school, get raped by a classmate, get raped by a professor, but don't want to be socially ostracized or failed. So they continue to go to class, continue to go to school, never file any criminal litigation. And these are likely the thoughts that were going through the heads of the victims who he sexually exploited backstage. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, no, I absolutely agree that most of the women that have situations like that and get raped, as you put it, that happens to them, and not more than the majority of them don't come forward from it because it's a traumatizing experience. That's not what I'm talking about. We're talking about probably a dozen or more, 30, however many contestants there were, all in the same dressing room, all visible, all in front of a man, as you would say, Mr. Trump. You're telling me that that never happened, that none of them came forward to press charges against him?
So what you're doing right now
We're
is
not
you're
talking about
so what you're
great.
so
We're
what
not
you're,
talking
so what you're
about
doing
great.
right now is you're repeating yourself, right?
Yeah,
How
but
about
you
so
still
you're
haven't
just
answered.
you're making this just so significantly more complicated than it needs to be. Do you believe that Donald Trump did what he admitted to in that audio clip?
That he went backstage.
Just
Sure.
okay. So let's just go ahead and quickly once again listen to what he said he did.
Also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, so what we just heard him admit to was going into a private space with no men around, okay, to look at the naked women and girls inside of that space. First and foremost, okay, you continue to repeat, well, maybe they consented. Maybe they wanted him in there. In the beginning of that clip, he didn't say that they allowed him in, which would have been the case if they wanted him in there or they consented. He said that he allowed himself in. And then just to compound my argument here, he went on to say, under the guise of doing an inspection. Okay? If they were okay with him looking at them while they're naked, then it wouldn't be under the guise of an inspection. And if they were okay with him looking at them while they were naked, if it was a explicit understanding between the women in the space, well, then at the end of that clip, he wouldn't have said that he quote unquote gets away with it. Right? Like, I don't get away with engaging in consensual sex with my girlfriend, right? Because there's nothing wrong about me engaging in consensual sex with my girlfriend. I don't get away with debating Trump supporters on TikTok Live because there's nothing wrong with debating Trump supporters on TikTok Live. It's actually a good thing to try to change more minds. So when Donald Trump says that he gets away with it, that's implying that even Donald Trump knew that what he was doing was wrong. So you said that you accept that Donald Trump did everything he admitted to in that clip.
But I don't
he
think
admitted
that
to in that clip was
I don't
sexual
think that
exploitation.
it meets the burden of him being a predator. No.
It meets the classification of sexual exploitation, and you said if a man is guilty of sexual exploitation, therefore they're a predator. So in fact, it does meet your own burden of him being a predator.
Then I guess I would need to amend that burden because I don't agree with that scenario being enough without proof. Like I said, because I haven't researched it.
That is proof. His admission is proof.
No, the I said I'm amending what I would consider proof of a burden from that definition that we talked about earlier.
Notice how you're changing how much proof you need based upon what Donald Trump
No,
does.
but I agree. I agree to this
Oh my
extent
God.
that yes.
So now you're changing your burden. So you're saying that him admitting to it isn't enough. So I mean, let's just rerun the hypothetical. If your best friend came to you, you knew he was at a party last night, you knew that there was women there, you knew people were drunk, and he said, "Last night I raped a drunk woman." Would you believe him?
Yes.
So if your friend told you, that'd be enough evidence for you to believe that it occurred. So when Donald Trump is telling you, why isn't that enough evidence to believe that it occurred?
Well, for one, that's grape, as you put it.
So you're saying if somebody were to admit to grape, you'd believe them full stop. But if somebody were to admit to sexual violence, like sexual exploitation, you wouldn't. That doesn't make much sense.
Sure. I would believe, but I don't believe that what he did was sexual violence.
Oh, so now we're like ping ponging between two arguments. Dude, make up your mind. What is it? Is there not enough evidence
So
that he
here's
did
the
these
question.
things?
May
Or
I-
is what
may
he
I ask a
admitted?
hypothetical?
No. Listen to what I'm saying, because now you're ping ponging between two arguments. So your first argument was there's not enough evidence to believe that he did it. And then I just ran you through a dialogue tree to demonstrate that there was, right? You would accept the standard of evidence as it would relate to one of your friends saying that they did it. So why wouldn't you accept the standard of evidence when Donald Trump tells you that he did it? And then you amended and pivoted your argument into now saying, well, what he admitted to wasn't sexual exploitation. I've already repeated to you how many times? 5 times that what he admitted to was sexual exploitation. I'll do it one last time super duper quickly. Sexual exploitation includes the abuse of a position of power over the position of vulnerability for one else for the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct. You already agreed that that is a part of the definition of sexual exploitation. That's exactly what Donald Trump admitted to.
And the very end of that definition was...
And abusing their position of vulnerability, right, to take advantage of them, go into that space for the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct because he unconsensually looked at their naked bodies. We know that it was unconsensual because point number one, if you're under the age of 18, you can't consent. That's pretty cut and dry. And we know that the women at Miss USA and Miss Universe didn't consent, or else he wouldn't have said that he got away with it. We know that they didn't consent, or else he would have said that they invited him in when he said he just allowed himself in under the guise of an inspection. And we know that they didn't consent because we've had multiple of these women speak out publicly. Okay, you have absolutely no argument to demonstrate that they did consent. You have no argument to demonstrate that what he admitted to wasn't sexual exploitation. You have no argument to demonstrate why we shouldn't believe Donald Trump when he's telling us this in this conversation that he had with Howard Stern in 2005. At the end of the day, you're just a spineless MAGA droid. You don't care about fact. You don't care about reality. You don't care about sexual violence. You don't care about women and girls. All that you care about is finding a way to contort reality to continue to bend the knee to a tyrant predator. You just can't make this shit up.
Sorry, are you done?
No, I could continue to give you more reason to believe that he did it, such as the fact that it aligns with other facts of his character, such as saying in 2006, right, on a private access Hollywood tape, that he could just grab women by the P word and he doesn't even need to ask first. Okay, that's also in line with the character of somebody that would sexually exploit women and girls. In 2023, he was held civilly liable for the raping E. Jean Carroll by a unanimous jury of 9. That's definitely in line with the character of somebody that would sexually exploit these women and girls. Okay, I mean, he's hit on a 10-year-old girl sexualizing her, saying that he'd be dating her in 10 years. That's definitely in line of the character that would of somebody that would sexually exploit women and girls. He was best buddies with Epstein. He knew what Epstein was doing to those girls per an email that Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011. He did and said nothing. He even sent him a letter depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." That's definitely in line with the character of somebody that would sexually exploit women and girls. So considering everything I just told you, start to finish, A to Z, going over the definition of sexual exploitation, going over how what Donald Trump admitted to fulfills it, going over how we should accept him for his word, the same way you'd accept your friend if he told you he raped a woman at a party last night, going over how we also have the testimony from the victims at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, going over how Donald Trump's other actions historically align with him, yes, indeed, sexually exploiting these women and girls. I think it's case closed. It's a pattern of behavior.
Okay, I'll look into it.
Buddy, it's case closed. There's nothing more to look into.
Fair enough, Dean. Have you ever had a debate with somebody where you weren't sure if whether or not everything that they were giving you as fact was fact? So you'd say that, hey, I'll go and look at that afterward.
What are you
Have
like?
you?
What are you
But
like? What are you like? Not sure is a fact here.
The testimony. You're talking about all the contestants.
Oh my God.
And all
Oh my God. Wait.
So
So
I'll
the second point that I just made in my argument was that we should take Donald Trump for his word because he told you that he did it. And I already got you to concede on that point by arguing that if you had a buddy that you knew went to a party with drunk women last night and he came back to you and he told you that he raped one of the women at this party last night, you'd believe him. So therefore, why wouldn't you believe Donald Trump when he's telling you he sexually exploited women and girls? You already conceded, right, that would be enough evidence. So therefore, right, it doesn't require necessarily the further investigation of the victim testimony to justify and prove reasonably that he did these things.
No, that it was unconsensual.
Waves, thank you so much for the wolf. Thank you so much. I really
That it
appreciate you
proves,
so
and
much.
that was part of the definition.
Oh, yeah. So what proves it's unconsensual, right, is what Donald Trump said in the clip. We've already gone over this 2 times. I'll go over it a 3rd time. If it was consensual, then he wouldn't have said that he allows himself in. He would have said that the women allowed him in. If it was consensual, then he wouldn't have said when he allowed himself in, it was under the guise of what did he say? Under the guise of an inspection. And if it was consensual, then at the end he wouldn't have said that he gets away with it, since it wouldn't have been wrong, and you only get away, quote unquote, with doing things that are wrong.
Or if he had to get away with it, as you said, he put it, why were there no repercussions for it?
Yeah, oh my God! Waves! Thank you so much for the lion! Yo, that is crazy! Oh my God! Listen, if you're watching over on YouTube, you obviously didn't get to see that, but somebody on TikTok named Waves just dropped a fucking lion that is like one of the largest gifts on TikTok. Waves, thank you so much, brother. Everybody, please show some love to Waves down below in that chat. Thank you. Okay, and now the most recent point is, well, right, if this did happen and it was inconsensual, why was there never any litigation?
Which is part of the definition,
I've already went over this point as well with you. You're just having me repeat myself at this point, right? And not only is it common, right, for women to not file litigation after they've been raped, after they've been exploited, but it's actually more frequent than not. 60% of women that are raped throughout their life never report it to the authorities in their life. Not to mention the fact that when sexual violence is perpetuated against a woman or girl by an individual in a position of power or authority, it makes them even more likely to not report these things, since they control their career, they control their future. Trump signed their paychecks. Not to mention that if Donald Trump, a billionaire white guy, was willing to violate the social contract in their consent by walking into that space and exploiting them, what else would he be willing to do them if they were to speak out? We know somebody else that spoke out, Katie Johnson, received death threats and had to drop litigation after she filed that against him. And Eugene Carroll, another woman who spoke out, was fired from her job, turned into a monolith to the left, and continues to be called crazy every day, all day by about 1 million Trump supporters all over the internet. And once again, only 5% of men who ever grape women are held criminally accountable for it. So according to your logic, since the other 95% never saw their day in court, apparently they're not actually rapists. But keep in mind, that was me repeating myself. I've already said this all, because I've already proved this to you, Tristan. You are just a brainless, okay? Listen to that word. Brainless Trump supporter. Michelle, thank you for the galaxy. Emperor, thank you for the galaxies as well. Thank you so much. Oh, be silent. Oh, why did the little girls not make formal legal complaints, right, about the famous billionaire that sexually exploited them? Like, dude. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for all the galaxies. I appreciate you guys. Tristan, buddy, I sent you like 3 invites to unmute. Alyssa, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you. Okay, so I've already sent Tristan 4 invites now to unmute. He will not unmute his microphone. He's not going to do it. He's just not going to unmute his mic. I'll show you guys me sending him another invite. I think that he's bowing out. Okay, Tristan, are you going to accept the invitation? Unmute. Dude, click on your profile picture in the bottom in the bottom right-hand corner of the phone screen and click on the icon of the microphone. Jesus Christ.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yo, Benjamin, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Show some love to Benjamin down below in that chat, everybody. Thank you so much for the love, Benjamin. I want to make sure that we could also go ahead and read out Benjamin's message here. Benjamin with the $25 says, real question to ask us, when you are old and looking back over your life, will you be happy you spent time justifying horrible people doing horrible things? No, will not be happy about it at all. And by the way, looks like he just left. Did he? Yeah, he just left. Of course he did. Show some love to Benjamin down below in that comment section for the $25. Ginger, thank you for the $10 who says you're a superstar. I love listening to you arguing with these idiots. Well, thank you so much for your kindness, Ginger. Let's get 100 Ginger W's down below. Heidi, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, quote unquote, he owns all these beauty pageants. Isn't that a bit Michael Vick owning a series of pet stores? It is a catch and release program for Robin Williams. Well, thank you so much for the $10 and shout out Robin Williams. And Waves, thank you so much for the Future City. Thank you, you guys. And holy shit, Patsy, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Y'all are going crazy tonight. Holy shit. Patsy with the $50 says, love listening on the daily. Keep voicing and educating. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to yourself, Patsy. Wow, you've been supporting me for a while. I hope that you have a great day tomorrow. Thank you for being here. And seriously, thank you for the love. I want y'all to show... Yo, Waves, I appreciate you for that cool ass Merry Christmas. I've never seen that gift before. Waves is going crazy on TikTok. Patsy's going crazy on Venmo. Seriously, guys, thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Waves in that chat. Show some love to Patsy in that chat, as well as Natalie. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, woof, tonight's guests are rough. Stay sane. Yeah, they're insane tonight. I don't know what's in the air. Thank you for the $20, Natalie. Let's get 200 Natalie W's, as well as Brooklyn. Thank you for the 10. Corey, thank you for the 5. David with the 2. Claire with the 5. And Linux with a 5. We are all caught up on Venmo. Thank you guys so much for the love. There's still a couple people to thank over on PayPal. However, we are going to go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now, PayPal and YouTube Super Chat. And once we do, we will go ahead and start that next debate. Christy is in the queue. Wow. I haven't talked to Christy in forever. Christy, how long has it been?
Hi, Dean.
How long has it? I'm doing all right. Waves, thank you so much for the Viking hammer. I appreciate it.
It's been a really long time.
Oh, it's been like what, like 2 or 3 years?
It's been 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, that's nuts. So are you still a Trump supporter?
Well, I actually just left the Democratic Party. I was never a Trump supporter.
So you're not. Are you a Trump supporter right now?
I just switched to the Republican Party.
So are you a Trump supporter? Because
well, I have
not all like members of the Republican Party support Trump. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah. There's a couple of policies that I do like from Trump.
But like overall, do you think he's a good president?
I'm still thinking about it.
Okay. All right. Well, if you finish thinking about it and you determine that you think he is a good president, feel free to re-request back. We're only looking to talk to individuals that do indeed think he is a good president. But if that day ever comes, Christy, feel free to re-request. I'll have you up here. All right. Moving on to our next guest, Ryan. Here we go. Over on YouTube Super Chat, thank you so much, Laughin' Leslie. Leslie, it's good to see you again today. Leslie, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat, who says, thank you so freaking much for doing what you do. You give me so much hope during a very, very scary time. Never, ever change. Love you and Parker. Keep it up, both of you. Oh, well, thank you so much, Leslie. Never gonna change. Gonna keep on running these lives every single day to try to change the minds of even more Americans. Now, of course, the amount of Americans that do support Trump as president are forever dwindling. There's not many left, but we're still here to change the minds of those that remain. And Waves, thank you so much for the illuminated trees. Thank you, Leslie, for the $50. Let's get 150 Leslie W's down below. Once again, if you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, in the link tree in my bio and TikTok, on top of the phone screen and in the pin message on the YouTube screen. So I only get around 30% of the proceeds on TikTok gifts, 30% of the super chats on YouTube. If you want to be able to support me in a way where I get 100% of the proceeds, once again, Venmo and PayPal. You could even attach a message and I could read it off on live. What's up? Do you support Trump, Tom?
What's up, Dean? Yeah, I do.
Oh, brother, you should really stop supporting Trump, Mr. Tom. He's a terrible tyrant.
I know that's what a lot of people I hear say, but I mean, they haven't convinced me.
Okay.
And I heard your conversation about, the whole pageant stuff. But the question is, how do you still support Trump?
Right.
Well, pretty much look at what he's doing in keeping promises. Other presidents don't.
I don't think I can name a president in my lifetime that's failed to keep as many of their promises as Donald Trump has. Donald Trump promised to release the Epstein files, turned around, called it an act of hostility to vote for their release in Congress, and only hopped on board with the release when Congress had a certain majority that would force their release.
But are they released now?
And are they released? Not yet. The DOJ hasn't let them go.
Okay, but did he vote too?
So he signed
He signed off
so
too,
he
right?
signed the bill into law not because he wanted to, but because he had to.
So you know what he wants, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, in this sense we do with an easy inductive argument. We know that he doesn't want the files released because he said so about 1 billion times over the course of the last 10 months. I mean, like,
Was
he
it
literally
because of the distractions?
one moment. He literally labeled it an act of hostility against his administration to support their release in Congress. He literally went to the 4 Republicans who joined with the Democrats to force their release, like Lauren Boebert, and begged her to take her name off the petition. He dropped MTG, right, as a fellow MAGA Republican when she asked him to release the files, even labeled her a traitor. Okay, he had a self-described puppet, Mike Johnson, delay the swearing in of Adelita Grahova for over a month because she would have been the final vote to constitute a majority in the House to force a vote on the release of the files. These are the reasons why, yes, we do know he didn't want the files released. Indeed.
But yet here we are, and Biden didn't release them with all that material.
But Biden, right? Mallory, thank you so much for the
No,
illumination.
of course,
Thank you
y'all
so
go
much for the
but
love.
Trump, but Trump.
Well, the thing is we don't go but Trump. We talk
Right?
about
Don't
Trump
you
since
do
he's the
that?
president. Now, if you're
But
curious
y'all did
about,
that- y'all
but
did it
now,
last
but now
time.
if you're curious
Biden was
about, but now if you're curious about Biden, I'll happily tell you real quick. The Epstein files were under subpoena by the DOJ for the totality of
Oh,
his
yeah,
administration.
because of all
for the
the
first 3 of the
redact-
4 years since they were involved in the active ongoing investigation of Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, but like, not to mention the topic at hand that we're discussing here is that Donald Trump has failed to keep his promises. Okay, so like, did Biden promise to release the Epstein files? No. Did Trump? Yeah. Then did Trump pull a 180 and fail to follow through with that promise? Yeah. But then was Trump forced to hop on board with their release, else risking a turn from Congress onto him, like definitely securing the downfall of his administration? Yeah. Right? Not to mention there's many other promises that he made that he's failed
Thanks
to
for
follow through
unmuting
with.
me. I mean, I was trying to communicate with you, but I understand you had talking points. So basically, the point is, we're in the first year of his 4-year presidency.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was going to do this. In 2 years, it will be looked at as done. Just like the stuff that y'all talk about the past, Trump this, Trump that. Show me someone who hasn't made mistakes and who hasn't committed crimes. Why do I support Trump as a president today? Is because, number one, we totally needed a secure border. 5,000 allowed a day is not a secure border. Number two, you have to have guidelines for people that actually come into this country. You can't just have lawlessness because you let the small things slip through the cracks and it hurts American citizens, but you guys overlooked that.
Okay.
A lot.
So if you don't want lawlessness on the streets of America, why do you endorse
We have-
lawlessness in the Oval Office?
Hey, we have lawlessness in the streets by the blue cities because they're the ones that are primarily dishing out handouts.
Houston
And that's what people are having.
and Austin, Texas, both have higher crime rates than New York City. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm not talking about New York City. You're talking about cities. I'm talking about blue cities.
So New York City,
Minneapolis,
one moment,
Chicago.
New York City is the biggest blue city in America.
So what? Blue
so
cities?
what? So what? If you're sitting over here saying we have all the lawlessness in the blue cities, and then the largest blue city in America has a lower crime rate than Houston and Austin, Texas. I think that's pretty telling, right? Not to mention, right, the point that I think that the crime in other blue cities like Minneapolis, Chicago, so on and so forth, I don't think that's caused by the fact that the cities are blue. I don't think that's caused by Democratic policy. I actually think that Democratic policy helps in reduction of the crime. But the second point here, right, I think I asked you a very fair question. You're like, we need to reduce lawlessness on the streets of this country. So if you don't want lawlessness on the streets of this country, then why do you want it in the big old oval? 34 count felon, damn. Adjudicated rapist, damn. has infringed on the Constitution 5 times in the last 10 months. First, Second, 14th, 22nd Amendment. Damn. Was held civilly liable for lying about the valuation of his properties to a civil court in New York. Damn. Intentionally concealed classified documents at his private estate in Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Damn. Launched a coup against our government and tried to overthrow the American democracy when he tried to steal and rig the election from Biden in 2020. Damn. Can't even operate a charity in the state of New York since he was convicted of charity fraud. Damn. Refused to rent to black individuals in 1973, leading to litigation being held against him, okay, by the New York State Justice Department. Damn. Even today, an appeals court upheld that he broke the law when he launched a frivolous lawsuit against the DNC and Hillary Clinton and are forcing him to pay them $1 million because of it. Damn. Okay? So if lawlessness on American streets is bad, then why is it lawlessness in the Oval Office of the White House? Go ahead. You have to unmute, my friend. You'll have to unmute, quite frankly. You'll have to unmute. Do you know how to unmute? You've unmuted yourself already. You could do it again. I trust you.
Yeah, but you didn't pop up this time. So you're saying you unmuted me, but I'm not getting the signal. So anyway, back to you want to talk about the racist side of things because you brought that up about black housing. Yet he funded Jesse James, your run for president, or Jesse Jackson's run for president. You know, he was also a big supporter of a lot of the black communities. Y'all use the same talking points, but the problem is y'all just don't have all your facts or you spin it. And look, that's perfectly fine if y'all want to do that. But when it comes down to Trump, he has lowered prices. A lot of people want to say no, but Walmart just came out saying the same thing is $25, 25% lower for the Christmas holidays or Thanksgiving dinners. Walmart said this, you know? So when you're talking about stuff that's, important, be able to have your talking points without muting somebody and have a debate.
I didn't mute him, by the way. He's like going through some shit. I'm like actively typing down everything that he's saying. So you saw my hands on my keyboard. He's just going through some shit. Are you back now? Maybe you got a phone call or something? Did he like implode? Okay, you're back now. Can I tell you where you left off before you left? Tom?
Yeah, I'm here. You weren't coming through.
Before your little hiatus there, you were like quoting how Walmart says that Thanksgiving is 25% less expensive this year. Go ahead and continue. Oh, I think that you're also like whining about me muting you.
So, well, I just call it the way I see it. One of the things that I also notice is that a lot of young people, kind of like what you want to point out as old white men, okay, because you like to use that phrase a lot. But a lot of young people don't have anything to really compare politics to. They're educated, like you say, but they're not wise. There is a difference. And see, I lived in East Germany with communism, or West Germany when we were next to East Germany. And I remember it, and I know exactly how it was. And what I'm looking for in a president is not a preacher. I'm not looking for moral fortitude. I'm looking for someone who has balls to call out the world that does us injustice. And that's what has been happening. And people want to whine about tariffs. And they want to whine about, how it's going to cost us and it's a tax. But in reality, it truly is an imbalanced trade system that was welcomed in with liberals that has got us to this point to where we can't even supply our own people aspirin and ibuprofen. What Trump is doing is trying to bring that back. Period. He's trying to bring everything back. People don't want to do the field jobs because they've been squeezed out because we've allowed so many people from overseas to basically take those jobs and employers to pay child or cheaper or even child labor. You've got to fix it. So that's the injustices that has been allowed. And it's obvious. So I know you're worried about injustice in the White House, but back to the reason why Your question is, how do you still support Trump? He's doing what he said he was going to do. There's a lot of people getting arrested right now, picked up by ICE. They've been here 30 years and haven't even tried to become legal. And there's a lot of people that have, you know what, I guess it's like this. If I want to let 100 people in my home and only 25% are criminals, are you going to let them into your home? I mean, you tell me, Dean.
Yeah, you'd let a criminal into your home. You let him into
Would
this
you?
country's home.
Would you?
Would I?
If you had 100 people come into your home, would you have let 25% criminals?
Before I even answer that question, I just need to just real quick point out the hypocritical nature of it. I don't think that you have any platform to be asking me a question about allowing criminals into my home, considering the fact
It's a simple question.
that you
It's a
voted a
debate.
criminal into the White House to run the country.
Yeah, a criminal that was prosecuted by
Right.
what? Because he basically said Mar-a-Lago was worth more money than what they thought he was, but he didn't screw anybody.
No, so that's
really
that's not what his felonies were for whatsoever.
No, it's a bunch of stuff.
Do you want me to educate you, Tom?
No, I know. I'm very hip on it, but my point is,
Well, if you're very hip on,
not important
if you
enough.
were very hip on what his felonies were for, then you'd know that it was for the falsification of business documentation in the second degree. Now, can I please respond to everything that you just said? I wrote it all down.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. So first and foremost, I just want to make it clear that the rant, the soliloquy that we heard from Tom over the course of the last 3 minutes, at no point answered the question that I asked him, right, about the fact that he said that he doesn't support lawlessness on the streets of America. So therefore, how does he support it in the Oval Office?
But that's not a reasonable question.
I let you speak for 3 minutes. You're gonna let me speak for at least 30 seconds. Okay, right? So, and not at one point. Okay, right, in the 3 minutes that he spoke, did he respond to what I said? But that's fine, because we could go over everything else that he said. One thing that you said is that young people are not wise, and you are. Well, the second point that you made is that Donald Trump has been lowering prices, and the evidence that you gave for Donald Trump lowering prices was quoting the fact that Walmart's Thanksgiving meal this year cost 25% less than it did last year. Tom, if you were the wise old man that you said you were, you probably would have read the Walmart corporate press release where they detailed what was in the meal this year compared to what was in it last year to learn that it included 7 less items. And pound for pound, right, turkey is more expensive in America this year than it was last year.
And eggs are cheaper.
Did the Thanksgiving meal include eggs?
Of course. Do you not cook?
No, the Thanksgiving meal didn't include eggs, Tom. So now if you want to talk about the price of fucking eggs, we could certainly do that. Just as soon as you're done conceding the fact that, yeah, quoting Walmart's, Thanksgiving meal being 25% less expensive this year compared to last year is probably not too good of an argument considering that it includes 7 less items and every single item included in the meal is actually more expensive than it was last year. It just simply includes less items.
Yeah, going year to year, but we had 4 years of high inflation
So
that drove
therefore,
prices up
inflation
anyway.
isn't down 25%.
But let's go back to where
let's not go back because your point with saying that Walmart's Thanksgiving meal is 25% less expensive this year is that the prices of goods
that's
have gone
one
down.
thing that I've read somewhere else, and you're reading your own.
Well, no.
So you might
This
be
is
reading
coming from
MSNBC.
Walmart. No. My source is Walmart.
Well, good.
Okay, so
My
if we're
experience-
gonna ask a question about the price of the goods sold by Walmart, is there any better source than Walmart themselves?
I guess Walmart would know their numbers, huh? So you have one person. Okay.
So just to clarify, when you said that prices are down because of Walmart, you were totally wrong. And by the way, if you go on Google and you type in FRED, right, a U.S. inflation, or you go to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, inflation's up, prices are up.
Prices are up. Inflations are up based on a over report basis. You know that. You know it's not the 9.7% that we were sitting at with Biden. The rate of inflation. Don't you understand what that means? The rate of inflation versus inflation up. Inflation should always be up. Everything should be up.
Oh yeah. So
Income should go up.
So point number one.
Income
The rate
should
of
go
inflation is point number one. The rate of inflation is up. Point number two. You just tried to attribute a 9.7% rate of inflation under the Biden-Harris administration on Biden. Of course, you tried to use that as a pivot. That's what Trump supporters do. They go, but
Because that's a
Biden.
fact.
So okay.
Because it's a fact.
Well, I dispute your fact.
You have
sir.
to have a staple to be able to prove a precedent.
I want you to be able to prove your fact. How did Biden cause 9% inflation?
Let's see here. When you're starting to deal with just the overall supply, you had a whole bunch of money that was being injected into the system. You had a whole bunch of problems with employment hold on. Shutting down people when it come down to COVID and jobs and everybody getting fired from being not being, stuck against their will, like for the vaccine that come out to be 6 foot doesn't make a difference. So there's a lot of reasons that
Okay.
inflation went up.
We just
But
heard
let's face
two.
it,
We just
it
heard
drives
two.
fuel.
Let me
It drives fuel.
Let me address the two
And
reasons.
fuel prices went up, increasing inflation.
Okay, let me address now the three reasons that you've given. The three reasons that you gave to justify your claim that Biden caused 9% inflation was injection of money into the economy. The second reason that you gave was a lot of unemployment. And the third reason that you gave was higher fuel prices. So first reason, injection of money into the economy. When we look at the amount of debt signed into law by Biden in his 4 years compared to Trump in his first 4 years, Trump spent twice as much at $8.6 trillion compared to $4.8 trillion, according to the Committee for a Responsible Budget. If we want to isolate for money injected into the economy through printing by the feds, that's something we call the M2 money supply. The most drastic and sharpest increase we saw in the M2 money supply was when Trump signed his round of stimulus checks into law in 2020, according to FRED. So point debunked. Moving on to the second one, unemployment.
No, not debunked. It's just a small sample of what happened. But when you're talking about Green New Deal and a complete waste of money that was in billions, that contributes.
The Green New Deal was never passed, my friend.
Well, the law. Listen, I'm in a state where it depends on oil and petrochemical. Investments stopped flowing in whenever the Green New Deal was being pushed because investors were not going to put their money into 3-year projects down the road that would fail.
So actually, when we want to talk about crude oil production in America, not only did the Biden-Harris administration oversee the highest level of crude oil production in the history of this country, right?
It should be higher every freaking year. Don't you get it?
Now, if you're going to allow me to finish speaking here, not only did they oversee the highest level of crude oil production in the history of this country, but they also oversaw the largest, sharpest, and most drastic increase into investment in American manufacturing ever.
Yeah, like you said.
Yeah.
Oil prices.
Now I'm gonna we'll get on to your claim that they like increased inflation right through higher gas prices, but that was your third one. Now we've debunked.
Well, that's simple.
Now that we've debunked the one about like fiscal spending. Now that we've debunked your point that he caused inflation by spending money.
Not quite, but go ahead. That's like you love that word.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, then I just think that you're a cult member that's unwilling to concede. Like, what number's
No,
higher?
no.
What, I have a question.
I
have a question. What number's higher? 8.6 trillion or 4.8 trillion?
It depends on where the actual numbers add up because it depends on what numbers you're looking at.
Oh, so just answer my question. Answer my question, please. Answer my question. What number is higher? 8.6 trillion or 4.8 trillion?
8.6 trillion.
Good job, Tom. And who spent 8.6 trillion? Trump or Biden?
I don't care. My point
you
is this.
You should care if your point is that Biden caused inflation by spending all this money, even though he spent half the amount that Trump spent in his first term. You should really care, my friend.
No, the reason why is because it's where it's spent that makes the difference. You know this.
Can I add something on here? So what was?
Go ahead.
So what was the largest place money was spent under Trump in his first term? You probably don't know, and you're on pause, so I'll just tell you. His tax cuts. Yeah, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act cost us $1.9 trillion. Now, you're saying that it depends on where it is spent, right? Maybe he spent it in a place that wasn't inflationary. Tax cuts are inherently inflationary.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I remember cash for clunkers. I remember, money being punted out by Obama to go ahead and buy houses. Trust me, I remember all those times. Okay. And that's what I'm saying. I'm basing this off of living through the experiences.
Well, so
You're basing this off of books.
I just want to clarify. Now you're just like freaking out, Tom.
No.
So you said that, well, maybe Biden was still able to cause more inflation with this lower level of spending because of where the money went. So just to repeat the point, the largest place that Donald Trump's money was spent on was in tax cuts, which is something that is inherently inflationary. So in other words,
but it's inherently good because we should not be paying.
The largest driving factor, right, of Donald Trump's debt-related spending was on something that's inherently inflationary. So therefore, how could you argue that Biden caused more inflation with less spending on things that weren't as inherently inflationary? And by the way, I just want to clarify so you don't use this as an opportunity to pivot into a conversation about his tax cuts. We could have that conversation just after we finish this one. I'm not saying that things that are inherently inflationary are inherently wrong, right?
Chris.
Now just respond to my counter argument, sir.
I mean, your counter argument, I want to go back to all these other counter arguments that you're saying that I'm not hitting on, about, someone in the White House that's,
You know what?
crime in the streets and stuff like that.
You know what?
We can
Yeah.
keep going.
No,
We can keep-
pivot your little heart out. It's okay, man. I could beat you anywhere.
Well, okay. So let's just go ahead and talk about gas prices. Number 3.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Do gas prices contribute to the cost of goods and services?
Yeah.
Okay. So if higher gas prices, does that mean higher goods and services?
It can mean that, yeah.
I mean, can be? Who's taking the cut if it's not?
It can. Well,
It can. Who's taking the cut if it goes up? How could it stay the same if the cost of delivering goods and services goes up?
So the reason I'm saying that it can lead to that compared to saying that it definitely does lead to that is because in some scenarios, like producers with high profit margins will just absorb the price of the higher cost of production.
Kinda
and
like
transportation.
tariffs?
Like Nike, for instance. Like the price of Nike shoes hasn't gone up too much with Donald Trump's tariffs, right? Because their profit margins are like 80%, right? So yeah, like an increased price in fuel, right, actually can cause an increase in the price of goods. But the only reason why I don't say it does in all scenarios is because sometimes industries with high profit margins will just absorb it to keep a higher level of clientele.
So gas right now is around $3.
We don't seem to be right, like in too large of a disagreement to insofar as the fact that the price of oil can have like some impact on the price of other goods in other industries too. And now just to finish your argument there on the third point, you were trying to argue that, well, we had higher prices of oil under the Biden-Harris administration, therefore higher prices of all goods. Okay, well, how did Biden cause higher prices of oil?
He caused higher prices of oil because he allowed the petrochemical industry to basically dictate what they were going to sell because they didn't have any opportunities for future leases.
They didn't have any opportunities for future leases. He approved over 50%
Yes, they were
more
shutting
drilling
down
permits for
leases. They
future-
were shutting down opportunities because that money and investigations were going toward clean energy.
So they weren't shutting down leases. They actually approved 50% more leases than Trump in his first term, according to Politico Pro.
You're saying they approved 50% more leases,
Yeah,
but
for
they
future
approved
drilling.
leases, but it was limited on what their leases were going to be at. We have a whole.
What?
Anyway,
That didn't make any sense, Tom.
yes, it does because some leases are productive, some leases aren't.
So the leases that they approved were for the production of crude oil on federal land. That's specifically what I'm referring to.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, some leases are good, and some leases are not. In
What
other
do you
words,
mean?
not every spot has oil.
Oh,
just
okay.
because it's federal
Yeah, so
land.
you're right. Not every spot would have oil, but like, why would we basically assume that the Biden-Harris administration was approving leases in areas without oil and not approving leases in areas with oil?
No, he was shifting money toward green energy, which was taking money and energy away from the actual investments into petrochemical.
Oh, that's actually not true. He made a multi-million-dollar investment into petrochemical alongside green new.
No, there
energy
were still
under the
investments,
Inflation
but
Reduction
he-
Act.
But the whole push, the whole Biden administration green energy push basically scared petrochemical investors. That's the whole point. We're talking about the bloodline that actually provides everything for a country.
I don't believe you.
Okay, that's fine.
Right,
It's
and
fair.
the reason why I don't believe you, right, is because the Biden-Harris administration had like pretty solid and pretty clear policies surrounding the production of oil in America. It's that it should continue, and we should continue to invest in it, while
Well,
also
yeah, it
making
should
larger
continue.
investments into renewable energy resources. So at some point in the future, when renewable energy resources are as affordable or more affordable than non-renewable energy resources, then maybe we could do something about it. But right now, right, drilling should continue. That's why they oversaw the highest highest level of production of crude oil ever in our country's history.
Well, they had to because crude oil needs to go up, just like any company needs to increase their profits.
So you're saying that we didn't see a historical reduction in the supply of crude oil under the Biden-Harris administration, meaning that they didn't like negatively impact the supply side of the oil market. So how could have they?
Well, I mean, are
increased
you
the
talking about
equilibrium price
producing
or
it out
caused
of the
inflation?
reserve? Are you talking about draining the reserve too?
So the reserve,
I mean,
so it's reserves of oil that's already produced, and we're talking about the production.
Yeah,
of
those
new
were
crude
already
oil.
produced.
So
And
I
those
just
were
I just I
full.
just
You
want you to
drained
I want you
those.
to answer my question.
So,
I'm
yeah, I
asking
will
you a
answer
very
your question.
so if we did not see a drop in the supply of domestically produced crude oil under the Biden-Harris administration, we only saw an increase. How could the Biden-Harris administration have caused the price of gas to go up? Right? Isn't price controlled by supply and demand? Right? Isn't the fact that we only saw an upward pressure on the supply side of the oil market domestically, right, indicate that the Biden-Harris administration couldn't possibly have posited a downward pressure, thereby couldn't possibly have posited an upward pressure on the equilibrium price? Right? And then it just kind of seems like your claim here saying that they drove up the price by disincentivizing investment, right? Just couldn't possibly be true, considering the fact that they themselves made investment, and it just seems speculative at best.
Well, the speculation is the fact that you assume that oil price or oil drilling should stay the same, or it should go down. Oil drilling should always be increasing. There should always be an increase. So your
So
claim.
I don't think. So I don't think that I. I don't think that
I'll let you talk.
So I don't think that I. So I don't think that I said that claim was false. And the only reason why I brought up the fact that the Biden-Harris administration oversaw the highest level of oil production in this country's history was just to demonstrate that they couldn't have possibly had a negative impact on the supply of domestic crude oil. Right? And that fact alone, that they couldn't possibly have had a negative impact on the domestic supply of crude oil, kind of refutes any point that you would make that the Biden-Harris administration increased the price of gas in this country to $5 a gallon.
It doesn't. It doesn't because.
So then, how do they
control,
increase? Then how do they increase the price of gas?
I just told you. You're not listening.
Okay, it's something that you've already said. That it's something I've already refuted.
Well, it's something that you didn't hear because my point is that oil production has to go up. So the claim that they produced the most oil under Biden, just like they produced the most oil under Obama, just like they produced the most oil under every president that has come before them. So that claim is
how's this
constant.
argument demonstrating that the Biden-Harris administration increased the price of gas?
Well, it rebuts your claim that they did so great by producing more oil when that's their job.
Oh, wait. So then you're actually not giving me an argument to demonstrate that they increased the price of gas, so you're pivoting.
No, I'm giving you that argument strictly because on their policies, their green policies. But you're not going to hear that.
Wait.
because
So
it goes
what
against
green
everything.
policies did they implement that caused an increase in the price of gas?
It's the push toward green energy and away from
but
fossil
like,
fuels.
what policy is that? What policy is that?
Google it. I'm just telling you
so
the
you don't know.
facts.
So wait, if it was a fact, then you'd be able to name the fact. You wouldn't just tell
No,
me
I
to quote
won't
Google
because
it.
I am not a politician. I am a caller.
Okay.
I'm someone that pays my bills.
So
I
you're
know
basically
that gas
saying
right now is cheaper
so
than it
basically
has been in 4 years.
what you're telling me here, right, is that Biden increased the price of gas through these elusive policies that I can't name, that didn't even exist. Okay, well, then it's not really a sound argument, buddy. You kind of sound crazy. Right? We talk about facts here, Tom. We talk about real shit here, Tom. We talk about shit we could prove, Tom. Okay, the reason why 10 minutes ago we had 12,000 viewers on TikTok and now we have 11.4, the reason why 600 people have left is because you're embarrassing yourself, Tom, and it's kind of a little annoying. Because you just repeat, oh my God, you're a robot. You just keep on going, Biden increased the price of gas. And then I keep going, how? And then you keep on like smeared shit on the wall, like, oh, they disincentivized investment. Oh, the policy. Now like, okay, well, let's be like more specific, like what policy? And you're like, well, I don't know. Okay, you're going to have to know that policy in order to have a justified argument, right? Like imagine this. Imagine if I said that Donald Trump is terrible for the economy because in his first term in April of 2020, we had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression. And then you were like, Dean, what? I thought that was caused by the pandemic. How did he cause the increase in unemployment? Then I was like, his policies. And then you were like, Dean, what policies? And I'm like, well, I'm not a politician. Go Google it. Or like, obviously I don't have a defensible position. I'm probably just reading something I read off of like Telegram or like Facebook, right? So let's talk about like claims that we have like justification for, claims we could put substance behind. Like, I don't know. I have many of those
We need
claims.
more oil. Let's talk about why we need more oil, and this is the point that where hopefully you'll understand.
That's a pivot. That's a pivot. Come on, man. That's a big pivot.
No, we're back on. We're still on oil.
Okay. Listen, but
Just
so
because I'm not-
oil was
just
only
because you're sitting in front of your
listen.
computer pulling up your data and all
Oil
that stuff.
oil was only conceptually relevant insofar as to demonstrate why you thought Biden was a bad president, which we honestly shouldn't have been even talking about in the first place, since the prompt of the live is how do you still support Trump?
Back to it.
Do you mind if I bring up a point?
More wars. That's another reason why. How do you still support Trump? I'm not a fan of war. Okay? I've never been a fan of war. I've seen too much of it. I've seen a country divided in it. I've seen a country come together because of it in 9/11. I've seen, like I said, living in Germany, it's nothing good comes of it. And right now, there's more peace worldwide, okay, or at least someone trying, because the UN's not. And at least somebody's trying to basically prevent war.
I don't think that there's more peace worldwide because of Trump. Israel's
course you
still
don't.
genociding Palestinians. Russia's still dropping the bombs on Ukraine. In fact, since the beginning of
Welcome to planet Earth.
Since the beginning of his second administration, they've only been dropping more and more bombs every day, every month. Okay, Rwanda's still genociding the Congo. Come on. We're now seeing a continued genocide in Sudan. Not to mention Donald Trump threatened to launch war on Venezuela, threatened to launch war on, let's see here, Nigeria. That one was strange. And even dropped
No, it
drone bombs
wasn't.
on
That was
Iran.
like there's an actual persecution of Christian people in Nigeria. Why would that be strange, bro?
So you agree that he threatened to go to war with Nigeria, and yet you support him because you think he's the anti-war president. Got it.
No, I mean, there's a difference between bombing Iran, nuclear facility, and not calling it and not being at war.
Why? Whoa,
You
whoa,
can
whoa, whoa.
actually
Now we're
have
talking about
action.
Iran. I thought
You
that we were
can
just
actually
talking. Whoa,
take-
whoa! I thought that we were just talking about Nigeria. Wow, why are we moving on, dude? Every time I make a defeater argument to something you say, you just pivot. I'm gonna break your neck, Dean. I'm just gonna start talking about something else. Okay, you said, wow, there's a Christian persecution in Nigeria, so it's actually a good thing that he wants to go to war with them. So then I said, oh, so you went from saying that you support Trump as president because he's a pro-peace, anti-war president to now saying that you support Trump as president because he wants to go to war with a country in Africa. Like, which one is it? Make up your mind. Right? And hopefully your response won't just be like a baseless deflection.
First off,
to
my
Iran.
response is I didn't say anything about us going to war is a good thing in Nigeria. I'm just talking about what he's trying to do to prevent the persecution of Christians in Nigeria.
Which was the threat of
Okay.
a war.
Yeah, well, that's what you want to call it, but there can be some actions without
I mean,
war.
what else do you think sending our military in to kill them would be? That's war.
Well, when the UN's supposed to be going in to protect people, obviously they wouldn't protect Muslims, would they? Or would they? I mean, come on. So, I mean, let's face it. Christians are persecuted. They're persecuted worldwide. And if somebody's pleading for that, which it's a obvious thing, and all the things that you talk about as far as the peace.
Wait. You just said that Christians are persecuted worldwide. Does the world include America?
Yes, of course.
So how are Christians persecuted in America?
I don't know. I mean, have we looked at the rising of mosques in what is that? I don't want to misrepresent Minnesota, the northern states there, and they're actually trying to push Christians out because they're wanting to put forth more Muslim law. That's America.
Okay. So
that's America.
So building
is that not America?
So building a mosque persecutes Christians. So therefore building Christian churches
See,
persecutes
there you
Muslims.
go again. There you go again.
Wait, I actually have a question using your logic. So in my town, the Mormons just built a temple here. So do you think when they built their temple that like persecuted Christians?
Nobody builds temples don't persecute Christians like guns don't kill people.
Wait. If temples don't persecute Christians, then why do mosques persecute Christians?
People do. People.
Okay, so then mosques
People make
don't.
those decisions.
Okay, so
No.
so if mosques
Those
don't
that
persecute
believe-
Christians, so
those that believe
there's one moment.
in Sharia
so
law.
if mosques don't persecute Christians, then when you argue that they're building mosques, therefore they're persecuting Christians, it's like crazy, right?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I can't believe I have not seen a church
so then
chase a
how are
man down and try to
Christians-
save him.
So then how are Christians persecuted in America?
I said, mosques don't. I have not watched a church run down a person to try to save them or convert them to Christianity. It's usually the people.
You've never had your door knocked on by a Jehovah's Witness?
No, not by a church, by a person.
Okay. So
You not understand the difference between that?
So then your argument, right, that Christians are being
It's that it's-
persecuted in America because they're quote unquote building mosques was like bullshit?
Because the religion, the mosques represent a Muslim religion, and some,
so you think the
not
fact,
all.
So you think the fact that
Some.
Muslim individuals exist in America is leading towards Christian persecution?
Before you cut me off, I said not all. I said some, but some believe that Christians should be eradicated. And that's what's happening in Nigeria. Go figure, big bookend.
Okay, so I just want you to give me an example of this Christian persecution.
Christian persecution, I mean, you can watch the town halls that took place while they were trying to say, we don't want you here, talking about the normal citizens of, what is it, Minnesota? That was a town hall meeting. That was everywhere.
Wait, so a representative from Minnesota that was like not
Mayor was
Christian.
on the council.
So a representative from Minnesota held a town hall and was like, if you're a Christian, we don't want you here. Can you like show me that? By the way, you're muted. Unmute yourself. Show me where a duly elected representative in Minnesota held a press conference and said, if you're a Christian, I don't want you here. Let's see that. Let's see that. Oh, Tom. This guy's lost his mind. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I appreciate everyone for the love.
What's going on?
One moment.
Because you sit in a little tunnel.
What's that?
I said, I'm dropping bombs on you, these things that are happening in the way that other people are seeing it. You don't like to see it the way other people.
Can you prove it, Tom? Can you prove that a duly elected representative in Minnesota held a town hall and said, if you're a Christian, we don't want you here?
I'm not going to try to prove it right now. I'm not. Of course not. You know, you're smart, dude.
God,
you do all
Jesus
the research.
Christ.
You
Jesus
can
fuck.
select your stuff, but I'm telling you the things that are going on, the things that other people are looking at.
We're gonna need
Your
evidence
question is,
for it,
how
Tom.
do you still support Trump?
Oh my God, he's about to go to like the big. Okay, I'm gonna thank a couple of people. You're gonna sit your little ass down and wait your turn. Judy, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Judy. Holy shit, yo! 1 second, I want to go ahead and find Judy's message here. Let's get 500 Judy W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for your kindness. Judy with the $50 says, Dean, happy Thanksgiving Eve. I'm most grateful for that. Tom is not going to be at my Thanksgiving table. I'm going to be sitting across the table from people worse than Tom tomorrow, so wish me luck. But thank you for the $50, Judy. Show all the love in the world, all in the love in the world to Judy down below in that chat. Isabel's Damien, thank you for the $15 who says your live was better than any pre-workout. Oh yeah, man, this shit will get you amped up, David. Appreciate you for the $15. Show some love to Damien, not David. Vanessa, thank you for the $5. Kevin, thank you for the $5. And Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Elizabeth says, how long will you be streaming tonight? For around another 2 hours. Thank you for the $10. And then David, thank you so much for the $50 as well on Venmo. Thank you guys so much for all your kindness. Jesus. David with the $50 says, NGJ, you were awesome. Been watching you for many months now. Keep rocking. Well, David, good to have you here in Grand Junction, Colorado. A little bit of a crazy place out here. You probably already determined that. And thank you so much for the $50, my friend. You're awesome. You keep on rocking. Then 2 more people to thank here over on Venmo. Hannah with the $10 says, thank you for being on the right side of history. Hannah, thank you as well for being on the right side of history. Thank you for the $10 donation. And Heidi, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Love you, Heidi. All the love in the world. Where'd he go? Yo, Tommy Tom, come back. But keep on showing some love to those donors. Seriously, I really appreciate you guys.
I'm here, dude.
Tommy
I'm just
Tom.
listening. You told me to listen.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I did. I guess I did. Okay. Well, actually, I have a couple more people to thank here. I actually would enjoy if we could thank them together. Harold just sent $40 over on PayPal. Thank you, man. Let's get 400 Harold W's down below in that comment section. Tommy Tom, can you say thank you, Harold?
Thank you, Harold. Appreciate it. And Divine, thanks for the rose.
Thank you, Harold, for the $50. And Nishida, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Yo, let's get 300 big Nishida W's. Thank you so much. Nishida with the $30 says, can you ask Tom if he likes sci-fi? Because he's bending reality in his responses faster than modern science. Love your work, Dean. Nishida, love the burn. You're awesome. Thank you for the $30. And Jennifer, thank you so much for the $25 who says, hey, Dean, for my 61st birthday, my gift to myself is to donate to you. Last September, I by chance came upon your live and Parker's live and breathed a sigh of relief. Never stop. You're making a huge difference. Thank you. Well, Jennifer, happy birthday. 61st. That is a big one. Show some love to Jennifer down below in that chat. Happy birthday, Jennifer. And thank you so much for the $25. As well as Anna, thank you for the $15 who says happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to yourself, Anna. Julia, thank you for the $14. Show some love to Julia in that chat. Teresa Day with a 10 who says happy Turkey Day. Happy early Turkey Day to you as well, Teresa. Thank you for the 10. And Keely with the $10. And Kenneth, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Oh my God. Damn, Kenneth. Let's get 500 Kenneth W's. Kenneth says, I understand and believe that you're making a difference. It'd be so interesting to hear an intelligent person to present their arguments without prejudice. Do all Trump supporters to show their prejudice? Yeah, man. Every so often, like every 3 months, we'll get a Trump supporter up here that like I genuinely think is intelligent. And it's always like an interesting conversation. But don't worry, even though I think that they're intelligent, they are ultimately wrong. And I prove that. But it's like still yet like a more interesting conversation than these. And then we just got a couple more in here. Jenna, thank you for the $15 on PayPal who says thank you for what you do. Well, thank you for being here, Jenna. I hope that you're enjoying the live. Show some love to Jenna in that chat for the 15. Hollis, that is Hollis. Thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Yo, let's fucking go, Hollis. Hollis just left a love, didn't even attach a message. Thank you so much, Hollis. Sorry. And Taylor, thank you for the $2. Benjamin, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you for that love, Benjamin. Bixie with the $11 who says if you grow your hair out, you'll look like Kurt Cobain. I should try to grow it out, honestly. Thank you for the $11, Bixie. Erica with the $10 and Justin with the $5. Show some love to Justin, Erica, Bixie, Benjamin, so on and so forth. I really appreciate you so much.
So the Galaxy come in.
Yeah, dude. Thank you so much for the Galaxy over on TikTok, Patsy. And I really, seriously appreciate everyone so much for all the love and the kindness today.
This is a pretty cool concept, man. I've just signed up on TikTok because my daughter got scammed and I was trying to, help her. And this has been a pretty interesting experience.
Can I make it more interesting here by asking you a hard question?
Yep.
Do you think that any reasonable American would stop supporting Biden as president if Biden called for the execution of Republicans?
He kind of did by calling them all Nazis.
Biden didn't call Republicans Nazis.
He called people Nazis.
No, he didn't.
He called people Nazis. The Brennan mates called them Nazis. They basically.
Oh my God! Hey,
they call them racist. Hold on, racist. Racist. They call them racist. And the bad part about it is that they call black people when they become Republicans racist. Race is so old, dude. I mean, it's so freaking color. It's so blinded. I don't understand why people want to bring up white this, black this, brown this. We're all in this crap together. Most of us are all broke together. Okay. And we're all trying to basically make a buck irrelevant.
Okay. Listen, I ask one simple question and then you respond to it with 15 points of misinfo.
Well, I responded to it. Yeah,
okay, so I will happily have a conversation with you about race and why it's actually important to acknowledge individuals' races, because the fact of the matter is a white man on average lives a very different life than a black man. A man lives a very different life than a woman.
I'm sorry, I know a lot of trailer park people that live a pretty screwed up life.
And that's why an acknowledgement of race is important. That's why conversations surrounding systemic disparagements matter. But you just threw that bit of misinformation at me, so I would respond to it and detract from the question that I originally asked you. Great pivot debate tactic when you know you're going to get got. So let's just stick on that original line of dialogue. I disagree. I don't think that Biden ever called Trump supporters Nazis. But regardless of that, you'd never be able to provide any evidence. Take the fucking L. Christo, thank you for the Galaxy. Regardless of that, you need to answer my question. Would any reasonable American stop supporting Biden as president if he called for the execution of Republicans? Yes or no? And I invited you to unmute again. Can't stop myself.
No, it doesn't matter. I mean, what they did, they want to call for what? I don't even understand your question, because when you're talking about.
Okay, let me clarify my question. Let me clarify my question. If Biden literally said hang them in reference to Republicans, if he said that they're guilty of crimes punishable by death,
when she basically
would anybody? One moment. Would any reasonable American stop supporting Biden if Biden did and said that?
Yeah, they basically took that from a Democrat playbook.
Matter of fact, answer the question. It's a yes or no. Just give me a yes or no. Yes. Would any reasonable American stop supporting Biden if he did and said that?
No, not on a single question that you made in one freaking sentence without any context. When it comes down to it, you got to understand is that there's a lot of people right now. There's traitors. that are among us. I mean, look what happened to Kamala Harris. I mean, she was basically pushed in.
Stop
and Biden
talking.
pulled her down.
Stop, dude. Stop talking about Kamala
Y'all
Harris.
guys are so screwed up.
Tom, you can't answer a simple question. Okay, Tom, I'm going to unmute you because I want to make sure that you're listening and you're not just yapping. Tom, come on. Come on. You
crazy, man. I swear.
You could yap your little brainless mind about
spin.
Kamala Harris and DEI and trans people and whatever the fuck, immigrants too probably, after you answer my question, okay? Just answer my question first. Do you think any reasonable American should stop supporting the president if the president literally calls for the genuine execution of his political opponents with no good reason?
I'll look into that. Don't even know what you're talking about, but I will answer your question based on no, not necessarily, because it depends on what's people's interpretation would. Yes, it depends on their interpretation. I'm not going to just sit there and answer your one-sided.
No, your answer's no. Wait, so you don't think that any reasonable American should stop supporting the president if they literally call for the actual execution of their political opponents with no good reason? Tom, you've lost it. You've lost your goddamn mind. Tom, you're crazy, buddy. Come on, Tom. Come on, Tom. Come on. You gotta be yanking my chain, Tom. You gotta be trolling, Tom. Come on, Tom. Just think about it. It's so fair to say. It's so fair to say. Listen, it's so fair to say that if the president literally called for the actual execution of his political opponents with no good reason, that they probably shouldn't be president. That's fair to say, right?
Well, I mean, if they're calling for the execution, but I don't know what you're talking about as far as context.
Woo! Let's go! Beautiful! Tom, so you just agreed that if the president literally calls for the actual execution of his political opponents, they probably shouldn't be president. So if Trump did that,
be reprimanded, but I'm not saying I'm going to take him.
Listen,
No,
Tom, listen.
Go ahead, mute.
So therefore,
Go ahead, you want to talk.
if Trump just baselessly called for the execution of Democrats, you'd stop supporting him, right?
No, I didn't say that, did I?
Oh my God, Tom.
Dude, I didn't say that because you know that Trump trolls everybody. You know he trolls everybody because they sucker in on it. And I love it because he'll say something like the Mexican hat on, Brown or Obama 2.0, all that. That right there is the stuff that suckers you guys in to give you talking points. And I don't like that about Trump. But what I do like about Trump is the idea of running this country as a business.
Don't pivot, Tom. We're going to stay on this subject.
No, I just did. I just answered your question.
So you just said if he was trolling about it, you'd still continue to support him. Point number one.
I support him now. And you're telling me that.
Tom, you drank the Kool-Aid, Tom. Point number one, even if Donald Trump trolled and called for the execution of Democrats, you should still stop supporting him because of the repercussions.
What do you say? They should be shot?
You said they should be hung.
They should be hung? Yeah, okay. I mean, y'all feelings. You guys and your feelings, that's crazy.
Oh my God. What's your red line? What is something Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him?
What's my red line? Well, let's see. Deny Christ. Just go ahead and just take that out of the equation. That's one big thing. You got to have a moral authority other than yourself.
So if he wasn't Christian, you'd stop supporting him?
No, I'm not saying that it's 100%, but what I'm saying.
So then what's the thing that's 100%? What's the thing that's 100%? How about this? Would you 100% stop supporting... Listen. Would you 100% stop supporting Trump as president if he sexually exploited women and or girls?
Oh man, when it comes to like pedos, I'm not into that at all. I would definitely be against anybody that has
sexually exploited women and or girls,
supported lost children. Let it go on.
No, you're talking about the border. The border is completely irrelevant to my question. Yes or no?
No, you're sexual. You're talking about supporting the president.
Yeah, just Tom. Yes or no? would you continue to support Trump as president if you knew for certain, with the predicate of undeniable evidence, that Donald Trump had sexually exploited women and or girls and boasted
No,
about it?
I mean, that's irrelevant, because when you were talking about the story that you just meant in the 90s, when freaking rock stars were dating 16 and 17-year-olds and bringing them to concerts. Are you talking about Jim Belushi? Are you talking about Weinstein? Are you talking about all these things that literally happened, but yet it was over like bars of cocaine and Trump wasn't doing drugs? Are you talking about like 30 years ago?
If Trump raped a 16-year-old girl in the 90s, would you still support him as president? If he raped your daughter, would you still support him as president? God forbid.
Now you're just a moron because you don't have kids. Because I have a daughter, and that was a stupid question to begin with.
If he raped your daughter, would you still support him as president?
I already told you I wouldn't support him as president if he raped a 16-year-old.
Oh, okay.
Period.
So if he raped,
raped anybody, a rape.
If he raped
But
anybody,
you have three.
so I just want to clarify. If he raped anybody, you'd stop supporting him as president.
No, I didn't say that, because you're talking about like the 90s and the 2000s. What you youngsters are looking at, there's a whole different demographic from a time that was happening way 30, 40 years ago. You're talking about a whole different era of life in general. And nowadays,
so if Trump,
like Me Too, all that stuff, that's 2000s and stuff.
Wait, so you're saying, you're just saying that like all the men were raping women in the 90s is basically what you're getting at here, all right? Like you're saying that you'd still support Trump as president if he like raped a little girl in the 90s, because that's what all the men were doing back then, right? Is that what you're saying?
Bunch with everything into one basket.
Is that the argument here?
No, the argument is the fact that Donald Trump didn't run for president. He wasn't president right then. They have a justice system that actually can attack him.
If he raped a girl in the 90s, would you still support him as president? Yes or no, Tom?
So you want me to? I think I've figured you out already. You are a speculator. You're a speculator.
Tom,
you said if this,
would you?
if that, if this.
Tom, would you?
I'm not playing this game of speculation.
Oh my God. Ask me if
Look,
Biden.
I already answered your question.
Hey, Tom. If Biden raped a girl in the 90s, I wouldn't have supported him as president. If Kamala Harris raped somebody in the 90s, I wouldn't have supported her as president. It should be really easy to answer, Tom. Really easy. And like realistic, if you're like struggling to answer this question, something's wrong with you.
I already answered your question.
Okay,
but
I don't feel like I got an answer. If he raped a girl in the 90s, yes or no, would you still support him?
Well, see, that's just it. You're talking about speculation. You're saying you're trying to put all this forward?
Oh my God! So what we're doing right now is called a thought experience. Just answer the question, Tom. Okay. It is a hypothetical to gauge your moral principles, to see where your red lines lie. Okay? Right? Like these thought experiments can be incredibly productive because it tells me a lot about who you are, what your values are, and where your red lines lie. Okay? You're scared to answer this question because you feel like it will expose you.
You keep muting me. That's why.
You would rather be known as Tom the Dince Ass compared to Tom the might be a rapist. You'd prefer to be perceived by the chat as Tom the can't answer a question compared to Tom the I'm okay with rape of women.
I am muted.
Right? So Tom, now that we've exposed you, let's see if we could get an answer to the question. If Donald Trump raped a girl in the 90s, would you still support him as president today?
I love how you just constantly mute me.
It's really fun.
I already told you. Okay? I don't support rape. And I'm not going to go back through this constant answer so you can continually to ask the same question because you think you got some type of gotcha moment. I'm not looking for anything but a president Okay, and this is what I've told you. I've told you over and over. I'm not here for moral authority.
Oh my God! So he could be a child rapist and you'd still be like, that's my guy.
See, this is how you do it, but that's okay.
No,
So-
come on. I'm giving a completely valid reaction right now.
already
I
told you.
my reaction is so fucking valid. Are you kidding me?
I already told you.
Are you fucking?
I already told you this. I already told you if he raped a 17-year-old girl, that would definitely be against my morals. Okay.
Would you still
But
support
know
him as
what else is-
president?
Hold on, listen. But you know what else is against?
Wait, would you? No. Would you support him as president?
I want to support a president that can handle the country.
So would
as
you
a
still
whole.
support him? Would you still support him?
I support him now, but I don't. He's never raped a 16.
Would you still support him as president if he raped a kid?
Listen, I wouldn't
That's
support
just
him
come
as
on.
president.
You okay?
I just told you over
God.
and over and
Okay.
over. My God,
Okay.
are
Okay.
you deaf?
Okay, so
Fix your headphones.
So you wouldn't support him as president if he was a child rapist? Oh my God! Why did it take me 10 minutes and back and forth from Dom to get that answer? Okay, so if he raped a 17-year-old, you would no longer support him as president. What about if he sexually exploited a 17-year-old? Please don't allow this question to take another 30 minutes.
Okay, so basically, your question is
You understand that this would go by in seconds if you could just answer the question. The only reason why my train of thought here seems drawn out and ridiculous is because it's taking you 10 minutes to get through each 5-word question. Okay? If it didn't take you 10 minutes to get through each 5-word question, then my train of thought here would not seem ridiculous.
if you would listen, you would have heard the answer earlier, but you don't.
Just
You're
to
too
affirm.
busy
Just to
playing
affirm.
your
It's a no,
game.
right? Just to affirm. It's a no, right?
You're playing your game. You're constantly just.
You know what? You
If
know what,
this,
Benjamin?
if that,
You know
if
what?
this.
Benjamin actually brings up a good point. Ben, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Let's show some love to Ben down below. Show some love to Ben for the $10. Ben with a $10 says, if a basic
job,
moral
Ben.
question feels like a trap, that says a lot about your answer. And Ben makes a great point. So Tom, just to clarify, if Donald Trump sexually exploited a minor, you
Oh my
would support
God!
him
I
as
already said the first thing I said was no, I wouldn't support. You see what I'm saying? But
Okay,
you
perfect.
keep on digging
Perfect.
into this.
Okay.
But you did this 10 minutes ago. You wasted 10
So we just got your answer. Your answer is no. Perfect. So Donald Trump has boasted about the sexual exploitation of naked women and naked girls. All right. He did so to Howard Stern in 2005 on his radio show. He said that
I
he'd
saw
walk
the
into
other
their dressing
segment, all
rooms.
right?
He said that he'd look at them while they're naked. All right.
saw the other
So
segment.
you are so you already heard the clip. So now that you understand that Donald Trump has actually admitted, right, to sexually exploiting women and girls, right? And you said that you wouldn't support him as president if he's done so, right? You're no longer a Trump supporter, correct? Yeah, you were both laughing at the thought of you having a spine.
You've been working that question.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the other
we're
dude, too.
we're both laughing at the thought of you having a spine.
I literally know
it's
the
hilarious.
pageant
Vincent,
world a
thank you
little
for the
bit more
galaxy.
than you do, obviously, because I mean, when it comes down to it, there are a lot of people that go into the back where the girls are in the pageant world. Listen, hold on. You don't even know, do you? You don't even know.
No, I'm going to put you on mute and thank my donors. I need a break, Tom. Lauren, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, so tired of these old men, grape apologists. Thank you for standing up for women and girls, Lauren. Thank you for being normal. I just needed to just hear from normal people real quick. Seriously, that's why I'm thinking that. Thank you so much for the $10, Lauren. Alyssa, thank you for the $5 who says, Dean, it might be time to bring out the tinfoil hat. I think that time came a while ago, honestly. John, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, no need to read this out loud. Okay, I will not read it out loud. Thank you so much for the $25, though, man. Let's get 250 John W's. Kelly, thank you for the $5. And John with another $25 who says, hey, Dean, very long time watcher, and I've been very impressed. You're incredibly intelligent and actively helping to move our country in the right direction. Hopefully, right? It doesn't feel like it when I'm talking to people like this a-hole. But thank you for another $25. Seriously, guys, please show some love to John. Megan with the $10 who says, your facial expressions are making me giggle. My facial expressions are like resemblant of likely what it would feel like to be burning in the pits of hell. Right? So I'm happy I could give you a giggle, though, Megan. Thank you for the $10. And Benjamin, thank you for another $10 who says, I'm not sure, quote unquote, interpretations covers calls for executions. Yeah. Thank you for the $10, Ben. Jay, thank you for the 10. That is Jey. Thank you so much for the $10. Show some love to Jay down below in that chat. Yeah, he left. God, thank God. God, it might be real. Honestly, he might have just converted me. Right? Him leaving right there, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, you wouldn't have saw it, but he just left. He might have converted me. I might just be a believer now. Thank you guys for all the love over on Venmo, by the way. I have more people to thank. If you're watching and you want to help pay for my therapy, okay, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned comment over on YouTube. I'll also give you a shout out. I appreciate you guys for supporting the stream. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. I'm now converted because he left. Best day of my life, okay? Best day of my life. All right, moving on to the next guest right now. We got Aiden McConnell loading up. While Aiden is joining, a couple people I'd like to thank here. Macy, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. And Amy with a 20, that is AIMEE. Amy with a $20 says to tell Trader Tom to do some research before he opens his mouth. Oh my God. Yeah, I think Tom just needs to permanently shut his mouth. Honestly, if we never heard from Tom ever again, I feel like this world would just be much better off, quite frankly. Quite frankly, Tom needs to zip it. Quite frankly, zip it, Tommy boy. Thank you for the $20, Amy. And, oh my God, Lewis! Dude! Fucking hell! Thank you for the $100! That is LUIS! Holy shit, the GOAT Lewis with $100 says thank you for what you do. Thank you, my good sir, for the $100. That is so much money. I do not deserve that amount of love. Thank you so much for your kindness, Lewis. I want to see nothing but straight W Lewis's in that chat for at least the next 10 minutes. Thank you for the $100, as well as Andrea. Andrea, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Huge shout out to you. Show some love to Andrea down below, who says, "I'm 2 cocktails deep into this Thanksgiving Eve. Oh, you gave me a good idea. I'm gonna get a couple cocktails here in an hour and a half when I hop off. Thank you for the good idea." And I'm obsessed with what you do. Well, I appreciate you for being here, Andrea. Cindy, thank you for the 5. Michelle, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate that, Michelle. Jenna with the $15 who says, thank you for what you do. Thank you, Jenna. And Hollis, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. That is HOLLIS. Thank you so much, Hollis. Did not attach a message, only sent the love. Huge shout out to you. Then one last one here. Jordan with the $5 on Venmo who says, Tom just thinks grape is okay as long as everyone else is doing it. Yeah, that's basically what his argument was. You know, everyone owned slaves 200 years ago, so therefore the slave owners weren't like total POSs that were engaged in human rights abuse, and it wasn't wrong for the black individuals to be enslaved. That's his logic right there. You know, all the Nazis were genociding Jewish individuals, so therefore the Holocaust was okay. All the 40-year-olds were raping the children 500 years ago, so therefore child rape's actually permissible in some circumstances. It's just abysmal logic. Just so terrible. Thank you so much for the $5, Jordan. What's up? Do you support Trump, Keely? Keenly Cash, are you with us? I don't think so. Hello, John Taylor. Do you support Trump?
Steve Harrington just died. Steve Harrington just died from Stranger Things. Oh my God.
Don't worry, guys. He made it up. Like, I can tell you with certainty, he made it up. My girlfriend is downstairs right now watching the 5th season of Stranger Things. And I told her to shoot me a text if anything big happens. And I've not received a single one. So don't worry. Don't worry. Just a troll. He's just fucking with you guys. He's just fucking with you guys. What's up, Will Jones? Do you support Trump? No, Will Jones is not here. Hey, thank you so much for that diamond gem gun, Frank. Somebody over on YouTube said Dean is ignoring us today. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't feel ignored, YouTube. I love you guys. DeBoss, thank you for the $20 super chat. He says, if Trump graped someone he says no, he wouldn't support. It's just hypocritical because we know he did it on multiple occasions. Yeah, he was literally found by court to have graped Eugene Carroll. We didn't get around to that because, you know, he hit the road, but like, thank God. All right. I'm really happy that he left. All right. Moving on to the next guest right now. Everybody in the comment section spamming OMG he did. They're literal just rage baiters. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
How old are you, Simon?
I'm 20.
Vincent, thank you for the galaxy. Simon, are you going to make me want to bash my head against this table in front of me here?
Maybe.
Mallory, thank you so much for the Viking hammer. Thank you, you guys.
I might make you want to bash your head against the table.
Okay. All right. Fuck. Well, before we get into it, if you're watching on TikTok, if you're one of the 12,000 people in here and you want to support me, you want to support what we do, once again, help pay the therapy bills, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over there compared to around 30% here on TikTok. They go straight to me. You could even attach a message and I could give you a shout out because I get a notification on my phone every single time somebody supports. Like Christy with a $1 who says, Happy Thanksgiving, Christy. Or Monica with a $10 who says, you deserve all of it. Thank you, Monica. Or Jay with a $10 who says, donating again. Appreciate you, Jay. Thank you so much, Monica, Jay, and Christy. Thank you, you guys. Show some love to Monica, Jay, and Christy down below in that chat. But take it away, Simon. Tell us why you support Trump.
I mean, I have like conflicted opinions, but like I'd say overall mainly because I voted for him last term. Like it was my first time being able to vote like during a presidential election or really an election at all, and I just didn't really like any of Kamala's policies. Like
You didn't like
I thought
any of them?
I mean, to be fair, like I'm not gonna like sit here and like pretend like I'm a political theorist or anything. Like I thought I agreed. Like I like the idea of Trump's tariffs and shit, but I didn't really like how Kamala was like her plan for the economy or anything.
So what was off about her plan for the economy? I'm curious. You know, like the topic of debate is Trump, but I just out of curiosity, I want to entertain that thought real quick.
But like,
what was
this
off
is, like,
about
where
her
I'm
plan?
going- Like this is where I'm going with it. Is like now, like I feel like how Trump's presidency has been going. Like I'm like unsure if I would.
Oh, he gone. You left the TikTok app. You're back now. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, this mic my phone. It keeps kicking me off.
Okay.
But
so
I just don't really like. I don't like how Trump has been like very loyal to like foreign governments.
Yeah, me neither. I think that you bring up a good point. Shilling
Like-
to Israel and Argentina. That's not really
Yeah,
putting America
yeah.
first.
Yeah, like even like I mean like Charlie, like you have people like Charlie Kirk, like even like you've seen like I'm sure you've seen the interviews like him and his like like his last few weeks of life, like he was like even then was like starting to like not support like some of the stuff he was doing. Who was like
there, you've been watching Candace Owens.
I mean not Candace Owens, like other people, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that's all conspiracy theory, and I'm anti-Israel, and I'm saying that's conspiracy theory. I just don't think that we've been given any definitive evidence.
Yeah.
Vincent, thank you for the galaxy. But just to go back to the main prompt here, because we're here to discuss why you continue to support Trump as president, and I don't really feel like we've gotten a clear answer.
I don't know if I would say I still continue it though. Like I'm like conflicted. Like it's
Okay. So you're at a point of conflict. You're on the fence. Can I like just
Yeah,
run a couple
like-
things by you that typically get people off that fence?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
like not related to policy, but rather related to character and actions as president. I'd say like one thing
Mhm.
that has really gotten a lot of people off the fence would be like when he called for Democrats to be executed, right? Like duly democratically elected
that's-
leaders, especially like the president of the most powerful country that's ever existed in the history of planet Earth, right? Like shouldn't be calling for the execution of their political opponents. That helps push people away from him. It's something else like, you know, like if you hold to like conservative ideals, you think that you're a patriot, you're like pro-constitution. I mean, he's launched an attack on the Constitution. He's passed executive orders in a belligerent and intentional violation of the 14th Amendment. He's like straight up called for the termination of the First Amendment. He said it should be illegal to criticize him in the media, right? And I feel like
Yeah,
these things
I-
and
you-
more, right, should all push you off the fence.
you definitely see that in like in interviews with him, like the one that just came out, like where he was like criticizing the reporter, like based on their looks and everything.
Oh yeah, today he called a woman ugly. A week ago he called a woman piggy. I mean, I just think that he's a total POS.
Yeah, I mean, you can like that. Like, I don't really feel like those really like character really plays a big role in like how they actually act as president, though.
I think it does because I think that the office of the presidency is a necessary role of public service, and I think that selfish people, really selfish people, are incapable of public service. Right? Like if he can't care for the well-being of a woman, right, because he's raped one at least that has been proven inside of the court of law, then how could he possibly care for the well-being of 340 million Americans?
Yeah, but that's also, I mean, he's not the only president that's done that either. Like, I mean, like Bill Clinton.
Okay, well, we'd argue if Bill Clinton is a rapist that he shouldn't have been president, and we never vote for him again, and we don't support him, right? So it's like it's not really like a partisan, it's not really a partisan perspective. Hopefully, right? We'd say if like any president is guilty of like grave sexual violence, like they definitely shouldn't be serving in that position of leadership.
Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, you could agree with that, but like, I mean, but then Bill Clinton was impeached, like.
Right. So,
but he wasn't impeached for cheating on his wife. I mean, he was impeached for lying under oath.
Right, but I don't know why we're talking about Bill Clinton.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, Trump's like not the only president that's like.
Do you think if like more than one person engages in a wrong action, that it makes it less wrong over time?
It sets it as a standard, I guess you could say.
Wait, so you're saying that a standard of the presidency is to be a rapist?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So then it doesn't.
But I'm saying like.
So then it doesn't set it as a standard.
I'm just saying like it's not. I gotta be careful how I word this.
Yeah, I heard your buddy whisper in your ear, then you just repeated what he said. Your buddy gave you a terrible talking point. You shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, he actually did. He did give me a terrible talking point. Yeah, fuck this guy, Eli. No, I'm like kind of drunk right now. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm gonna say my brain cells. You listen, have fun tonight. Reconsider your political views. Just please reconsider your political views. All right, I'm sparing myself. Okay, I feel we're already 2.5 hours into guest after guest that is seemingly drunk. I'm gonna save myself a little bit. I'm just gonna move on. Wow, holy shit, you guys are being super nice. Ava, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal for the therapy. Thank you so much, Ava. And Steven, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. That is STEPHEN. Steven, thank you for the $25, brother. Steven with the 25 cents. I appreciate you trying to educate all of those people. I'm not sure I could do it without beating my head into a wall. At points, I'm not sure either, okay? But we continue nonetheless because we're here to get some shit done. We're here to change some minds. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Steven down below. And Max, thank you for the $10 who says, you're awesome, bro, watching you from NC. Shout out to you. Shout out to North Carolina. Thank you for being here. Then also over on Venmo, thank you so much, Donna, for the $20 who says, I just started watching your show, and because of you, I'm not a Trump supporter anymore. Donna! You are literally why I do what I do. I should be the one giving you $20, not the other way around. You're a goddamn patriot. Thank you so much for following Reason Over Fiction. We all love you. I want y'all to show some extra special love to Donna down below for the 20. And Nate, thank you so much for the 20. Sorry, not for the 20. For the $50 on Venmo for my therapy, Zofran and Lexapro. Don't bash your head. The world needs that brain. Nate, I fucking love you. This guy's a licensed pharmacist, by the way. He's always dropping in here. Love this guy, Nate. Thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Nate W. Seriously, man, that is fucking insane. Thank you so much. Anna with the $3. Katz, that is KATZ with the $10, who says, drinks on me tonight. Thank you, Katz, because I'm definitely going to need one once we're done with this live. It's been rough tonight. Thank you for the $10. All right, we're all caught up. Thank you guys so much. As well as Emily, thank you for the $10 super chat. You guys are awesome. Welcome into Sports Trump.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Well, you're also a child, so goodbye. Hello, Twigs.
Hello.
You've been chirping from my comment section for the last week or so.
Yeah, I know.
I think I've even had you up here before.
Yeah, like a few days ago, I think.
Yeah, I just started. So with the last guest, I was like talking about how Trump's like launched an attack on the Constitution, and I see you in the comment section saying he's not done that.
No, I was talking about the calling for the execution of Democrats.
Oh, you did do that. Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
The president of
so.
the United
Your video doesn't matter. It's not going to change.
He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, Democratic Veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, this is seditious behavior, punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, hang them, George Washington would. This is
It's historic, like he's talking historical context. If something happened like then during George Washington's time, they could be executed. Like he's saying, punish them. It was punishable by death.
Who's them? When he says hang them, who's them?
Okay, well that guy.
Come on. When he says hang them, who's them?
The guy who tweeted that.
Answer my question. When he says hang them, who's them?
He's probably talking about somebody.
Who? Who's that somebody?
People who were refusing to follow the unlawful orders.
Oh, no. The Democrats. Vance,
something like that.
Yeah. So when he says hang the Democrats, I have a question. What does it mean to hang someone?
Punish them.
Does it mean to execute them? Is hanging a form of execution?
Not necessarily. Like, do you want to hang out? Does that mean I want to execute?
You're trolling. No, you gotta be trolling. No, wait. So you're saying when Donald Trump reposts this tweet that says hang them, he's just like, oh, he wants to hang out with them.
Okay, that was a troll, but like dead
Yeah,
ass.
yeah, yeah.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
He
So,
wasn't.
so, so,
calling
so,
for
I've,
an
I've, so,
execution.
so is hanging a form of execution?
Yeah.
So in other words, when he's saying hang them being Democrats and hanging being execution, he's saying to execute the Democrats.
No, because historical context. Like,
Historical. If you say it 3 more times while patting the top of your head, rubbing your belly in a room with no lights, looking at yourself in the mirror, it might finally make it true.
the lights are on.
Basically, what I'm saying is that you seem to be coping and repeating the phrase historical context when you get got.
No, because like that's what he meant. Like, you think he's just gonna post?
Wait. So you're saying that he called for their execution with historical context?
No, it's like an equivalent thing. Because like he said punishable by death because when he retweeted that, it's like if they would have done it then, it could have been something like that. But,
I
like,
think that is
he just-
trolling. I'm sorry. I'm getting more and more fed up with the trolls and like the people that are just like crazy the longer the night goes on. We're just gonna kick them. Mallory, thank you so much for the well dive, and I appreciate you so much for the love. What's going on? A&, Villas and Resorts. Do you support Trump?
Sorry.
Oh, you take care. Hey man, the resorts look cool. The resorts look chill. All right. I was gonna say coming up from the company page is a bold move. We've had people do that before though. That's it is a bold move though. Yo, what's up, Ava? Do you support Trump?
I do not, and I swear.
You were awesome, Ava, but unfortunately I have to ban you. You're banned. Just kidding. I just kicked you. Dude, we got a couple of big super chats here. SD, thank you so much for the $40 on super chat. Jesus, SD. Yo, let's get 400 SDWs. Thank you so much for your kindness. That is insane. SD with a $40 says, Happy Thanksgiving, early Dean. Keep doing this valuable work. SD, thanks for being here. You're fucking awesome. And then we got 2 other people. Gotcha Girl, thank you for the $50 super chat. And Da Boss, thank you for the $50 super chat. What's going on, man? Just give me a second. I gotta thank these guys. Holy shit. Both of y'all, all 3 of you, so kind. Gotcha Girl with a $50 says, Hey Dean, hope you're doing well, and I hope you have a good Thanksgiving tomorrow. I work tomorrow, so that'll be fun. Oh, I'm sorry, Gotcha Girl. I hope that you don't like work during the family dinner. Right? Can't miss that. And then the boss with the $50 says, on this topic, Trump saying it's seditious for them to make a public post saying don't obey unlawful orders should be enough to stop supporting any president. Yes, no, it should be, right? He's basically saying that they're attempting to overthrow his government by suggesting that our military can disobey unlawful orders. Connect the dots. Should be enough to stop supporting them. DeBoss plays. You're spot on. And thank you not only for the $50, but also for the words of wisdom, the boss, and the words of love, SD and Gotcha Girl. Show some love to DeBoss, SD, and Gotcha Girl down below in that chat. Okay, MXS. Do you support Trump?
Kinda.
What does that mean?
Like, you know, I kind of support him.
Thank you for the galaxy, Dominic. How old are you?
Really, I'm 25.
And knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to last November, would you still support Trump?
Kinda, because.
Okay, can you get a little bit closer to your mic?
Yeah, I support Trump because, like, you know, I don't know. I didn't know I was gonna get added. My fault, bro.
You take care. Moving on to the next guest right now, y'all. Looking for that next Trump supporter of the evening, quite frankly. Also, why were we getting more viewers on my second account with like 300,000 followers compared to this account with almost 5 million? Is anybody noticing that? Like, we were live on the second account yesterday with like 13K viewers. We're live tonight on the main account with 11K, which, by the way, 11K is like still a shit ton. Like, oh my God, right? But like, just like curious why the second account with like 300,000 viewers was pulling in more people. Very interesting. All right,
we're
gonna,
live.
What,
He just accepted. I left. There's no way.
Yeah, that'll be a child. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. We got Trump 6'7". God, loading up into the box. Jesus, give me a break. Evan, thank you for the $7 on Venmo, says Godin. Thank you so much. And Hallie, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Hallie, I'm going to go ahead and keep your message to myself, but know that I'm really sorry that happened to you. And thank you for the $10. Show some love to Hallie down below. That is Halle. As well as Gabrielle, thank you for the $15. Let's get 150 Gabrielle W's. Thank you so much. Who says, have a good Thanksgiving. You too, Gabrielle. Happy early Thanksgiving. And Jennifer, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Who says, I've been watching for a few months now. Often topics come up that I feel will be uncomfortable to hear, but then you say exactly what I need to hear. Listen. There's a lot of shit that comes up on this live that is very uncomfortable, especially the men that are like, rape is okay, or I don't care about sexual exploitation. But I mean, at the end of the day, those views are indefensible, and I'll make sure to let them know why. But I appreciate you for the $15, Jennifer. Frankie, thank you for the 10, and Miranda with a 5. You guys are awesome. As well as Stephanie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, and GG with a 1. Thank you, guys. If you want to support me, you can find the link to my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. It's also at the top of the phone screen on TikTok and in the pin message on YouTube. Okay, what's going on, Trump 67? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I don't know, but I know Dada, and he wouldn't do that. Dean, you are so fine. Dean, you are so.
Fuck. Get out of here. Get out of here, child. Quote unquote, I know Dada, and he wouldn't do that. Sometimes kids could be funny. Sometimes kids could be funny. Okay, get out of here. Band, what's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, Damson's just not even here. They're just doing their own thing. What's up? Do you support Trump, Sab? Nigger. Well, that's a definite yes. Okay, that is a definite, loud, and certain yes. But banned for being low IQ, banned for screaming the N-word, and banned for possessing less rational thought than my family dog. And they're pretty dumb. They shit on that. They shit inside of the house all the time. Right? So that should really say something. Moving on to the next guest, Dave. Here we go, guys. We got them loading up. Hello, Dave. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I mean, like, net support, yeah. Like, more so than Democrat side.
How? He's a fucking tyrant. Dude's like attacking the Constitution, right? He's like, it should be illegal to criticize me in the media. I don't give a fuck about birthright citizenship. I'm going to sign this EO until I'm violating the 14th, right? He's like, oh, it's still better than the Dems. How?
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, I only got a couple issues. You know, first one is like the drilling permit stuff.
Dude, the Dems approved 50% more drilling permits than he did in his first term under Biden and Harris. Get pushed.
Yeah, I know. That's my issue.
So you want less drilling permits?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, dude, we're in a climate crisis right now.
What is the only party that believes in the climate crisis?
It doesn't matter. You're asking me.
The only party that believes in the climate crisis is the Democrats.
Democrats.
Trump explicitly denies it. He says that human-caused climate change doesn't exist, and the scientists just don't know it yet.
No, I mean, I understand, right? Sorry, that's my dog in the background. No, I mean, it doesn't really matter the means to the end, but dude, we're in a climate crisis right now, and like, I mean, if they're going to be approving more, then
we need to shift like over time to renewable energy resources, right?
Yeah. No,
okay.
Actually, you want to know what I think?
So what's the only party that makes investments into renewable energy resources?
To answer that question, Democrats, right?
Okay, don't we need those investments?
Yeah, but I think we should.
So we do need those investments. So therefore, we need the Democrats.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean,
so if we need the Democrats, then why aren't you one?
Because, dude, I'm concerned about the drilling permits, and also, man, I mean, Trump administration has done a lot more with nuclear. I'm big on nuclear, man.
No, I don't actually think that they've done more nuclear. They've done more with coal. They call it clean. They've like repealed like EPA regulations, right? Like I think part of the Clean Water Act is just evaporated in thin air now. They're intending to, as of yesterday, repeal any emission regulations on American industries. You got to be trolling.
I'm not trolling. I totally believe you. I'm not trolling, man.
Okay, so then you wouldn't support Trump, right? If you're like a one-issue voter, a big climate guy, Trump would like make you want to like throw up everywhere simultaneously. Like, come on.
I know, but like, dude, we gotta lower the amount of drilling permits. I mean, this is just getting insane, man.
Okay, he's doing that strat where he just repeats himself like every 5 seconds to try to argue the point. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, right? sometimes I have to do gymnastics around the guess, and I have to find like 5
Yo,
billion
Dean, I have a
ways
question
to
for you. Why didn't you talk about what happened today, huh?
be quiet. 1 moment. I have to find like 5 billion different ways to try to prove a guess wrong. Dominic, thank you so much for the motorcycle. I appreciate you for that, love. What's up, looks
So
next?
I got a question for you because you talked about two breaking news today, right? You talked about this woman getting deported and Trump saying something to a reporter, right?
Yes.
Breaking news. So you said those two things, right? But you basically just you want to talk bad about Trump, but why don't you inform your fans when they're like 12, 13? Why don't you inform them about what happened to these two National Guards?
Oh, yeah, I forgot
I'm
about that.
disappointed.
Breaking news. 2 National Guardsmen were shot meters from the White House.
Sarcastically?
No, that was
Come
it
on,
was me. Like, you told me I didn't do it as a breaking news bit, so breaking news. Right, I actually
No,
do care.
because you-
Like, I actually do care. Like, that sucks.
No, you don't care. You
Yes,
disappointed
bro,
me
dude,
because
buddy. 1 second. No, I actually do. I can I can explain to you why I care. I will explain to you why I care. Right, I'm actually like really sad that 2 National Guardsmen got shot, because the National Guardsmen are like obeying their orders from the commander in chief, like to go into DC and shit. And if they disobey that order, right, they'll either be called a traitor and put on trial, apparently for sedition by the Pentagon, according to Trump, or they'll be dishonorably discharged.
I have a question to you.
There's many
Do you know how
people.
many Democrats are making fun of them.
If you interrupt me again, I'm gonna kick you. Like there's people in the National Guards, that are part of the National Guard that like don't want to be deployed. Okay, there's like in these cities, there's people in the National Guard that are like Trump haters. Okay, there's people in the National Guard that are like big time libs. Like I actually know a handful of them, right? And they like fucking hate, right, the orders that they're being given, right? Is that everybody in the National Guard? No. Is that majority of people in the National Guard? Also no, right? But do people like that exist? Yeah, right? So that's why we shouldn't be like literally like shooting and killing National Guardsmen. So, right, that, yeah, I think that's just atrocious. We shouldn't be doing that. Right? Not to mention, right, that then Trump used it to turn around and even deploy more National Guards. Okay, it's like you kill a couple members of a secret police, then more of them show up and the tyranny reigns even harder. There's about 1,000,000,001 reasons to condemn that shit. Yeah, everyone should condemn that shit. Right? Like it's like it's so bad for the furtherance of this dystopian, treacherous, tyrannical future where there's like liberals saying that it was like a false flag, right? A staged assassination because it allows Donald Trump more social permissibility to exercise more of that executive overreach. Very bad, very bad.
Yeah, but I mean, you talking about, like the fact that you remember this, what Trump said. I mean, it feels like you do hate this guy, right? But he's just exercising his First Amendment, right? And you not remembering this breaking news that has been, all over X about these two National, Guards that are actually heroes because they're actually following commands, right? You don't remember at all.
Listen,
So
I don't think that people in the National Guard in these cities are heroes.
So you don't think they're making your city safer? So why don't you think they're heroes?
So why don't I think that they're heroes? It's because they're operating under the command of a tyrant.
So you're saying that they're following unlawful orders, right?
What's that?
So are you saying that they're doing unlawful things?
I don't know if we've ever had a court rule that is deployment specifically in DC are unlawful.
I mean, whatever you say, man. But I see that like all you do is just spread hate, which you're trying to divide this country in half, right? But it's okay. I mean, you don't talk about what happened
So
to me, which
you
made
so
me a
you,
lot.
so you told me I have a question. You told me that I'm trying to divide this country in half. Can you divide 4 in half?
Yeah.
Weren't you like learning your shapes the day before yesterday?
It was my brother. Okay, he already learned his shapes. He got an A on it.
Can you divide 4 in
That
half?
doesn't matter. And now you're pivoting.
Sorry.
The pivot god.
Come on, that was a really good opportunity.
You and Parker are literally replicas.
Come on, bro.
guys
You
are
literally set me up for the slam dunk on that one.
No, bro. It's a pivot. What? So you're comparing me now of learning the ABC with the National Guard dying?
No,
That's
you said that I'm trying to divide this country in half. That was like a setup, like slam dunk, right? Right, for me to then turn around and be like, "Can you divide 4 in half?" Because the other day you were up here with like reposts saying square, circle. You know, come on, that was good.
I
It was a
actually,
jab. Okay, that wasn't like a part of like a debate or anything. It was
so
just
if
a
you
little
check those
jab.
reposts, those were back in 2023. I don't know what you're saying.
No, I fully believe that was your brother. I just find it comedic.
Yeah, so I have another question, right? Because back then in like November or December, there was actually accusations that you were being paid by the DNC, and there was an actual proof, there was actual evidence of this, and that you know, SA'd your ex-girlfriend.
Oh my God. No one's ever accused me of essaying my ex-girlfriend. Where the fuck are you getting that from?
Remember that girl that you brought here the last time, where you were in the call? I don't remember her name. She had like a black profile picture.
Who are you talking about?
You were debating her.
I debated somebody with a black profile picture.
Millie. I think that's her name,
Can we
Millie.
skip to the part about an accusation of me essaying my ex-girlfriend?
I mean, it seemed like she was. You said that she dropped those accusations, right? But I mean, it's crazy because you talk about
no. Millie didn't even say that there's an accusation that I essayed my ex-girlfriend. Millie said that there's an accusation that I raped some 30-year-old delusional guy in Ohio named Brett. Sorry, Brett.
But no. You're not making the connections. You're not telling your fans. But she told you. She said something before that though. I don't remember, but I'm 100% sure if I ask her, she says something about you and a girlfriend. Before that.
No, listen. Okay, first and foremost, okay, it's worth filling in the chat about the grape allegation. So this guy named Little QB, he's 30 years old. He's manic. He's mentally ill. He's from Ohio, and he streams every day from his bedroom in his parents' house in Ohio. And he really didn't like me. All right, he really didn't like me. So for like 6 months straight, he ran lives with a title, "Dean Withers Graped Me." And while he was running these lives with the title, "Dean Withers Graped Me," he also made a song saying that he wanted to unalive me, grape my sister. I have 13 open police reports against him. And then like one day he ended up like breaking down on live because I was pressing the fuck out of him because he was saying I graped him. And he was like, "Dean, I know that it's false. I know that it's false, but it doesn't matter because if I keep repeating it, people will believe it." And shit, I guess he was right. I mean, listen to this idiot, all right? So not only is this guy, right, buying in to the demented, mentally ill 30-year-old that hosted lives for a year saying I graped him, then said that it never happened, publicly, by the way, he retracted everything, right? But then you're taking that and then you're trying to twist that into an accusation that I graped my ex-girlfriend. You, sir, are an evil, evil person, okay? If you just disappeared, I couldn't care less, right? I'm gonna be honest. I couldn't care less, right? And like honestly, you have now opened yourself up to being liable for slander. You've opened yourself up to being liable for defamation. And if I was on a path of vindication and tyranny, I could sue the shit out of you. But quite frankly, that'll only cause another 10 of you to pop up saying, "Dean essayed his ex-girlfriend." It's funny. You have to manufacture fake claims of grape that not even my ex-girlfriend would make, right? Right? In order to try to take me down because I am so successful at effectively dismantling your bullshit. Okay? You know that you cannot stand the test of reason. You expect me to let you have any right on this live after you said that I essayed my ex-girlfriend? Wow, you are really asking a lot of me, buddy. You are so entitled. It is embarrassing.
Accusations.
Right? But anyways, to get back to what I said, you know that you cannot beat me on a level of rational thought. You cannot clear me when discussing the evidence for your thoughts. And you cannot beat me in a debate with any substance nor rigor in any context whatsoever. So instead, you decide to join the live and say that there's accusations of me SAing my ex-girlfriend when there, quite frankly, is none. You are a disgusting pig.
I questioned you.
And you know what that question does, by the way. You know what that question does. Oh, Dean, is there accusations? Is there
Wait, when you
accusations
accuse Trump,
of you
when you
raping your ex-girlfriend? Oh, and then all of a sudden, 16,000 people hear that, and then the
when you accuse Trump,
16,000 people watching say, Dean, is there accusations of you SAing your ex-girlfriend? And then the 10,000 people go, Dean, you SA'd your ex-girlfriend. Like you know exactly what you're doing. It is
I
sincerely,
buddy,
it
just
is
like you say stuff.
sincerely disgusting, especially to do that to a victim. Sincerely disgusting.
Victim. Wow, I didn't know that. Now you're making yourself a victim, correct? But why do you accuse Trump of these things, though, right? Oh, why are you muting me now? Come
I'm
on
actually
now.
not muting you.
Who's muting me? Come on, let
Not
me
me.
talk.
I'm not muting you.
Okay, so let me tell you something.
You see my
Why
hands.
do
I'm
you
not
accuse?
muting you.
Why do you accuse? Bro, what are your mods?
It's okay, Parker. You could
Bro.
let him ask the question now. He's about to get dunked on. Let him ask the question, and then let him suffer the consequences of
Come
his
on, mod,
question.
stop being soft. That's why I love Kick.
Go
Right? 'Cause,
ahead.
I mean,
Go
you
ahead.
guys
Ask. Go ahead. Ask.
have
Go ahead. Ask the
So let me
question.
ask you a question, right? So you're saying that I accused you, and I actually didn't because I questioned you about it, right? Because Millie, I actually heard Millie talk in this on that debate, right? And well, you actually proved me right that this guy says something about you, correct? And that's why I was questioning you because I wasn't sure if that was your ex-girlfriend or if that was that dude. Which those are accusations. I don't believe them. Maybe they're true. Maybe they're false. They're probably false, right? But when you accuse Trump, is that okay?
Okay, so let's examine
Come on,
this question.
come on.
So let's really examine this question. See,
Yeah,
the
sure.
difference between Brent, the 30-year-old in Ohio that hosted live saying Dean Withers raped me for a year, then said it never happened, and Donald Trump being found by a court of law guilty for the rape of E. Jean Carroll are quite evident, but I will articulate them for you nonetheless, since you have a low IQ and you need that helping hand. The main difference is the fact that Brent ended up saying that it never happened, and he was just saying it because he hated me. The second difference would be the fact that Brent is 2 times my age, and he was accusing me of raping him when I was a 16-year-old and he was a 25-year-old. Fuck. The third difference would be the fact that I've never met Brent in my life. He lives over 1,500 miles away from me, and E. Jean Carroll not only met Trump, but was able to prove it by suggesting a photo of them two together. And the fifth, or I don't know, sixth maybe at this point, and biggest difference would be the fact that E. Jean Carroll not only accused Donald Trump of raping her, but brought enough evidence to convince a court that found his guilt and never walked it back, unlike Mr. Little QB, Brent, who hosted these lives for a year, brought no evidence, then crumbled under pressure and admitted it was all a ploy all along to try to get people to stop supporting me. And for you to make a comparison out of these two things makes you a gross person. Okay?
It doesn't
Right?
make me a gross person. I was just questioning
It's
you.
not like low IQ
You-
hypothetical time when you're playing around with like false grape accusations. It's embarrassing. Like it is so harmful, right? Like I'm giving you like
Making yourself a victim. You're so soft.
I am giving you right like a much better reaction than 99% of other people would. Okay? If you walked up to somebody on the street that like knows Trump is a rapist because he was found guilty of rape in a court, and then you started saying that they had accusations of rape, when in all reality, like they didn't. And then you were like, oh, so you've been accused of rape. What's the difference between Trump being found guilty in a court? In all reality, like I can't say it on TikTok.
Ask you something.
You'd get
Weren't you
hurt. You'd get hurt.
Let me
You'd get
ask you
hurt.
something, sir. Weren't you accused of it?
No, I was never credibly accused of rape. No.
So let me ask you something. When you debunked Millie or whatever her name was, why can she ask you these questions and actually, debate you on this? But when I ask you about it, I'm like this piece of shit. I'm this gross person. Why? I'm just asking. you a
Why
question.
does it make you a piece of shit and a gross person to be asking these questions? Because by asking these questions, you are invoking a particular reaction from the audience. By asking, Dean, don't you have accusations of SA from your ex-girlfriend? Not only are you beginning that question by the word don't, suggesting that I do, but you're also planting the seeds in the minds of the viewers that I do have accusations of rape by my ex-girlfriend. And because you're planting that seed in the minds of the viewers that I do have accusations of rape made against me by my ex-girlfriend, you are then implanting the thought that I rape my ex-girlfriend. When in all reality, I don't have accusations of rape from my ex-girlfriend. Like, not only did I not rape my ex-girlfriend, I haven't even been accused of raping her. That is what makes you such a terrible, evil, and despicable person. Like anymore, buddy, stop whining. You're acting like a child. Listen, if you're gonna come up here and like talk about like fake rape accusations that literally don't even exist, right? The smallest thing you could do is act your age. Okay? Because I expect this attitude from Trump supporters when I'm debating them on politics. Okay? I didn't know that it bled over into fake rape accusations that you're making up on the spot because you despise me, because I'm 10 times the man you will ever amount to.
You're not even mogging, so you will never be 10 times the man. But let me tell you something, Dean. I don't hate you. You
said I'll never be 10 times the man you are? I have been since birth, buddy. Like, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Right? Like, I have been for a while. This is old news, okay? This was in a tabloid magazine in the 80s. That Dean Withers is 10 times the man that you are.
Okay, can I talk now? Because these guys keep muting me, bro.
Oh, can you talk? Thank you for asking permission. The answer is no. I'm going to thank a couple people. Nina, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And Hannah, thank you for the $5. Tiffany, thank you for the $5. Frankie, thank you so much for the $5. Daniela with a $10 who says, I'm gratefully for young people like you. Well, thank you so much, Daniela. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Show some love to Daniela for the $10 in the chat. And Garrett, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal who says, yo, this is your twin Garrett Noodles. Thank you for the shout out, brother. Oh, Garrett. Yeah, I know you. You're a killer on that electric. Thank you so much for the $20. And then Shandi with a $5 who says, after this guest with the accusations, I hope you have a drink on me, Dean. Much love, man. Oh, thank you so much for your kindness. And then over on YouTube super chat, Miss Holcomb, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube. Thank you. Miss Holcomb says, Dean, your favorite Gen X Florida teacher here. You need a day off from these exacerbating people. My 16-year-old son started listening to you since he hears me listening all day. There is hope. Get on your piano and take a break from this lunacy. Oh, dude, Miss Holcomb, it's good to see you. I remember when you dropped by the other day. I love you. Thank you so much for the $20 and the incredibly kind words. And then Tara, thank you for the $20 as well on YouTube, who says, here's some of that DNC money for you. Thank you, Tara. Show some love to Tara. Show some love to Miss Holcomb. Show some love to all of our donors. Thank you guys so much. And Morgan with a $5 on Venmo for suing Josh. And Cassandra with a $5 as well, who says he doesn't actually care about any allegations. He's a grape apologist. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not, sir. I'm not at all. I hope if you're an actual victim, I hope you probably got the right help.
If I did have credible grape accusations against my ex-girlfriend, you'd probably ask to be my friend.
No, I wouldn't.
Shut up.
I swear to God.
Ciao! Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says this caller's and ask happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for the $10, Cal. Show some love to Cal in that chat.
So I also accused you of, getting paid by the DNC. Is that true though? Because there was this accusations, I guess.
Honestly, brother, I thought that you might have been a troll, but after that last conversation, you've proved that you're not. This is seriously you.
I'm a hard right MAGA, supporter. Nothing wrong with
this guy's not even a troll, buddy. Yeah, I'm paid by the DNC. They're currently sending their paychecks over on YouTube, Venmo, and PayPal. Linktree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube at the top of the phone screen as well. I mean, we just got $10 from the DNC over on YouTube. Hector, thank you for the 2 galaxies from the DNC on TikTok. Thank you for the galaxies. Cope wide and see about it, buddy. Hector, thank you for the 3rd galaxy from the DNC as well.
So you said that Trump was found guilty of raping this.
Amafrel, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo saying, oh, shut up. Oh, so that pisses you off. I'm going to say it louder. Amafrel with the $20 over on Venmo. I'm going to say it louder because it pisses him off. And I'm going to spend even longer focusing on thanking them. Amafrel, that is AMFRAFEL. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Courtney, thank you so much for the $20 as well on Venmo, who says, as a nurse who's no longer professional and a woman standing up who was never believed, keep standing up. Oh, thank you so much. And I'm so sorry, but thank you so much for the $20. Cypress, thank you for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Phantom with the $20 from the DNC over on YouTube Super Chat. Hannah, thank you for the $10. Alexa, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, just as another DNC payment. Rami, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo from the DNC. Let's go, Rami! That is ROMI. Let's get 500 Rami W's down below in that chat for the $50 on Venmo who says DNC money to support the Parker and Dean cult. Thank you for the $50, Rami. Thank you. Show some love to Rami down below in that chat. Even louder. You know what?
Cold?
I think that this guy deserves to be even more pissed off. Fernando! Thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Isabella with a $10 who says, love you, bestie Dean. Thank you, Isabella. Tiffany with a 5. Frankie with a 5. Chandra with a 5. Thank you guys so much for all the love.
No.
Parker's just been spam muting you for like 30 minutes. It is great.
Parker's
just having fun.
Way too fun, bro. It's so much more fun.
No,
just
man.
like muting him.
No, man. Mommy, thank you so much for the galaxy from the DNC. Yeah, guys, if you want to support, right? If you're from the DNC, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio.
You guys are in a cult. You guys, someone proved it. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Go ahead.
W Dean cult.
Yeah, go ahead.
W Parker and Dean cult, I guess.
Oh, so look, Max, what did you have to say?
Fake money.
Patsy, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Saying go, Dean, thank you for the 25. Courtney, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Patsy and Courtney.
Fake. I don't see them. Fake.
Wow, you sound really emotional. Why are you losing your goddamn mind?
Because those are fake donations, and you're making me seem like a brokey when I have more money than you. I got more deep pockets than you. You know how much I've made off the Trump coin? Shit.
Cooper, thank you for the galaxy.
Appreciate him. Trump coin.
Wait, did you just say that
you lost money?
Wait.
I lost money. I got that
galaxy.
shit once it started, buddy.
Anna, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal so you can make more money from than the guests. Thank you for the $20, Anna. Show some love to Anna down below in that comment section for the $20. I really appreciate you so much for the love to make more money than the guests. Yo, thank you so much, Hannah, for the $10 over on Venmo. Here's some fake money so you can make some more money than the guests. Thank you so much, Hannah. Baby with a $5 over on Venmo. Nate with a $25 over on Venmo. Let's go. Show some love to Nate down below in the chat for the $25 so you can stop being a brokey. Apena, thank you for the $1 as well over on PayPal. Dude, this guy is so pissed off about the donations that he automatically starts screaming fake money. He starts screaming, oh, you're so broke. He starts screaming, oh, he makes more money than you. This guy's an insecure little dweeb. Holy shit, so corny. You're an insecure little dweeb. I'd be embarrassed to have you as a child. I hope your parents love you because I bet they struggle to every single day. Lori, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal who says, looks Max is maxing out your bank account. Yeah, bro, got my money up. This guy got his funny down. Appreciate you so much for the $25, Lori. Show some love to Lori down below in the comment section for the $25. Abigail, thank you for the $50 on Venmo saying here's some fake money from the DNC. That money, my money is up, quite frankly. Thank you for the $50. Patsy, thank you for the $50 as well over on Venmo who says I'm not fake. Let's go, Patsy. Show some love to Patsy and Abigail for the $50 each over on Venmo. OG, thank you for the $10 for the Parker and Dean cult fee. James with the $5 to get my money up. Thank you so much for helping me get my money up. Charlotte with the $5 from the DNC. Fernando, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. Let's go. Our money is up. Our money is up, quite frankly.
Fake money.
My money's up, buddy. I make more money than you.
You don't make more money than me.
Yes, I do. I make more money.
You don't make more crypto than me.
I make more money than you.
Ledger.
Buddy, I'm big balling. How
much crypto you got?
Yeah, looks max. Turn your camera on.
Parker,
you said that you're looks maxing and that Dean needs to looks max. Turn your camera on.
Oh, wait. Actually, good point. Yeah, turn your camera on.
Oh, for why? Do you think I want to show myself to 11.6K haters?
You said that Dean needs to looks max. How about you show us your face?
Yo, show me your physique right now. Come on, show me.
My physique or Dean's physique?
I don't want to see your pudgy physique, okay? I want to see Dean's because he takes steroids, so I want to see it.
You want Dean to take his shirt off? That's crazy, bro.
I mean, you want to see me? That's crazy, bro. I mean, you guys are liberals, so I think you guys are attracted to guys' bodies, right? Are you guys attracted to guys' bodies? Because that's what you want to see me, huh?
Wait, we're not even making that claim.
Oh, come on now.
Claim that it's weird. It's weird as fuck to ask him to take his shirt off, bro.
How is it weird if I want to see his physique? Like he's looking at my physique, and you're telling me to turn my camera on. Why? Because
you're the one who put the picture in your profile picture.
Do you look, Max? Remember my old profile picture? You know why I had to delete it? Because there was 12-year-old fans telling me that they were gonna grate me, and that's why I had to remove it because these guys were.
Can I actually? So your physique is your profile picture. First, buddy, you need to work on those ab inserts. You kind of got unlucky. I'm not gonna.
You can't talk.
Kind of look like shit.
Can't talk.
About
walk the talk.
About ab
walk
inserts.
The talk. Walk the talk. Let me see him.
Oh, yeah, I can. I mean, I have like pretty average ab inserts. It's just a straight 6-pack. It's not an 8 or a 10, but I mean, those
Let me-
shits are funky.
them
Then
in
also about the chest, something else I'd recommend here is start working on.
Over this
One
is
moment.
crazy.
I'd start working on the upper chest a little bit. Like like you look really flat on the upper chest. So if I were you, when going to the gym, like do you do
Back
any?
days, huh?
One moment. Do you do any incline bench?
Back days.
One moment. Do you do any incline bench?
I do everything, brother. I don't
So-
take steroids like you.
Wait, you shouldn't do everything. Okay, so then you just be like maxing exhaustion. You should never do everything, right? Like don't do everything. How many like different workouts, sets and reps would you say you do for chest? And how many times a week do you hit chest? Let's start there.
I hit chest like twice a day. I hit legs 3 times a day because I'm a soccer player. So
You hit
I have
chest
to-
twice a day? You don't work out.
No,
That's
twice
not-
a week. I'm sorry, twice a week. Twice a week,
Okay.
and then
So then what's your routine for chest?
I don't know, bro. I see the machine and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna hit this shit. I'm not.
Okay, well that's why your chest is lacking. man.
Crying like crazy.
Can I actually give you like some advice?
Walk the talk. Let me see your physique. Show me a picture. Come on.
My chest is like my strongest like body part.
Don't show me. Okay, don't show me them big. Okay, don't show me titties.
But
I don't want to see.
let me just, dude, yeah, man titties for real. But like, let me actually give you some advice. So when you're like working on chest, for instance, you want to split it into like upper and lower. Now, like some people will do upper, lower, mid, and like the inside walls of each pec. But like for the most part, if you just split it into like a compound movement for upper, a compound movement for lower, like you're good. All right. So, I mean, for like mid and lower, I just like to do flat bench. A lot of people say it's not effective. I like it. It's given me results, right? But you also really want to be able to focus on upper. Incline bench with dumbbells, that's like the go-to. Age-old beauty, right? So make sure you're doing, like maybe 3 sets of 8, 10, 12, right, of incline
Listen,
bench.
you're not gonna tell me how to work out because I'm actually stronger than you. But let me ask you a question.
I'm
What's your max
so
bench
sorry.
press?
Even like the Republican gym bros watching or
Max
like
bench
listening
press.
to me right now, and they're like, "Yeah, this guy's kind of making sense." Right? Can we get like the Republican gym
What's
bros
your
in the comment
max bench?
section
I
to
said
speak
walk
up and
the
say,
talk. Let me see your
"Dean's
physique.
right about this
Walk
one
the
little
talk.
thing"?
Walk the talk.
You want to see my man boobies?
I mean, if they're big, can you please cover them like like Photoshop, like blur them or something? Because I don't want to see them. I'm not a liberal. I'm sorry. I don't like to look at those
So
things.
you're saying that you want to see them, but you don't want to see them. You sound pretty conflicted.
No, I just want you to like cover the like the tip.
Well, hopefully my tip wouldn't be in a physique photo of my chest.
Bro, just show me. I'll walk the talk. Let me see your
Wait,
physique.
this guy's really conflicted.
Bro, because you're telling me all these things, and when I see a machine, I'm an alpha male, right? So I go and I hit it, and when I get tired, I keep going because that's exhaustion, and that's how your muscle grows.
You want me to what?
And that's how I grow. I don't take steroids like y'all. I don't take what is it called?
Turn your camera on.
You know what?
Turn your camera on.
You know what? If you turn your
You're a
camera on,
guest, okay? How about I'm gonna mute you now?
If you turn your camera on, I'll walk the talk.
Yeah, turn your camera on, Looks Max.
You can't walk the talk.
Oh, what if I walk
Turn
the
your
talk
camera on.
first? What if I walk the talk first? If
clip this, clip
if I walk the talk first, will you turn your camera on?
If you have a better physique than me, yes, I will turn my camera on my life.
Yeah.
Come on.
He's just gonna say that the worst. He's scared. You're
No,
scared
I'm
to turn your
not.
camera on. Bro, this guy.
Oh my god. Bro, how many fucking shots did you take of fucking steroids before this shit?
Well, that tells me it's good, right?
Oh,
I
so you're saying steroids are good? So you're saying steroids are good?
I think it's time that you turn the camera on. No, I'm not saying that steroids are good. I'm saying that steroids artificially increase your testosterone, and which boosts muscle growth. Right?
With
So
water.
I think
With
that
water.
you need to turn that camera on, buddy.
With water, huh? I think you're just trying to sue me, which, I might have to talk to my Jewish lawyers about this because, I'm scared
You're
of you
so
now.
scared,
but-
buddy. You're so scared. Turn your camera on. You're terrified.
Come on, buddy. You know that you just got that you just got mogged. Okay, like I don't like to play these
Parker,
childish
no, you-
games, but I'm willing to get
The people
down, dirty,
that
and
see my-
childish with you because you came up here alleging fake grape allegations. Okay, listen. If there's any way to like humiliate this guy, like
Fake
right now,
grape.
I'm gonna like take it. Right. So if like one way I could humiliate this guy is by going physique for physique and mogging the shit out of him, I understand that that's like below me. I understand that that's elementary, and I understand that's probably right, like an attitude that like many people watching, like hopefully don't want to see from me, right? But like, you know, I'm petty, and because he came up here with a fake grape allegation, I'll definitely do it.
Mogged,
Buddy, let me see your legs, because you know it doesn't. It's not
Wait,
only
turn
about
your
chest
camera on.
and
You're
upper.
scared of being mogged, bro. That's why.
Parker, I'm not scared of being mocked by you. Okay, you have like XQC physique. You know who
Turn your
XQC
camera
is?
on.
You have his
You're
physique.
so
Okay, you're not
scared.
allowed to
Turn your
talk. You're
camera
built
on,
like
buddy.
a carrot. You're built like a carrot. Okay.
And you won't turn your camera on.
Oh, are you gonna sue me for that? Because I called you a carrot?
Turn
Oh,
your camera on. You're a coward.
Parker, stop being his boyfriend.
You're a coward, bro.
You're a coward, bro. How about you be quiet and be a good little boy?
your
Okay,
camera
I'm
on.
talking to.
Yeah,
I'm
why is
talking
this
to Dean.
why is this sub 5 still talking?
Yeah, turn your camera on, bro. You got mogged.
I got mogged. Do you think his physique
Yeah.
is better with water?
You're
His
scared
fucking
of
muscles
us
have
realizing that
water.
you haven't looked
My
stuff.
shit. You know how long my shit took? 5 years. The
So-
difference. And you know how
Camera.
long his shit took?
Wait,
4 months.
Wait, you've been working
So-
5 years on
Hold on.
that? Buddy, you've been working 5 years on that? Dude, that's
Because I
naturally
play soccer.
that's naturally attainable in
Soccer.
less than 6 months. Right? Like yeah, like what you're showing in your profile picture is naturally attainable in less than 6 months. Like it's like you do have really good lighting in that profile picture, so it like makes you like look like likely a lot bigger than you are in real life, right? Because the lighting, you got good lighting in that profile picture, right? But that physique is naturally attainable in around 6 to 7 months for the average 18-year-old male
Steroids,
with
of
average testosterone levels.
With steroids, buddy. Because I mean, if you play, do you play sports, Dean? Let me ask you something. Do you play a sport or no?
I like how he's doing everything but turning his camera on.
Yeah,
You
I'll answer-
coward.
I'll answer your question. once
Listen,
you
I'm
turn your
not an
camera on.
influencer like y'all. I'm not an influencer like y'all, so it doesn't matter if I turn my camera on or not, right?
I
I'm
think
showing
that
you a
I think
picture.
that you're
If
just
you want, I
scared.
can post pictures. I can post pictures on my Instagram. I don't.
Wait,
I
so-
mean, on
Hey,
my
turn your
TikTok.
camera on right now.
Why would I turn my camera on? Tell me.
Because you admitted you would do it, but you're scared of getting mogged, bro.
Because if he had a better physique than me, but then he showed me his steroids physique, and I don't think he has a better physique than me.
Wait, how do you know that I'm on? So
you had to say steroids.
what's your evidence that I'm on steroids?
Your Instagram post, like 7, 8, no, actually, I'll probably say 12 months ago, you had no muscle. Like, you had no muscle at all. So,
Oh, so 12 months ago, I think I was a lot smaller because I quit going to the gym for 2 years. But the reason why I've been able to bounce back so quickly is before I stopped going to the gym for 2 years, I went every day for 3 years straight. Like, let me give you. Do you want like a little bit of an education on like what working out does to your muscles?
sure, tell me what working out with steroids does to your muscle. Add water,
Well, it's just a basic accusation from an insecure child. You're so insecure about your own physique that when you see somebody that looks better than you, you accuse them of
I'm
being on
not, because I can
steroids.
cook.
You're so insecure about your own political opinions. No. Let me cook. Okay. If you're not the insecure little man I'm calling you, then you're going to let me cook and you're going to sit there in silence. You're so insecure about your own physique that when you see somebody that looks better than you, you say that they're on steroids. You're so insecure about your political beliefs. When you see somebody that's smarter than you, you basically accuse them of grape. You're so insecure about your tiny brain that when you are engaging in a debate with somebody that is shitting on you, every single word that leaves their mouth, you accuse them from being funded by the DNC. And you're so insecure about what I'm saying right now because it is exposing you as the insecure little man-child you are, that you can't keep your mouth shut for more than 3 seconds. You get loud, you start interrupting, and you start screaming. Everybody tuning into the live, I want this to be a legitimate demonstration of the toxic male ego. Andrew Tate, Clavicular, this guy, and all of the shitty men with small brains, and all reality are only... One moment. All right, because you're saying thank you for the shout out, so you know I got a big platform, right? They do something. I utter his name, all of a sudden, he's more relevant than he was 24 hours ago.
Of course, you're
right. Big leagues, right? But anyways, you're so insecure that you like to project your own insecurities onto those around you, and typically you project those insecurities onto women and girls. Right? This is why these toxic men will like to say that they need to know their place, stay in the kitchen, they're lesser than, they're worse at leading. It's because they
Good
have a
for
low
me.
self-image and a low self-worth. So then they project that onto the women and girls around them. So they could say,
Watch
at
it.
the end of the day, regardless of my own low self-esteem, I'm still by default better than 53% of the population, right? But he in this circumstance, he's projecting it on me, right? He's projecting it on me. He's come face to face with a dude that is better than him in every single way.
No.
Every single way, right? We're talking about intelligence.
more
We're
athletic
talking
than me.
about education. We're talking about common sense. We're talking about emotional regulation. We're talking about literally like physical physique, size of the bicep. Okay. Yeah, we're talking about attractiveness of the like every single way. And his response is to go crazy, start projecting, start coping, screaming about how I'm paid by the DNC while simultaneously being broke, screaming about how I'm bad at debating while simultaneously having to resort to fake grape accusations when he loses, and now screaming about how my physique is so bad while simultaneously so good I must be on steroids.
Listen, let me talk to you. So you said you're smarter than me, right? What was your GPA in high school? Clocked.
Well, you didn't even give me an opportunity to answer the question.
No, just answer the question. What was your GPA in high school? Don't give me explanations. Just tell me.
Oh yeah, my GPA in high school was 2.8. Now, what was your SAT score? Because mine was in the 1500s.
What was your GPA?
2.8.
Guys, I clocked all of your fanboys.
Oh, so the reason why my high school GPA was a 2.8 is because I had to work to provide for my family. Right? So now what was your SAT score? Your SAT score, because mine was in the 1500s.
I'll tell you right now because I'm not a liar. Well, you actually told me the truth, which is actually kind of funny. But my SAT score was 1,250.
Yeah, thanks for playing.
Come on. And let me ask you something. What was your ASVAB score?
GPA? What was your GPA?
ASVAB score? What was your
Looks Max, what was your
You didn't
GPA?
take it, right? You didn't
Wait, what
take
was
it
your
'cause you're not willing to
GPA
serve-
in high school?
Yeah, also, why are we talking about high school GPAs? Did you not go to college?
I'm in college right now.
Oh, so you're not even through college yet?
Of course not. I'm 19.
Wait, what's your GPA in college right now?
I don't know it because I don't check it, but I have good
You don't
grades.
know what your GPA is in college? That's embarrassing.
Because I don't care about it. As long as I have good grades, why would I care
You
about
just
it?
brought
Right?
it up as like
I
a
have
point to
90s to
dunk on
100.
Dean. Wait, you brought up high school GPA as a point to dunk on Dean. You don't even know what your GPA is right now? Wait, how many A's do you have? Do you have all A's?
I have 4 A's and 1 B.
Okay, wait, so my GPA was higher than yours, buddy. What's your major?
My major, criminal justice.
Criminal justice. Okay, so I have
Lock
a
all
degree
these
in
liberals up.
economics. I had a 3.9 GPA. Get mogged, buddy.
Oh, you. But what about Dean? What about Dean? What about Dean? What was your high school GPA? What was
Wait,
your
why
high
are you
school
going back to
GPA
high school instead of
from-
college, buddy? You just got mogged. How does it feel?
Yeah,
You're dumber than me in every single way possible.
Man, stop.
Yeah, I got a low GPA in high school because I didn't apply myself to school.
Protecting
Not
him. You see
because
what-
I'm unintelligent. Are you saying that everybody with a low GPA in high school is unintelligent?
Talk. This is what you guys do.
an
Come
absurd
on, you guys.
standard.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. Are you saying everyone with a low GPA in high school is unintelligent?
Can you please stop unmuting me because I'm not
you-
disrespectful.
Can you
I'm not
answer
saying
the
slurs.
can you answer the question? Would you argue that everybody with a low GPA in high school is unintelligent?
No, because
Oh, wait.
Muslim-
If you want to argue that everybody with a low GPA in high school is unintelligent, then why did you try to use the fact that I had a low GPA in high school to call me unintelligent? If you're saying that X doesn't necessarily imply Y, then why did you try to argue that it did? Right? Like seemingly like you're even getting caught up within like your own logic and trying to demonstrate that you're logical, which is quite ironic.
Hey, what does jurisprudence mean? What does jurisprudence mean?
You guys have me in jail. I can't
Wait,
even.
wait,
talk
looks
to you.
Max. What is jurisprudence?
Your mods.
Wait, what is jurisprudence?
Guess what? Stop asking me questions because this is the theme.
What's
But let me tell you something. You said not everyone is actually dumb.
Wait,
if you
no,
have a
dude,
low
your major
GPA.
is
But let me
criminal
tell you
justice.
something, okay?
What's
Doesn't your
what's
GPA explain a
jurisprudence?
lot to you? Because if you don't have a high GPA, that means you can't.
Wait,
go
what
to
is jurisprudence?
Right?
What is jurisprudence?
He doesn't know, Parker. If he knew, he'd answer because it would make him look good. Let's ask him an easier question. How many jurors sit on a civil trial and how many jurors sit on a criminal trial? Oh boy, he was fast to unmute the other time.
Holy, I can't even talk.
How
for 2
many
seconds.
jurors sit on
Why
a
do you
civil
guys keep
trial?
muting me?
How many jurors sit on a civil trial and how many jurors sit on a criminal trial?
How many jurors in a bro? Why are you asking me these questions?
Because
right
your
now?
major's criminal justice. You should have learned this in your first class of freshman year.
You guys are trying to clock me right now. I would answer the questions, but I'm not a good boy. I'm not a.
So
liberal,
you
okay? I
don't wait,
answer
wait,
to
wait,
that.
wait. You don't know how many jurors sit on a civil trial, and you're going to school for criminal justice?
I think
Buddy.
it's listen. I'll tell you right now. I think it's let me remember because I have a lot of things with my life, like you said, right? You have to take care of your family, so I have to take care of my family too. And do I remember?
Like, I don't even know.
I'm an
these-
introduction to criminal justice right now about policing. Okay, I'm not.
I don't even.
Can
I
I
don't
ask you a
even.
question?
Okay, I think I remember because criminal
Go ahead.
trials require 12, right? 12 minimum.
What about
12?
civil?
Wait, 5 or 6 to 12. Come on now. Stop testing me.
So not only do you not know that,
Come
but how
on,
many
stop
people?
testing me, boy.
Wait. Ask
Come
this
on,
question.
Mogged.
Wait, answer this question. How many people are on the Supreme Court?
No, 1 second. Because he was.
What? How many
wrong.
people are in the Supreme Court?
Because
9.
because he's wrong. It's 9.
It is 9. Mogged.
Fucking idiot.
What do you mean I'm an idiot? I just answered the question.
Typically, 9 jurors sit on a civil court.
He said about the Supreme Court.
I know.
How many?
I'm talking about the question that I asked you that you answered wrong.
What question did I answer wrong? Tell me.
How many jurors sit on a civil court?
On civil court, 6 to 12.
9.
9. So it's around. It could be more or less depending on. Yes, that's the answer. Come on now.
Are you reading off of the AI Google overview?
No, bro, because I have I'll tell you the book. It's Criminal Justice: An Introduction by Frank. I don't know how to say his last name. Shamalinger or something.
So you're trying to pronounce his last name by reading it off of a screen?
No, I remember his name.
Hey, speaking of jurors on a civil
I got
court.
his book.
Speaking of jurors on a civil court, how many jurors on a civil court found Trump guilty for raping E. Jean Carroll? How many?
Yeah, good question, right? Because I didn't check.
How many?
I didn't follow up on that case, but I think it was 12.
No, it was 9.
What? There were 9 on the case. What are you talking about?
9, but I have a question. 'Cause
All 9.
You guys are saying that he got found liable of raping this girl, right? But was it criminal? A criminal trial?
Wait, you know what's embarrassing? You came up on the live saying you know so much, and you were trying to literally dog on Dean.
Criminal
for
trial
GPA
or
in high
civil
school,
trial? Tell
but
me.
then you just got dog walked on your own major, bro.
I didn't get dog walk. Come on now.
This
Yeah, you got
guy's Betamaxing. Stop Betamaxing, bro.
I'm an alpha, okay? I'm not
IQ
like y'all.
maxing. He's low IQ maxing.
Bro, come on. Why don't you guys start maxing? Why don't you guys, actually start maxing? I feel like you guys would attract more girls into your.
Wait, says
life.
you. You're not even, wait, I'm sorry. You're not even assertive enough to turn on your camera. What do you mean? We would like attract more
Because I'm not a liberal. I think
You're not a liberal?
If we have,
You mean
our
liberals are
cameras on, that would
cowards?
look so sus. I'm sorry to tell you, but
I'm sorry. You don't think liberal? Wait, we're not asking you to show your physique. We're asking you to show your face, buddy.
Okay, so you want me to
Turn your camera on and show your
You
face,
want me
yeah.
to FaceTime Dean?
Yeah, turn
oh my
your-
God,
turn-
Dean, you're
turn
so
your camera on.
attractive.
Yeah, are you scared?
You have hair like Donald J. Trump.
Hey,
You're so
listen,
attractive.
listen. If
You're
you're
so attractive.
if you're
Oh my
not if you're not scared, right? You'll turn your camera on right now.
Listen, I know how liberals play, all right? But
Give
my face is
one-
gonna be-
give one
my
good
face
reason.
is going to be all over the
Give one
internet,
good
and I don't want to
reason.
be famous like you for, spreading propaganda about Biden and how the Democrats are the perfect party. okay?
Genuinely, to be honest with you, no one gives a shit about you like that. Like
Yeah,
we're just trying to see because
buddy.
we're trying to make fun of you because
Buddy.
you're not a looks maxer.
Yeah, buddy, you're no one.
I am a looks maxer.
You think that anyone cares about you? No.
Your looks maxing doesn't even get you.
Let me
like,
ask you
looking
something.
good, bro.
Do
What are
you
you talking
think
about?
77 million or 79
Just
million
turn your
people
camera on,
that
bro.
voted for Trump
He's
care
scared of
about
getting
you?
mogged. That's what it
Do
is.
you
He's
think
scared
they
of
care
getting
about
mogged.
you, Dean?
You're scared of getting mogged, bro.
I'm not talking to you. Do you think they're
You just did. You literally just did, idiot.
Wow, I just responded to you
Wait, so
because
what's
you.
your
Yeah,
question?
you responded to me. You said I'm not
I
talking
don't
to you.
want to
That
talk to you.
was
Stop
talking to
bullying
me.
me. I don't want to talk to you.
Well, you just did.
Listen,
Samurai, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat.
Money.
I appreciate you for the love, Samurai. Samurai says it's been nonstop for days with this insignificant
Bro's like
pissant.
Team
It's not-
Water.
oh,
Holy
one
shit,
second.
Becky.
Can you just calm down? It's not productive. Go out and get a damn hobby already. I'm sick. What? Well, can you stop until I'm done thanking my donors? He goes on to say, I'm sick of this brainless worm. He's actually literally an idiot, and I say that with my entire chest. I agree, Samurai. The only reason why he's still up is just because I want to like cause him mental anguish. He came up here making like fake grape allegations, so now I'm just stressing him out for the love of the game. Appreciate you for the $20, Samurai. And William with a $10 says, W. Dean, appreciate you for that love, William. Show some love to Samurai and William down below in that comment section. Patrick, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Mackenzie, thank you so much for the 5 as well. And Alice with the $13 who says, thank you so much for what you're doing. Well, I appreciate you so much, Alice. Thank you. Show some love to Alice down below in the chat for the $13. Show some love to Lewis, too, for the $5. Destiny with the $5 who says, his T's being clocked like a quote-unquote good little boy. Alyssa with the $5 who says, bro still learning to count to 10. No way he's doing full reps. Yeah, dead ass. Dude doesn't even know how to count to 10. Remember the counting video, buddy? Yeah. Trying to flex that intelligence. Thank you so much. Oh, Soul! Thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Oh my God. Yo, can you say W Soul real quick, little bro?
W fake DNC money.
No.
Keep going.
No. Their name is W. Oh, you want them to donate?
Yes, I want them to keep donating to you so you can, be filthy rich and, just, keep spreading your propaganda, fake propaganda.
Oh, you heard him. Soul, thank you for the $100. Seriously, Soul, that is so incredibly kind of you, Soul. Who says, Chef Maxine, I really appreciate you so much for the love, Soul. It's good to see you. I hope that you're doing all right. Thank you for the $100. Robot, thank you for the $10. Oh, with the $5. Karen with the $5. Christopher with a 1. And Alex, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. And Alex, I just read your donation. I'm really happy to hear that. Ghost, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Let's go, Ghost. Thank you so much for the love. Who says, I don't care about my GPA, so I don't know what mine is in college right now. And quote unquote, your high school GPA is really important. Being part of the same argument is actually insane. Quote unquote, peaked in high school, final boss. Dead ass. This guy definitely peaked in high school. Isabella, thank you for the $5 because the guest told you to. Blake, thank you for the $10 because the guest told you to. Juliana with the $10 because the guest told you to. Alex with the $10. Thank you guys so much for the love. Yeshoa, thank you guys so much for that. Thank you for the $2.50 over on PayPal. Patrick, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Merlee, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Just telling me to kick this guy out. Thank you for the $25, Merlee. And then thank you so much, Isabella, for the 5. Kat with a 5. Blake, thank you so much for the $10 once again. Oh, shit. Chat, no way.
His
Oh my
profile's
God.
on Google. No way. See how you guys are stalking me? My profile's not on Google. Come on. Please find it.
Then turn your camera on, bro. You're scared.
Wait, I can actually.
Parker, I'm not scared of you, okay? I'm actually a fanboy of you, and I love debating you.
I understand you're a fanboy, but turn your camera on.
Did you like my post, by the way?
No.
I don't even know what your post was.
It was you, literally on meth, I think.
Oh, well, you can't say that on the live, but
On substances. Sorry,
I've never done that in my life.
you'd never done that. So what is that vape?
I'm not clavicular. I don't literally do METH just because I think it's gonna help
but
me
okay,
out.
don't talk to me about clavicular.
but clavicular
Yeah,
is
he
on
thinks he's
steroids.
Aryan maxing. So
he's not on steroids. He's just on substances.
no, he is. He's on steroids, and he also does METH because he wants to quote unquote Aryan max. Like he's literally a white supremacist.
White supremacist. That's crazy.
Yeah, why else would he say he wants to quote unquote Aryan max?
I mean, he wants to take all that. He wants to
Renee,
be
thank you
good
so much
looking
for the
all
$5
girls,
over on Venmo. Mia with the $10 who says, I had the
Parker,
worst
I have a
GPA in
question.
high school and college and I'm a doctor. Good shit, Mia. Soul, thank you for the $10 who says, oh, Captain, my Captain. Allie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Allie. Emily with the $2. Thank you so much for the love, Emily. And Louisa with the $5. Yo, actually, check this out real quick. Your profile picture is on Google. I just found it on a Reddit post.
Let me see it, because I mean, are there fanboys? Come on now,
No, man,
fanboys.
you literally stole that picture from Reddit. Oh, and it's on Pinterest.
Reddit.
Too.
Oh, Reddit.
It's on Reddit and Pinterest. Why did you just take a random picture of somebody
No.
from Pinterest?
Listen,
and set it as your profile
I
picture?
said.
Why did you just take a random picture from Pinterest and set it as your profile picture?
Sources.
No. So the source would be the fact that this whole time you've refused to turn your camera on because if you you do, it will show a different person who's in the profile picture.
Okay.
My source is the fact that you refuse to turn your camera on. You've been exposed, buddy. Why have you been why are you flexing
you're
the
lying.
physique
Show me
of
your
somebody that
sources,
isn't
Dean.
even
Come
you?
on.
The source is the fact
It
that
is
you
me.
won't turn your camera on to prove me
So
wrong.
let me ask you something.
No.
Everywhere?
If you want to prove me wrong, okay, if you want to prove me wrong, then turn your camera on.
I think you're so soft.
Oh, also, you said, is it your physique everywhere? Buddy, it's because I'm everywhere. Okay, I'm the one that gets 500 million views a month. You're fucking nobody. Sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. And if you want to prove me wrong, then turn your camera on. Nobody's buying the bullshit, my friend. Nobody's buying the bullshit. If you want to prove it wrong, right, that your physique is literally on Pinterest, that you are catfishing some random fucking person, then turn that camera on.
I'll post pictures. I'll post videos right now. I'll post videos. Like I said.
Wait. So you're just gonna go and find more pictures of that person off Pinterest? No, turn your camera on.
If you find these posts with my physique, then that's fanboys because that's actually me.
No one believes you. No one believes you. Turn your camera on.
Dean, you know who believes me? The girl that I'm sleeping with. Okay, the girls that I actually take. Okay,
that was so cringe. I feel bad for her because she's probably never finished with your dumb ass.
Dude, that was so fucking corny. Holy shit, that was so corny. Oh my god, I'm gonna puke in my mouth. That is so fucking corny. Yo, prove it wrong by turning your camera on.
You guys take surgeries because you guys don't want to have babies, right?
No, all deflection. Okay, you stole that photo of that physique from fucking Pinterest. Turn your camera on to prove it wrong. Dude, you're like, this is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing for you.
Listen, I think you're so... Let me talk. You're going to mute me, right?
You took that photo off of Pinterest.
No, I didn't. On my,
yes, you did.
God can strike my mom right now if I actually took that picture.
If you didn't take it off Pinterest, then you turn your camera on, and you won't turn your camera on.
Listen, do you see what your chat is so toxic? I don't think they will even be on Twitch or Kick. That's why you don't stream there, right? Is that why you don't stream there? Because they're so toxic.
What?
Your chat is like, the range of their age is like 15 to 16 or 14.
Dude, this guy he's such a coward. He's so scared.
He's trying to find a way to deflect. He's trying to find a way to deflect.
Any possible way to deflect.
You guys are so soft. That's why
this is embarrassing, bro.
You guys can do whatever you guys want. You guys can do whatever you guys want.
You were trying to make the claim that you mock Dean and that Dean needs to look smacks, but then you won't even turn your camera on. Look, he just ran away.
Left. He just left.
He's so scared.
He literally just left the live. Oh my god, he ran away. He just left, dude. Okay, so he gets exposed as to having his physique on Pinterest. He stole it off of some Pinterest board. I press him on it. He's like, no, bro, I swear, it's me. I'm like, okay, then turn your camera on. Should be really easy to prove that that's you, right? He says, no, 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 no. And then he just runs away. Damn, bro. What a bad day to be that guy. What a bad day to be that guy. And he deserved every second of that embarrassment, too.
Maybe he'll leave us alone because now we know he's a fraud.
Right,
literally, it's so embarrassing.
Right? He definitely deserved every single second of that public embarrassment. Terrible. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I don't.
All right, man. You take care. Parker, how you feeling today? You feeling better?
I feel better than I did yesterday, but I still am like very sick, to be honest. I feel better right now than I did earlier. Like when I was on live earlier, my head was like piercing with like fucking literally like I don't like, it was just like so much pressure in my head. So it's been brutal for me, but I'll hopefully I'll feel better tomorrow. I don't get to go to Thanksgiving tomorrow because I don't want to get my family sick.
Dude, my girlfriend got sick too, so I might actually be in the same boat as you here in a couple of weeks, and am figuring out if dinners tomorrow are a good idea. Also, do you see my text?
Yes, I did, bro. That was the best thing to possibly do. That scenario, best thing to possibly do. W Dean. Yeah. Holy shit, W Dean.
Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, what's going on, Tyler? You support Trump?
Answer my DM. I'm trying to get jacked like you.
Dude, listen, if you're trying to get jacked, okay, I could actually give you some good tips. Right? Not to say that I'm like a super big dude, right? I've just, I've been working out on and off for a couple of years. There's definitely other people out there that could give you much better advice though. One tip would just be to choose a frequency at the gym that you think that you could maintain consistent for a long time. Right? A lot of people will go for like 2 hours, 6 days a week, but then they'll stop going like 4 months in because they're burnt out. Right? So choose a consistency that makes sense to you. And then make sure that you're hitting like each muscle group at minimum twice a week. And when you're hitting each muscle group at minimum twice a week, make sure that every single set you're going to total muscle failure. A really big reason why a lot of people go to the gym and they never end up growing is because they do their sets to mild incomfortability compared to total muscle fatigue, right? But when you're doing each set to total muscle failure, you also don't need to be spamming like 5 sets of 15, right? like 3 sets of like 8 to at max 12, right? For each exercise is optimal. That's like the optimal range. And that's probably the best tip. That's probably the best tip out of everything that I just said. That's the best tip. What's up? Do you support Trump? Oh, and another one. Make sure that your protein intake is high.
Hey.
Oh, goodbye.
Hey, Dean. Do you
make sure that your protein intake is like inconceivably high, right? Aim for every like pound of your body, right? For every pound you weigh, aim for like 1.3 to 1.7 grams of protein a day. So that one's the hardest for me. I have to supplement a lot of that with like high protein fucking high yogurts. Yeah, high protein yogurts and like a daily protein drink with 30 grams.
Wait, Dean, I was going to ask this question. Like, can't you only absorb a certain amount of protein in a day? Or am I like wrong with that?
So Jeff Nippard did a study on that, and that's actually not true.
Parker XD Yowie. Parker XD.
Banned. Oh yeah, there's like the last pro tip. Is listen to Jeff Nippard, okay? He is a fitness by science content creator, and Jeff Nippard is the real deal. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo, who's the GOAT, LeBron or Jordan?
Parker?
I'd probably go with LeBron over Jordan.
I'd go with Jordan.
I would debate you on that.
It's just better. I don't know, man. LeBron,
Yo,
man,
Dean.
he's yeah. What's
What
up,
up,
Bear? You
Parker?
support Trump?
Dude, you cooked Millie, man. That was great. That was like chef's kiss. It was like in French cuisine, man. It was like
Appreciate that, Bear. She did get fried. Dude, okay, we have another rage baiter in the queue. I think I'm kind of rage baited out for the day, honestly.
I feel you on that. I would say this: the best offensive player of all time, Steph Curry, and I stand on that.
I don't know. He's kind of
What's up?
I don't know. Steph Curry's mid. LeBron's mid.
What do you mean?
Most delusional take ever, Dean. That is the most
Dean, you
delusional
missed
take.
me?
I don't know. I don't know anything about the NBA. I'm just starting shit. I'm just
Dean, can
starting
you hear
shit.
me, buddy? Dean, come on.
Anyways,
Answer,
Parker,
you missed me?
This guy's not talking. I can't hear him. Can you
I
hear
am
him?
talking.
Can you hear him, Parker?
You hear me?
Yeah, I don't hear him at all. No, he's not there. Definitely not.
Okay. Well, I
Stop
guess
it.
King Duffy
Stop
came up here and he
Oh, you
ran
can hear
away.
me.
So whatever. We'll gotta move
Stop
on to the next guest. All right, let's go and get that next guest, Drew, loading up into the box right now. All right, here we go.
Ren.
What's
What's
up? Do you support
up?
Trump?
Of course I do.
Why?
You do too. You know it.
Oh my God, another radio. Dude, can you just be normal?
I'm seriously being normal.
No, that's not a normal thing to say. Okay, just debate me.
100%. It's a normal thing. You live in Trump's country right now. So you live in Trump world.
Okay, so therefore, when Biden was president, you supported Biden.
100%.
What?
Yeah, I had to. What was I supposed? How would I not support him?
So, would you still support Trump as president if he just like yelled like "Hell Hitler, I love the Nazis" because he'd
Do
still
you
be
think he's
president?
you? See, that's the sad part. Is you think he's a Nazi, and so you train everybody to think he's a Nazi.
Why
so they
are
want
we
to
getting?
kill it.
Why are we getting this? Where are we getting this jump from? I said if he said "I love the Nazis."
Oh,
would you
because
still
no one's ever
support him
called
as
him a
president?
Nazi. No one's ever called him a Nazi in the Democratic Party.
Can we like talk about people calling him a Nazi after you answer my question? Can we just go like
I
one
will.
point at a time?
Let's do it. Why
Okay.
do you bring up Nazis in the first 2 seconds of talking about Trump?
Because
He's essentially just trying to ask you: is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
100%.
Okay, so that's the point we're making here.
I agree with that all day long.
Would you stop supporting Donald Trump if he were held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
I don't even know what that means. Sorry, say it again.
Yeah, would you vote for Donald Trump if he were held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
So if he raped somebody is what you're saying.
Basically, yes.
Yeah, I think if he I think that's really bad. I think that is a very bad thing to do. I think lots of people have done that and have not been held accountable to it, which is sad. So I agree with you. Yeah, I would not be okay with that.
Okay, well, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, forcibly penetrating her against her will, and the judge determined that it was rape. So you must not support Donald Trump then.
Yeah, I don't support him for that action. I don't support Clinton for getting a blowjob in his thing when he shouldn't have, and he lied about it. Like, I don't care if he gets a blowjob. I don't care. Hold on. I don't care if he gets a blowjob. I don't care if Donald Trump paid Stormy Daniels. I don't care about that. But when he lies about it in court, yeah, I have a problem with that. So you obviously didn't support Clinton, right?
I'm confused what this point is. Now,
it's a very, very valid point.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Clinton. Now, in this context,
you're not a fan of Clinton. Would you want Clinton over Trump?
Yeah, I would pick Clinton over Trump for sure.
Okay, then you obviously agree with that.
What? No, it means I would pick Clinton over Trump. You couldn't mention anything Kamala Harris has done that's at all comparable to what we could mention with Trump, but we could mention so many different things that Donald Trump did worse than we could mention with Bill Clinton based on the information that's public.
I agree. Here's the deal. Here's the issue I have. A lot of times we debate social politics versus economic politics, and I think it's totally fine. And I actually agree with people that debate social politics versus economic politics. I think it's important to debate both. I'm just not a social politic guy, so I'm actually not super knowledgeable, and I don't get into that, because if you read most of those court cases on both sides, it gets really, really messy.
Didn't mention anything,
right? Because like Stormy Daniels, for instance, everyone's like, oh, he's been indicted 37 times. Have you read every single one of those indictments? It's actually about Stormy Daniels. It's about the
34 times. You're misunderstanding. No, 34 times. Those were falsifying business records. The hush money payment he paid to Stormy Daniels was not illegal.
I know. So what were the 34 indictments?
Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York.
For what? For what?
I just told you.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. For what? I didn't hear you.
Listen, falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class E felony in the state of New York, because of a predicate crime, meaning he was committing this particular crime in furtherance of another.
Correct. So so what you're saying, just to be clear, if I get in a car accident, I want to understand this from your perspective. If I get in a car accident, I get 4 or 5 tickets associated to that one car accident, correct? Have you ever been in a car accident? It's like you get speeding, then you get hitting something, damage of a car, blah, 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 blah. What I'm asking you is, of those 34 indictments, were those all related to Stormy Daniels and the bank transfers? Or are you saying there were 34 different things that he did and went and got in trouble for, and you're saying that's why it's bad? Or is it all related to Stormy Daniels? That's what I'm trying to understand when you're saying
whether or not it's
there are 34
or whether or not it's one. The point is
no, that matters a ton. That matters a ton.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
I could help explain it. I could.
Yeah, help explain it. I really do want to understand from your perspective.
Yeah. So the 34 different charges were constituted in part by falsified ledger entries, in part by falsified checks, so on and so forth.
Yep.
But like each
related
count,
to what, though?
each count of the 34 related to a different yet identical action that he engaged in relation to falsifying his business documents, signing checks for business expenses when in all reality they were going to Stormy Daniels, then writing them down in his ledger to Stormy Daniels.
Right. Correct. So that and I just want to understand, like, that's why I hear, because I have a sister, it's like, you've been indicted 34 times for, and I'm like, I totally understand. That's not good. Again, debate what's good, what's not from a lot of different presidents, but fundamentally don't agree with it. But I'm like, I hate how we just take that and go 34, and it's like, it doesn't matter, it was 34. No, I actually totally disagree with you. When I get a car accident and I get 17 tickets to one car accident, I'm not a horrible driver. I just had one bad accident. Now, that doesn't justify the action. These are two different things. I'm just trying to relate.
So
I'm trying to relate.
I'd say that like a good
indictments
example of like a good like example to make something right synonymous to what Donald Trump did with 34 different felonies would be like somebody drunk driving, speeding, hitting a tree, getting a ticket for drunk driving, getting a ticket for reckless driving, getting a ticket for speeding, and getting a ticket for hitting the tree. Right. All four of
agreed.
those.
Minus this is a prostitute, right? That he paid, right?
All four.
So it's not. It's voluntary.
One moment.
It's a little different, but keep going.
Stormy Daniels isn't a prostitute. She is a porn star, though. Big difference. Well,
when you pay somebody for sex, it's a prostitute. But yeah, keep going.
Well, the
pay
thing
someone
is,
for sex, it's a prostitute.
Well, the thing is he wasn't paying her for sex. He was paying her to stay quiet about the fact that they had sex.
He paid her for sex and had to pay her more to keep her quiet.
That's just not true.
That is true. For sure, it's true.
Could you provide evidence of that?
Sure, I can get you that. Would you like me to email you or text you? What do you want me to do?
I can tell us where to find it. You don't have to be so pedantic.
Pedantic. Oh, I like it. He went to Harvard. I don't have those on me. I don't have those memorized, but I will get those to
Is
you.
this
if
like
you wanna...
is this like your son's account or something?
I actually have no idea whose account this is.
Wait, what does that mean?
I'm probably going to get indicted 34 times for breaking into an account. I have no idea.
Okay, whoa.
So, I'm
okay.
teasing you. I have no idea. It's my son, and he's in the car with me, and he just said, "Hey, talk to this kid."
Yeah,
I have no idea who
so I mean, I thought I heard when you originally got up here, right? Like somebody like passed you the phone. So
literally, I'm driving in New York, and he passed me the phone and said, "Hey,
are you driving right now?
What's that? Yeah, I'm driving.
Okay. Well, you can't be driving on TikTok Live, but I would love to talk to you.
I'm not holding the phone. I'm just talking. You can actually talk. You can totally talk on a phone call. It's totally fine.
Well, it's just TikTok TOS doesn't allow it. But I mean, I go live every day. If you want to re-request, right, some like point in the future, right? Maybe your son or whoever son or daughter.
He's right here. Drew's right here. My son's Drew's right here.
Maybe if like Drew sees my live and you're free
he sees him.
and you're not driving, I'd love to have like a full conversation with you. Just unfortunately because of TikTok TOS, I can't when you're driving.
All right, I'll pull over right now.
Okay. It also works.
We'll pull over.
Okay. Yeah, while he's pulling over, thank you so much, Brandy, for the $1 on PayPal. And Oliver, thank you for the $10, who said, guess being obsessed about your body was weird as fuck. Yeah, I'm used to it. Thank you for the $10, Oliver. Sammy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Andrea, thank you for the $15, who says, I hope your girlfriend feels better soon. Happy holidays to you both. Get some soup for you guys. Oh, man. Actually, thank you so much, Andrea. I went on a big soup run today. Denise, thank you for the $10, who says, I'm a 65-year-old heterosexual woman, and I'm more of a man than this POS. Fucking love you, Denise. That last guy, by the way, they're not talking about you. They're talking about the last guest. Okay. Thank you for the love, Denise. Cassidy, thank you for the $5. Who says we love you. And Louisa, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you, guys. Then Cassidy, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. Lewis, thank you for the 5. Tyler, thank you for the 10. And Emily, thank you so much for the $20. She says, what the fuck happened to this guy? Cannot imagine to live in his head. Really sad when you think about it. No, man, it is really sad, right? Like that last guy was going through some shit. He was a crazy motherfucker. I thought he was a troll, to be honest. But when he started talking about fake grape claims, it became evidently clear to me that he was serious. Right? A troll will never take it that far. Well, now it's quiet. We had Parker here a moment ago. We had this guy going crazy about how Trump is king.
I'm still here.
Now everyone's on mute.
I'm still here. Don't worry. Everyone tap that screen here on TikTok. Let's get to 4 fucking million likes.
Based. Drew, you back? Maybe they're still pulling over. Well, I guess Drew's
We're back. We're pulled over. We're pulled over.
Okay, perfect. Can I ask you a question?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Something really big that Trump did like a week ago at this point that we talk about frequently that I don't really like is that he called for the execution of Democrats. Why is that not enough to make you question the efficacy of his reign?
It's a great. I have not heard that. I've been under a rock, I guess, with the holidays, but that sucks if you said that. He said some pretty stupid stuff.
Yeah, would you like to see it?
Sure. Send it.
Well, I'll just pull it up on screen. You need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, Democratic Veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, this is seditious behavior, punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, hang them, George Washington would. This is the most dystopian thing I've ever seen.
That's horrible.
Listen, from my perspective, I see the president directly calling for the execution of his political opponents as an act that any reasonable American would observe and stop supporting them as president. I think that calling for the death of somebody because they serve as a threat to your reign is just about as anti-American as it gets.
I agree 100%. I don't know if that's the first time a president's done it. It's probably the most, it's Trump, so it's probably the loudest that's ever been done because of the way we are. But it's interesting you say that because I'm like, man, there are so many things that are said that are so dumb by so many different presidents, by again, both parties. And do you really think that's what they want? No, it's like whenever was, the whole issue, they're saying like, oh, violence, go put violence in the streets, many Democrats saying stuff about, oh, we should kill Trump, like because they think he's a Nazi. So it's like kill him. Like I think they say stupid stuff. What do they really believe? No, you and I both know.
I hope you know.
I don't think they really believe
I hope you know.
I really don't think they do.
I hope you know that if Gavin Newsom said that we should kill Trump, Gavin Newsom would insane that, torpedo and lose any chance that he has of serving as the next president of this country. Okay? If Pete Buttigieg came out and said, well, let's just off him, Pete Buttigieg would never be president. If Kamala Harris came out and said, let's get him and let's unalive him, Kamala Harris would never be president. But like when Trump says it as president, the response is, well, Trump's just being Trump. He's just trolling. Maybe he doesn't mean it. I feel like we're just sane washing the insane because the insane is now the norm. Okay? But it doesn't need to be the norm. I don't want it to be the norm. That's why I do these live streams, because I want to convince people that it's not normal to have the current sitting president calling for the execution of Democrats. It's not normal for the current sitting president to be refusing to abide by court orders to feed starving Americans. It's not normal for the current sitting president to be taking away healthcare from 10 million low-income Americans, then turning around and telling his Republicans in Congress to allow a subsidy to expire that will increase premiums by 300%. It's not normal for the sitting president to try to coup our government and launching his J6 attack to rig and steal the election from Joe Biden. Right? Like, let's stop sane washing the insane. Let's stop just saying this is Trump being Trump. Let's stop just writing this off as like a minimally small, like stupid comment, right? Because we see a pattern of this stupid and violent shit, ranging from him saying that it's now illegal to, criticize him in the media, that the Constitution needs to be abolished, or that it's okay to install fake votes for him in Congress to steal the election from Biden.
But yeah, I agree. But these are all headlines that you're just repeating of like, yeah, cool. Okay. January 6th. Let's dive into that. You dive in each one of these, and it's like everyone has a side of the story they want to tell.
I don't think that there's a side of the story for the Trump's fake electors
for
plot.
sure there is.
So what's like the Republican spin on him installing fake votes for himself in Congress by sending fake slates of electors?
Well, are you saying that you're saying a party has never done that? This is the first time a party's ever done that. Is that what you're saying?
Actually, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? That's crazy. Okay.
So
is it the first time that
thing
a president had a
scandal? The closest thing that has ever been done to this would be maybe something that Ulysses S. Grant did immediately following the Civil War. But even Ulysses S. Grant didn't install fake votes for himself in Congress with the use of fake electorate scheme, with the use of fake electors. That was unprecedented.
It's never been done before.
Yeah, and by the way, like I don't think that should matter either, because if a president had done that before, I don't think that'd change the attack and assault on our democracy launched by Donald Trump's fake elector scheme. But I once again, I want to ask you here. You said that there's two sides to every story. So what is the Republican spin on him trying to rig the 2020 election by installing fake votes for himself in Congress?
I guess I'm like, it's a headline. Do you really believe that? And it's true. It's been proven. Just like everything's been proven by both sides. Everyone has their side of the story.
So Trump's side of the story in the fake electors plot is that he did it. He admitted to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like his spin on it is that, yeah, he installed these fake votes for himself in Congress, but it was okay since Biden stole the election from him first. That's his spin.
Yeah, which I want to let you know that your argument that it's been done before is actually an argument since Trump's done it now for us to do the same thing to you guys.
Damn.
No. Well, that's my whole point, though. It's exactly my point. It's like, is he not doing it because they did it to him and vice versa? Like I agree with it. It's not good.
Wait,
right?
He lost the 2020 election. Can we acknowledge that?
No, 100% I acknowledge it.
Okay, so then he lost the 2020 election. Well, then you agree with us that he did so unrightfully and unjustly.
Yeah,
he did so unrightfully and unjustly. Do you think because he won, did he won fairly? You're saying assuming he won means it's fair. He won it election, right? You could call whatever you want to call it. There was obviously documented fraud. You guys know that, and so that's like.
Do you think that Biden rightfully won the 2020 election?
I think every president has won the election. Rightfully is a hard one for me. I don't believe rightfully it's a hard word to say. It's very absolute.
Okay, what about in 2024? Who rightfully won the election in 2024?
I would say the same thing. I think you know who won it. Did they win it rightfully is a very hard debate. There's always scandals that come out on every single election that prove both sides did something that was not rightfully. So
I'm sorry,
you tell
like,
me
that's just
who
what did we
determines
do?
rightful? Who
Wait, what did
determines
we
it's
do?
rightful?
What did Democrats do in the 2020 election?
There's lots of accusations. Have you not heard any accusations that the Democrats didn't do anything?
No, we have, but they've gone through the court system, and 60 plus courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. There's been audits in practically every swing state. None of them indicated enough reason to overturn the election.
None of them.
None of them.
Yeah, none of them, including 34 handpicked courts that with Republican-appointed judges and 16 handpicked judges that were appointed by Trump himself.
That's crazy. None of them.
None of them.
Huh.
Handpicked courts.
So when it's something so absolute that there was zero fraud, doesn't that make you question it in itself?
The claim
There's
is
zero fraud. There's not enough fraud to overturn the election results.
Yeah, Lanky, thank you so much for the unicorn fantasy. Thank you so much for the
same page. No,
unicorn
exactly. That's what I'm saying. You're like, oh, all these courts said there was not enough. It means there was fraud. It's just not enough to say, hey, was there? That's what I'm saying. Like, rightfully is like, okay, did they catch everything? What if they caught everything and it would have been overturned? It's like, that's the debate of like, what are we debating? It's like, okay, rightfully, he's president, he's not.
So I
Biden's president,
I think
he's
what
not.
we're debating
It's what did they
is
do when they were
that-
presidents?
what we're
that
debating,
matter.
what we're saying here is that you shouldn't support Trump as president because he tried to end the American democracy.
Oh my gosh, you believe that? You really do believe that?
Yeah, he tried to end the American democracy.
You really tried. You think he wanted to be a? You think he wanted to be a dictator?
Yes,
You really think? So?
Yes, he tried
You
to.
really
he tried
do.
to be a dictator, and
really
he tried
believe
to
that?
end the American democracy by.
Is he
the
a dictator
attempt
right now?
To install himself for a second term, right? By an attempt to nullify the voice and the vote of the people in 2020 by the installation of fake votes for
You
himself. in
really
Congress.
believe that he tried to do that? You really believe that January 6th?
Can I give you?
All
Can
the
I give you all
evidence
the
that's come
evidence? Can I give you all of the evidence that he tried to do
Yes,
this?
you can give me everything that you've been fed that justifies your point. Absolutely. Did he
Well,
become a dictator?
Actually,
Did he
no.
Did
Can
he become
I-
a dictator?
Before you
Did
assume,
he become a dictator?
Before you assume that like my evidence.
Did he
here-
become a
Come on,
dictator? Or are you
just-
still
come on,
talking
you
about
just-
something
you just-
that
you
you're
just-
worried
you
about
just told me.
conspiracy
Listen, one moment.
that he could have been?
One moment.
He could
You
have been
continued-
a dictator.
Oh my God.
He could
tried-
have won.
He tried to become a dictator.
He could have.
Can you? No,
Sure,
it's not.
sure.
It's not that
You
he could
think he
have.
tried?
No, it's not.
Your
it's not
evidence
that
says
you're
that he
crashing
tried
out.
to.
It's not my evidence.
No,
it's his
I'm not
argument
crashing
in
out.
court. You are crashing out because you're not listening to me. Listen, no, you're gonna go. You're gonna go on mute. You are going to go on mute if you do not listen to me. I don't want to have to mute
All right,
you.
go ahead. Let's hear it. Awesome. Go.
Okay, my evidence that he tried to install
14
fake
different
votes for
slate-
himself in Congress would be the fact that that was his own legal argument. Sir, do you know who Will Scharf is?
I have no idea who that is.
Okay, Will Scharf is Trump's personal lawyer today and has been for the last 4 years. Can I play you a clip of Will Scharf, right, on like national TV getting pressed by a news reporter about these fake votes and then him being like, yeah, we call them alternative and, well, he should have criminal immunity. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, sure. I would love an out of
acts in the indictment are stripped away, that Jack Smith doesn't have a case, that this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's
Even
what we're
just the
going to be
false slates
litigating
of
in front of the
electors?
district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has reserved that issue for determining.
Right. So what we just heard him say is that he installed these fake or alternate slates of electorates, right, to ensure the correct outcome of the election. And when they say correct outcome of the election there, they mean a Trump victory. So let's start here. Do you know what a slate of electors is?
Well, if this is true, then what you're saying is, how is he still in power?
Because of people like you.
Really?
Yes, dude, come on. I just played you a clip of Donald Trump's personal attorney saying that, he
you
tried to rig the 2020
you did.
election.
You played a 2-minute out of context clip.
Exactly, because of that. Because of
that's
that.
like,
That
okay,
right there. That right there. That automatic mental
course.
response. Listen to what I'm saying.
You did
that,
the same
that
thing with
automatic,
Biden.
The one
You did
moment.
the same thing with
Exactly,
Biden. No, he's totally good. He's totally good.
Exactly. That automatic denial and deflection to the Democrats is why he's president today, even though he tried to rig an election. That's why. That's why. That's why. Exactly. The downplaying of the largest attack on the American democracy since the Civil War, arguing that it's a both sides issue, even though you can never give me any fucking evidence that any Democratic president ever has tried to install fake slates of electorates to cast votes for themselves, not in the voice and the vote. Okay,
you wouldn't
do
believe
it.
anything.
Fucking do it.
You wouldn't believe it either.
Okay, do it. Give me any evidence. Give me any evidence that any Democratic president ever has installed fake votes for themselves in Congress, given to Congress by the hands of fake slates of electorates. Give me it, you asshole, you puny little man-child that just wants to argue that we shouldn't care about the largest attack on the American democracy because you get to play this cheap little fucking both sides card, even though it isn't, and that is just your way to downplay the absolute imminent danger that this country is in because of our current government. Right? The danger that we were in when he tried to install these fake votes for himself in Congress. Okay. And by the way, the moment I close my mouth, you will not give me evidence that a Democratic president has done this. You're going to start going, but Biden and this and Hillary. Exactly. It doesn't matter. Exactly. That is the line of dialogue. That's the cognitive dissonance right there. That's it. That's it. You say that Trump didn't do this. I provide you his legal argument, his own personal attorney talking about their legal defense, which, by the way, admits that he did do it. And then your automatic response is to say, well, I still support him since it's a both sides thing. And then I'm like, give me any evidence that any Democrat ever has done this. And then you say it doesn't matter. Okay, so, sir, at its core, the reason why Donald Trump is still president today, right, which was a question that you just asked me, even though he did this, is because of what you just said. It's because so many people in our country doesn't think that it matters. You don't think that it matters when the president tries to void the voice in the vote of the people, right, by installing fake votes for themselves in Congress that would have installed themselves for a second term if successful. You don't think that it matters when our president is no longer duly elected. You don't think that it matters when the people lose their voice. You don't think that it matters when the elections, as detailed by the framers of the Constitution and the founders of the United States of America, are just tossed out the window for the entrance of a wannabe dictator. You don't think it matters.
I think you think it matters. I think you think it's a lot bigger deal than what it actually is.
Exactly. Explain to me how it's not a big deal. Be precise, be explicit, and be compelling. Explain to me how this doesn't matter.
I would say that your fundamental foundation is that you're going to believe what you need to believe to justify your concern. And I get it. So I'm like, I could sit here and debate.
Why shouldn't I believe this? Give me any good reason to not believe that Donald Trump installed fake votes for himself in the 2020 election. Give me any good reason that I shouldn't believe this. Just help me snap out of it. Help me leave the anti-Trump cult. Wake me up to reality. What good reason can you give me to not believe the Trump fake elector scheme? You don't have any. You're the one in the cult. You're the one that needs to snap out of it. And until the day you could give me one fucking reason that I shouldn't believe this. Until the day you could give me one fucking counter argument to any data point because I love this country. Because I care. Because I care about free and fair elections. Because I value democracy. Because I value rule of law. Because I value rejection of fascism, tyranny, and wannabe dictators. I am fucking crashing out. I am. I'm totally losing my shit. I've been perpetually losing my shit for the last year and a half straight, and I've kept it bottled up inside of my chest because I have to talk to you again tomorrow, okay? When I start my stream tomorrow, it's not going to be you, but it's going to be someone just like you that comes up here and tells me that it doesn't matter when the president tries to rig an election. Somebody's going to tell me it doesn't matter when he sexually exploits kids or rapes women. It doesn't matter when he calls women ugly pigs or calls for the execution of Democrats, and I'll have to suck it up and deal with it, okay? Right? Because I'm trying to change minds here, and when I'm yelling and I'm screaming, I'm less effective at it. But I'm at my wit's end today because I've been dealing with this for the last 4 hours straight. And where we are at right now, right, is you telling me that I'm wrong. You telling me that I should snap out of it. I'm a part of an anti-Trump cult and I have no reason to believe what I believe in. And I'm telling you, the evidence is clear. Not only was Donald Trump's literal legal defense when faced with indictment for trying to rig the election, I did it, but I should be criminally immune from repercussions. Not only on nationalarchives.gov do we have the literal emails that the governor's offices of these states sent to Congress saying these are fake votes, these were not from our electors. Not only do we literally have the fake votes that he installed in Congress, not only did John Eastman literally lose his law license because he helped develop this plan, same thing with Rudy Giuliani. By the way, two people that Trump pardoned like not even a month and a half ago, right? But then on the flip side of things, you have you telling me that I need to stop believing in this bullshit, and there's no evidence to justify that it's the case. But then when I ask you for one good reason that I shouldn't find it to be the case, you're fucking gagged and you don't know what to say. Give me one good reason why I should not believe that Donald Trump sent fake slates of electorates to 7 key swing states that Biden had won in the 2020 election with fake votes for them to then turn around and send back to Congress. And I hope when you can't answer this question, your son realizes just how much of an embarrassment his father truly is. The mic is yours. Why shouldn't I believe this?
I think you need someone who loves you. That's all.
I think I need a compelling reason why I should believe Donald Trump didn't try to rig the 2020 election.
I just think you need a hug.
Well,
no,
how about this? How about I grab a hug after you give me a compelling reason why I should not believe that Donald Trump tried to rig 2020?
I will.
I got suspended. I'm not gonna get the account back. Oh wait, actually I might. It was for misinformation. I actually might get the account back. I thought it was gonna be for bullying and whatever. Dude, W ban. Out of all the possible bans, that's actually not a bad one. Let's see what the misinformation was.
Democratic president ever has installed fake votes for themselves in Congress, given to Congress by the hands of fake slates of electorates. Give me it, you asshole, you puny little man-child that just wants to argue that we shouldn't care about the largest attack on the American democracy because you get to play this cheap little fucking both sides card, even though it isn't, and that is just your way to downplay the absolute imminent danger that this country is in because of our current government. Right? The danger that we were in when he tried to install these fake votes for himself in Congress. Okay? And by the way, the moment I close my mouth, you will not give me evidence that a Democratic president has done this. You're going to start going, oh, but Biden and this and Hillary. Exactly. It doesn't matter. Exactly.
Damn. Well, guys, the ban wasn't for bullying. It was for misinfo. So I actually might get the account back. I got to write a note. No misinformation purported in the clip. Attached screenshots detail Trump's fake elector scheme, which is what I was referring to in the clip. Perfect. Okay, I honestly might get the account back. Let's see. I just need to find a resource for the fake elector scheme to send it to TikTok. Here we go. AP News is reputable. So I will attach screenshots from AP. Bada boom. Submit. Appeal submitted. We'll see if we get it on appeal. I actually think that we might. I actually think that we may get our account back because nothing I said in that clip was wrong. And I'd assume that they probably automatically took me down under the assumption that I was talking about like the misinfo that Trump won the 2020 election and Biden rigged it, because TikTok will take you down for that. Hey, Quay, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. He says, great victim, government worker. Thank you for speaking up. Brings me to tears. Quay, thank you for being here. Thank you for the $10. And I'm really sorry that happened to you. I'm happy. I'm happy that the streams are something that you find to be enjoyable. As well as F, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. He says, happy early Thanksgiving, bro. Thank you so much. You as well, F. That is Fashi. I think I always butcher your name. It's spelled F-A-S-I-H. And then Clarice, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. And yes, I actually think that Clarice brings up a really big and very valuable point. Clarice says, as an Indigenous American, please let the chat know to educate their relatives about Thanksgiving and support Indigenous businesses. It means a lot. Yeah, I think that it is an American tradition to spend Thanksgiving with your family, celebrating, eating food. But simultaneously, it's important to know where Thanksgiving comes from. It is, right? So go celebrate Thanksgiving, have a jolly day. But it's also a really good opportunity to raise awareness around the Indigenous genocide and what brought about Thanksgiving. Megan, thank you for the $25 too over on Venmo. Says, I think that the quote-unquote crash out felt great for us all. It really needs to be clipped so that I can play it on repeat. Oh, thank you so much, Megan. And Soul, thank you for the $10. Emily with a 1. Lovey, I just read your message. If you need to talk to anybody, feel free to reach out. Okay. Jesse, thank you for the $3 over on PayPal. Brandy, thank you for the 1. Oliver with the $10. Thank you so much. And Denise with the 10. But all right, folks, we're actually over to 4 hours at this point. So I'm going to go and hop off. I'm going to go take care of my girlfriend. I love you guys. Thank you so much, everyone, for all of your kindness today. And you know me. You'll be seeing me tomorrow with some more debates. Peace and love, everybody. I might be on in the morning because it's Thanksgiving and all, but I'll figure that out right now. Peace and love, guys. Goodbye.